Chapter 251, The Gap Between People is Just This Big. Chapter 251, The Gap Between People is Just This Big. Shen Mo held the Tu-Yi sword, which displayed black and white colors, in both hands and felt a slight sense of joy. This Tu-Yi sword was forged by him, using the remains of the burning sword and thunder sword as the core, along with a large amount of yin-attributed heavenly materials and earth treasures. Since he had mastered the method to forge the Tu-Yi sword and given his exceptional comprehension, it was not difficult for him to craft it. He only failed once before completely mastering the technique. Unlike most cultivators, who often fail 10 or more times before they can even begin refining artifacts.
It's a pity. If I had a bit more time, perhaps I could have cultivated the yin-yang chi sword technique to the 3rd level.
Shen Mo said, shaking his head. Time waits for no one. A year had passed, and now the day of the Fire Pill Palace's opening was fast approaching. As usual, Shen Mo left the affairs of Dragon Snake Mountain in the hands of Mei He and Huang Bei, before heading directly to the Jade Cauldron Sect's mountain gate. After a year's absence, the Jade Cauldron Sect looked much the same, with little change. Shen Mo did not head straight to the training grounds, but instead made a trip to the Fire Dragon Valley to see the old Fire Dragon. Before he could even enter the valley, the old Fire Dragon had already smelled his scent.
Ha ha ha, Shen Mo, you've finally come. It's been so boring here without you to talk to me. I've been alone as a dragon this whole time.
The old Fire Dragon laughed loudly, clearly delighted. Shen Mo chuckled along with him, then took out a variety of delicious foods from his storage ring. These were all the old Fire Dragon's favorites. The old Fire Dragon's eyes lit up, and he eagerly grabbed a roasted whole lamb and a roasted whole cow, throwing them into his mouth, thoroughly enjoying himself.
By the way, you mentioned helping me find a fire dragon egg within the year, but don't worry about it.
The old Fire Dragon casually said between bites.
I didn't have much hope for it myself, so don't keep worrying about it. Don't let it delay your cultivation.
Shen Mo immediately laughed.
All right.
If I remember correctly, the Fire Pill Palace is about to open, right? Every time the Fire Pill Palace opens, Li Zhendao always brings me a lot of pills, all the kinds I love.
The old Fire Dragon chuckled. It seemed to remind him of the time when they followed the founding ancestor of the Jade Cauldron Sect into the Fire Pill Palace, eating pills like they were beans.
How much do you know about the Fire Pill Palace, Protector?
Shen Mo asked thoughtfully. The old Fire Dragon scratched his head.
It's been too long, I can't remember clearly. However, I do remember that the fire beasts in the Fire Pill Palace are quite strong. They're almost immune to fire attribute attacks, so you should be careful.
Shen Mo nodded slightly. He already knew this. The two main dangers in the Fire Pill Palace were the fire beasts and the killing formations. The fire spiritual energy in the Fire Pill Palace was incredibly dense, and over time, it gave rise to beasts almost entirely composed of spiritual energy, known as fire beasts. This time, with the Fire Pill Palace opening after 10 years, there would certainly be many more fire beasts. If he found himself surrounded by a large number of them, it would indeed be troublesome.
Go ahead, just come by to talk when you have time.
The old Fire Dragon waved his paw. Shen Mo nodded and, using his chi, left the valley. Not long after, he landed steadily at the training grounds. Along the way, he passed by his attendants and disciples, all of whom bowed respectfully, showing no hint of carelessness. During this time, Shen Mo's name had already spread far and wide. Many people called him the youngest elder of the 3 Ding elders. To many, Shen Mo had clearly become a rising star, someone they would want to align with. At that moment, many elders had already gathered at the training grounds. Shen Mo's arrival immediately drew their attention. He Tianchu spotted him from a distance, his face filled with joy. He quickly walked over with a few other elders, saying,
Elder Shen, I knew you would come. I was just talking about you with these elders.
He was accompanied by several elders, 2 of whom stood out the most. One was tall and muscular, while the other was stunningly beautiful and enchanting. Upon seeing Shen Mo, they all greeted him enthusiastically with a cupped fist gesture. Shen Mo responded in kind, recognizing some of them. They were the ones he had casually saved in the Bloodvine Valley some time ago. The others were likely friends of He Tianchu. He Tianchu looked at the young man with emotion in his heart. The last time they entered the Bloodvine Valley, he had greeted Shen Mo with a smile. However, after the events in the Bloodvine Valley, his admiration for Shen Mo had deepened. The smile on his face was now even more sincere. Shen Mo saw He Tianchu and smiled.
Is Master he coming again, to earn some contributions?
He Tianchu laughed heartily.
Yes, not everyone can be like you, having so many contributions they can't spend them all.
He then winked mischievously.
You spent over 100 B-level contributions in the Scripture Pavilion's treasure hall a while ago. That's already become the talk of the sect.
Many elders are calling you the rich man in private.
Shen Mo chuckled quietly. But when he thought about it, it was indeed true. He Tianchu had saved up for 10 years and only managed to accumulate 10 B-level contributions. Meanwhile, Shen Mo had earned 175 B-level contributions just from one trip to the Bloodvine Valley. Anyone would envy that.
By the way, Elder Shen, let me introduce these two to you.
He Tianchu snapped his fingers and introduced.
This elder here, tall and strong, is named Ouyang Wei. He's an elder from the 5th peak.
And this beautiful and enchanting female elder is named Liu Ryan. She's an elder from the 8th peak.
Elder Shen, we've all decided. After we enter the Fire Pill Palace, I'll stick with you.
A nearby elder said quickly. The others all chimed in with agreement. They had personally witnessed Shen Mo's strength in the Bloodvine Valley. They knew how important it was to align with someone powerful. Shen Mo chuckled in response. Sticking together. It would certainly be safer for them. But for him, it wasn't necessarily a good thing. He Tianchu saw through Shen Mo's thoughts and cleared his throat, quickly adding.
Everyone, there are pros and cons to acting together. Moreover, the situation in the Fire Pill Palace is unpredictable. Who knows if we'll even be able to stay together?
The elders nodded in agreement.
That's true.
Shen Mo smiled. He Tianchu certainly knew how to handle situations well. A single sentence from him eased the potential awkwardness. Liu Ryan blinked and suggested.
I propose that after we enter the Fire Pill Palace, we help each other, watch each other's backs. If we acquire any useful information, we can exchange it at the first opportunity.
As she spoke, she took out a set of communication jade talismans and distributed them among the group.
This is a set of communication jade talismans I forged. They won't be affected by the intense fire spiritual energy in the Fire Pill Palace.
As long as we are within a 1,000-mile radius, we can communicate freely.
The elder beside her nodded immediately.
Good, I agree.
That's right. Helping each other will allow us to obtain more treasures.
He Tianchu widened his eyes in surprise.
I've heard that Elder Liu is skilled in forging spiritual tools, but I didn't expect her to create such a communication jade talisman. Truly impressive.
Ouyang Wei teased.
Elder Liu just mentioned how expensive these communication jade talismans are, and how she was unwilling to give them out. But now that Elder Shen has arrived, she's handing them out. The difference between people is just this big.
Liu Ryan didn't respond to the teasing, but instead fluttered her eyes and looked at Shen Mo.
Elder Shen, what do you think?
Shen Mo smiled slightly, took a communication jade talisman and said,
Helping each other, sharing information, this sounds good, I agree.
Chapter 252. The 9-turn Tao of Alchemy is real, and the Tei Holy Essence Pill is real too. Chapter 252. The 9-turn Tao of Alchemy is real, and the Tei Holy Essence Pill is real too. Shen Mo nodded, and only then did He Tianchu, Ouyang Wei, Liu Ryan, and the others feel reassured. They were well aware of Shen Mo's strength. The establishment of this small group was clearly due to the presence of Shen Mo as their pillar of support. If Shen Mo were unwilling to join, Liu Ryan would most likely take back the set of communication jades she had painstakingly refined. He Tianchu glanced at Shen Mo, who was chatting and laughing with the others and couldn't help but feel a twinge of emotion. Life is indeed full of twists and turns. Just because of this one person's arrival, everything had changed.
Yo, little junior brother, Hall Master you're all here.
A hearty voice rang out. Following the voice, a rugged man strode in and threw his arm around Shen Mo's shoulder. Without looking, Shen Mo already knew who it was.
Elder Lu, a pleasure to meet you. Are you heading to the Fire Pill Palace as well?
He Tianchu asked with slight surprise. Lu Dongxuan nodded.
The old man asked me to go to the Fire Pill Palace to handle something.
He Tianchu and the others nodded, tactfully refraining from probing further. Liu Ryan's beautiful eyes gleamed as she immediately handed over a communication jade, explaining what had just transpired. Finally, she added,
Elder Shen has already agreed to join. What about you, Elder Lu?
Lu Dongxuan heartily accepted the jade.
Since little junior brother has agreed, I'll agree as well. I trust him.
He Tianchu and the others were overjoyed once again. In their minds, Lu Dongxuan's strength surpassed even Shen Mo's. He was said to be invincible within the nascent soul realm. With Lu Dongxuan joining this small group, their confidence soared. Liu Ryan sighed. He Tianchu chuckled.
Elder Liu, you're overthinking it. The Tei Holy Essence Pill is the kind of elixir that even the 9-turn Tao of Alchemy sect only ever managed to refine 3 of. As far as I know, the last one was already acquired by the royal family of Jing Kingdom.
Yang Wei laughed as well.
Exactly, Elder Liu, let's not entertain such unrealistic fantasies. Honestly, if anyone could find a Tei Holy Essence Pill, I'd eat this sword right here on the spot.
The surrounding elders joined in with good-natured laughter. Shen Mo also smiled faintly. He had heard of the rumor, but didn't believe it to be true either. If there truly were a Tei Holy Essence Pill, it would have been discovered long ago. Why wait until now? At this moment, Yang Wei suddenly lowered his voice and said,
Everyone, the people from the 2nd and 4th peaks are here.
The crowd lifted their gazes. It was common knowledge that among the 10 peaks of the Qingxuan Sect, the 2nd and 4th peaks were the most powerful. They were followed by the 1st and 3rd peaks. The elders of the 10th peak, while individually powerful, were too few in number and had long remained at the bottom of the hierarchy. Nevertheless, no one dared to underestimate the combat prowess of figures like Zhao Yelu and Lu Dongxuan. Shen Mo also raised his eyes and immediately saw 2 groups of people approaching with laughter and conversation. Leading the 2nd peak group were 2 individuals. One was a middle-aged man with a refined appearance, and the other was a young man clad in a crimson robe. The 2 were chatting and laughing as they walked. The rest of the elders followed closely behind, not daring to overstep.
Yang Ke actually brought his own son to participate in the opening of the Fire Pill Palace.
He Tianchu remarked in astonishment after recognizing the refined middle-aged man's face.
That's Yang Ke's son, Yang Wenyuan. I've heard of his accomplishments but never met him before.
Liu Ryan said thoughtfully, gazing from afar. Shen Mo looked at the man, finding him somewhat unfamiliar. Both Yang Wenyuan and another youth, Yi Yan, turned their gazes toward Shen Mo. However, Yi Yan's eyes were fixed intently on Shen Mo, while Yang Wenyuan's gaze swept past him, landing directly on Lu Dongxuan with a hint of resentment. Raising an eyebrow, Shen Mo casually asked,
Senior brother, do you recognize him?
Lu Dongxuan nodded.
Of course, I recognize him. Back when he was still in the sect, I would go to the 2nd peak every day to spar with him. Every single time, I'd end up pinning him to the ground.
Eventually, he couldn't take it anymore and applied to leave the sect. He went to the northernmost city in Taishan Prefecture to serve as the hall master there. Shen Mo chuckled softly at this. Lu Dongxuan glanced at Yang Wenyuan, their gazes meeting midair like sparks clashing against each other. After a long moment, Yang Wenyuan let out a cold snort and looked away. Lu Dongxuan smirked and withdrew his gaze.
Don't be fooled by his refined demeanor. That man is actually an expert in poison techniques. This time, the way he looked at me was not fearful in the least. There was even a hint of provocation. I suspect he came prepared. I'm not afraid of his poisons, but you should be careful. I fear he might target you.
Shen Mo felt a warmth in his heart.
Understood. Thank you, senior brother, for the warning.
He then shifted his gaze toward Yi Yan, and a translucent panel appeared in his mind, detailing Yi Yan's life path. Named Yi Yan. Cultivation realm, late nascent soul state. Fate lines, family scion, flame emperor successor, child of fortune, leadership aura blessed by heaven, solar molten body. Destiny ultimately halts at the peak of the divine transformation stage. After joining the 10,000 Demons Kingdom, becomes the trusted lieutenant of the Demon Emperor and is granted the title of Human King. After the 10,000 Demons Kingdom annexes Jing Kingdom, he seizes the Demon Emperor's body and becomes the ruler of the 10,000 Demons Kingdom. Recent opportunities. Discovers a 9-turn alchemy sect Elder's token while exploring Furnace number 4 in the Fire Pill Palace. Finds a fire wolf den near Furnace number 5, slays all the wolves, and acquires 1 5th-tier fire beast core and 6 4th-tier fire beast cores. Uncovers a hidden cavern beneath Furnace number 8 containing a storage ring buried by an elder 50 years ago, retrieving 52 4th-tier fire beast cores. Falls into a lethal formation at the ruins of Furnace number 9, but escapes using the Elder's token. Beyond the formation, discovers the pure nascent transformation pill formula in the sublayer of the furnace's base. Finds a concealed mountain cave leading to an underground lava lake. Encounters Xiao Fan, and after a fierce battle, claims the Tei Holy Essence pill while Xiao Fan obtains the 9-turn alchemy manual. Senses anomalies in the lava lake, realizes imminent danger, and escapes with Xiao Fan through a secret passage just before the volcanic eruption, avoiding disaster. After reading, Shen Mo pondered deeply. The information was overwhelming, and he needed a moment to digest it.
So, the 9-turn alchemy manual is real, and the Tei Holy Essence pill is real as well. And the Fire Pill Palace's underground flames are going to erupt. In that case, it seems the elders entering the palace this time may suffer heavy losses, mirroring the tragedy that occurred in the Bloodvine Valley.
Shen Mo committed Yi Yan's life panel to memory, silently planning his next move. On the other side, Yang Wenyuan and Yi Yan were speaking in hushed tones.
Senior brother, as far as I know, Shen Mo's strength is already on par with Lu Dongxuan. You must not underestimate him.
Yi Yan warned. Yang Wenyuan waved his hand dismissively.
Don't worry, my father has personally instructed me. I'll prioritize dealing with Shen Mo first. Once I've taken care of him, I'll handle Lu Dongxuan. I have everything under control.
Yang Wenyuan added.
This time, the 4th Elder's men are also on our side. My father said that with your deep fortune, we are bound to find the pure nascent transformation pill formula.
Chapter 253. If you find good wine, save some for me. Chapter 253. If you find good wine, save some for me. Whoosh! 3 streaks of light descended from the sky, landing in the center of the martial arena. The arrivals were the Grand Elder in charge of the disciplinary hall, the 3rd Elder overseeing alchemy, and the 7th Elder, who also specialized in alchemy. The Grand Elder glanced around and spoke solemnly.
Everyone, the Fire Pill Palace is brimming with fire spirit energy, showing signs of an early activation. Any elders who have yet to arrive will forfeit their qualifications to enter the Fire Pill Palace. Follow me immediately.
With that, he rose into the air and flew northward. The crowd quickly followed suit. The Fire Pill Palace wasn't located in Taishan Prefecture, but in the neighboring Maianshan Prefecture to the north. Even at full speed, it still took 3 days for the nascent soul cultivators to arrive under the Grand Elder's lead. For lower-level core formation cultivators, the journey would have taken at least half a month. Before long, the group descended in front of a massive crimson palace. Centered around the palace, the surrounding 100-mile radius was scorched and barren, with only charred earth and few signs of life. Only a handful of heat-resistant demonic beasts and plants managed to survive in such a harsh environment. As the group landed, 3 figures emerged from the palace to greet them respectfully. The Grand Elder asked in a stern voice,
Liu Qiang, as the resident elder of the Fire Pill Palace, have there been any abnormalities in the last 10 years?
After the betrayal of assistant elder Zhang Feng at Bloodvine Valley, the Grand Elder had grown more vigilant. Elder Liu Qiang had already undergone multiple secret investigations by the disciplinary hall, confirming his loyalty to the Qingxuan Sect. Liu Qiang respectfully replied,
Reporting to the Grand Elder, starting 30 years ago, the fire spirit energy in the Fire Pill Palace began to recover at a rapid pace. I believe it's likely due to signs of an active volcano beneath the palace beginning to awaken. As a result, the number and strength of fire beasts within the palace have significantly increased. However, unless external factors intervene, the volcano is unlikely to erupt for at least 5 more years. You can rest assured, Grand Elder.
The Grand Elder nodded slightly.
Take out all the tokens you've prepared over the years. Understood.
Liu Qiang waved his hand, and numerous tokens flew out from his storage ring, landing in front of Shen Mo and the others. Shen Mo examined the tokens. The front bore the characters,
9 turns.
while the back read,
Inner Sect Disciple.
These were tokens from the 9-turn alchemy sect, signifying the status of inner sect disciples. Looking around, Shen Mo noticed that everyone else had similar tokens. The 3rd and 7th elders, at the forefront, each received tokens marked for true disciples of the 9-turn alchemy sect. Because the Fire Pill Palace contained numerous formations, including deadly ones, carrying a token from the 9-turn alchemy sect was essential for safety. Without at least an inner sect disciple token, entry to the Fire Pill Palace was impossible. The higher the rank of the token, the more areas one could access within the palace. Additionally, tokens from the Fire Pill Palace were scattered inside. Finding an elder-level token allowed almost unrestricted movement within the palace. Shen Mo recalled that in Yi Yan's predetermined fate, he had found an elder token shortly after entering the palace. This token enabled Yi Yan to freely explore the palace and search for treasures without being attacked by formations. The Grand Elder scanned the group and said in a deep voice,
The Fire Pill Palace will remain open for 1 year. After that, I will be here to receive you all. Understood.
Everyone responded. The Grand Elder nodded before departing.
Everyone, please enter.
Liu Qiang, the resident elder, said with a smile. Shen Mo and the others filed in, descending a slanted staircase into the underground Fire Pill Palace. As they descended deeper, the temperature steadily rose. Many elders began to feel uncomfortable, resorting to expending spiritual energy to resist the heat. However, Shen Mo, with his fire attribute constitution, found the temperature no more troublesome than warm water. The group continued downward. After descending roughly 200 zhang, they reached the end of the staircase. What lay before them was a scene of decay and ruin. Above them stretched a towering dome, black smoke swirling like a dark night sky. The air, distorted by the intense heat, created an almost surreal atmosphere. The ground was littered with broken walls and crumbling ruins. Everywhere one looked, there were remnants of a past grandeur, now reduced to rubble. The barren ground had no trace of vegetation, only coarse gravel. In the distance, waves of blazing fire erupted into the air from time to time. Roars of tigers and howls of wolves mingled with the chaotic cries of various demonic beasts, creating a cacophony of sound. This was the Fire Pill Palace, an underground wasteland dominated by red, heat, and disorder. Many couldn't help but blink a few times. The predominant red hue of this desolate place was overwhelming, straining the eyes after prolonged exposure. The 3rd and 7th elders split off, heading toward separate earth furnaces. Their purpose in entering the Fire Pill Palace was to refine pills, a rare opportunity that came only once every 10 years and was not to be wasted. Unless they succeeded in their pill refining and completed their tasks, they wouldn't leave the furnaces for a moment.
Gathering together will slow us down. Let's split up. Take care, junior brother.
Lu Dongxuan patted Shen Mo on the shoulder before dashing into the ruins. However, he hadn't gone far before he suddenly sprinted back even faster, leaving He Tianchu, Ouyang Wei, Liu Ryan, and the others utterly confused. Lu Dongxuan chuckled.
Oh, right, I remembered something. The Nine-Turn Alchemy sect had a wine called Blazing Fire Brew. Drinking it feels like swallowing flames, and it was made right here in the Fire Pill Palace. Junior brother and you all, if you happen to find some, save it for me. We can negotiate the price.
Shen Mo smiled faintly, already guessing what Lu Dongxuan was going to say. He nodded.
Don't worry, senior brother. I'll make sure to save some for you.
He Tianchu and the others, both amused and exasperated, also nodded in agreement. Satisfied with their response, Lu Dongxuan finally dashed back into the ruins. Yi Yan followed shortly after, speeding off in a different direction. The other elders quickly dispersed as well. Those confident in their abilities ventured alone, while the less confident formed groups of 2 or 3 to explore together. Shen Mo, naturally, chose not to team up with anyone. After orienting himself, he headed straight for furnace number 4. The Fire Pill Palace originally had 15 earth furnaces, named numerically from number 1 to number 15. However, the protracted war that raged here in the past had caused 12 of the furnaces to collapse. Only 3 furnaces remained usable. Furnace number 4, on the other hand, was one of the collapsed furnaces. The journey to furnace number 4 was far from smooth. The Fire Pill Palace was expansive, and the presence of numerous formations greatly reduced the flying speed of nascent soul cultivators. Along the way, Shen Mo faced repeated attacks from fire beasts. As a result, it took him a full 2 days to reach furnace number 4.
There it is.
Chapter 254. The 5 Cauldron Elders Token Zio fan has arrived. Chapter 254. The 5 Cauldron Elders Token Zio fan has arrived. Shen Mo gazed thoughtfully at the geothermal vent before him. Just as he had seen on Yi Yan's life panel, the geothermal energy beneath the Fire Pill Palace was destined to erupt in the future. Through the observation of this geothermal vent, he had already noticed subtle signs of instability. However, most others believed the eruption was still 3 to 5 years away. By then, the Fire Pill Palace would be in a sealed state. Even if the eruption occurred, it would pose no threat. On the contrary, it might even bring forth numerous underground minerals and enable the growth of rare herbs that thrive in high-temperature environments. Shen Mo steadied his mind, refraining from overthinking, and immediately stepped into the geothermal furnace. Suddenly, a howl echoed. Before he could even plant his feet firmly, 2 fiery red shadows lunged at him. Their claws bared, they aimed straight for his throat. Shen Mo remained composed, flipping his hand to draw out the yin-yang sword. Swish, swish. A sinister, piercing energy erupted from the blade, as sharp and elusive as 2 venomous serpents coiling toward their targets. PFF, PFF. Scalding blood splattered onto the ground. With a final howl, the 2 fire beasts collapsed lifelessly. Shen Mo casually sheathed his sword and hung it at his waist. Lying on the ground were the corpses of 2 fire wolves. These wolves, their fur fiery red, looked as though they were ablaze when in motion, an astonishingly beautiful sight. Both were 5th-tier beasts of the intermediate level. Born in such a scorching environment, they naturally possessed a remarkable resistance to fire-based martial arts. If they were to face off against 4 beasts of the same level in the outside world, they would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Their ambush location had been particularly cunning, situated squarely in Shen Mo's blind spot. Had it been an ordinary nascent soul stage cultivator, they would have been alarmed, retreating repeatedly. Even if death were avoided, significant injuries would have been inevitable. Unfortunately for the 2 fire wolves, their adversary was Shen Mo. With his top-tier heavenly flame physique, Shen Mo's sensitivity to fire elemental energy far surpassed that of any other type of spiritual energy. For him, the 2 fire wolves, despite hiding in his blind spot, were as conspicuous as small suns. Shen Mo retrieved a small blade and casually pierced the abdomens of the 2 fire wolves. Disappointed, he shook his head.
No fire beast monster core again. These are far rarer than ordinary cores.
Fire beast monster cores are found within fire beasts and contain a uniquely concentrated fire energy. They are ideal for cultivators with fire-based physiques like Shen Mo, perfect for absorption and refinement. They also serve as excellent fuel for alchemy. A single fire beast monster core is equivalent to 3 regular monster cores of the same tier. Unfortunately, such cores only form in particularly powerful fire beasts. Ordinary fire beasts contain nothing at all. Stepping over the fire wolves' corpses, Shen Mo ventured deeper into the geothermal furnace. He summoned a gust of wind to clear away the sand and debris within the furnace. After carefully searching, he eventually found a 9-turn alchemy sect elder token hidden in a concealed corner. This token bore the image of 5 small cauldrons, signifying that it belonged to a 5-cauldron elder. The Upper Clarity Sect, Jade Cauldron Sect, and Pill River Sect had united to destroy the 9-turn alchemy sect, yet they still learned much from it. This included the ranking system for elders. Similar to the 9-turn alchemy sect, the elder rankings for the 3 sects ranged from 1 cauldron to 6 cauldrons.
With this token, I don't need to worry about the various formations in the Fire Pill Palace.
Shen Mo pondered for a moment before tucking the token into his robes. Then, he hung the disciple token he had received before entering the Fire Pill Palace on his waist. This way, to outsiders, he would appear to be merely an inner sect disciple. As Shen Mo glanced at the fire wolves' corpses, he noticed that their internal blood had already been rapidly dried by the intense heat. Now they had turned into 2 stiff, desiccated corpses. Shen Mo clicked his tongue in amazement. The intense heat of this place had no effect on him, but he imagined it would cause discomfort for most others.
Next, I need to head to furnace number 5. There's a fire wolf nest there.
After orienting himself, Shen Mo dashed towards furnace number 5. He needed to hurry. If he delayed, Yan might seize the opportunity meant for him. One day after Shen Mo left furnace number 4, a figure clad in fiery red arrived leisurely. It was Yi Yan. Along the way, he had encountered numerous fire beasts blocking his path and had narrowly avoided a deadly trap formation. This had significantly slowed his progress.
There might still be treasures in the collapsed geothermal furnace.
Yi Yan thought to himself as he stepped into furnace number 4. However, upon entering, his eyes immediately fell on the 2 fire wolf corpses lying on the ground, now dried and mummified. Yi Yan frowned. Due to the intense heat, he couldn't tell if these fire wolves had died recently or decades ago.
My speed isn't slow, I should have been the first to arrive. It's impossible for anyone to have gotten here before me.
Yi Yan calmed himself and began searching every corner of the furnace. After half a day of meticulous searching, all he found was a torn and incomplete pill formula.
This formula might at best exchange for a ding-grade contribution.
Shaking his head, Yi Yan sighed in frustration and left furnace number 4 to search elsewhere. On the surface, under the cover of night, a lone figure approached the Fire Pill Palace. He wasn't heading for the main entrance, but rather toward the back.
Dan Lao, does the Fire Pill Palace really have a secret passage?
Xiao Fan asked, puzzled. A voice echoed in his mind. It was Dan Lao speaking.
Have you forgotten? I was the Grand Elder of the 9-turn alchemy sect. I personally oversaw the construction of the Fire Pill Palace. I could still draw you a complete map of it right now.
Xiao Fan slapped his forehead, laughing awkwardly.
That's true. Up ahead, the 2nd row, 3rd brick. Place your palm on it and activate the technique I taught you.
Dan Lao instructed. Xiao Fan quickly moved forward. Before him stood a towering stone wall. Each brick was half a person's height, and despite the passage of countless years, the wall remained intact, standing firmly to guard the ruins of the Fire Pill Palace. Following Dan Lao's instructions, Xiao Fan placed his hand on the designated brick and activated the Earth Tier technique of the 9-turn alchemy sect. After a few breaths, the stone brick silently split apart, revealing a deep, dark passageway. The passage sloped downward, resembling the gullet of some giant beast.
This is it. Once you enter this passage, you'll emerge directly inside furnace number 10.
Dan Lao explained.
If I remember correctly, there should still be an elder's token I left behind there. With that elder's token, you'll be free to move around the Fire Pill Palace without hindrance.
Dan Lao chuckled. Xiao Fan nodded firmly.
Thank you, Dan Lao.
Dan Lao's tone turned serious.
It's no trouble, but I have only one request. You must obtain the 9-turn alchemy manual.
That manual is the foundation of the 9-turn alchemy sect. It contains the secrets to countless techniques and martial skills.
With it, everything can begin anew. We can even rebuild the 9-turn alchemy sect together.
Xiao Fan nodded resolutely.
Rest assured, Dan Lao, I will not fail you.
Chapter 255, I feel relieved knowing others didn't gain much either. Chapter 255, I feel relieved knowing others didn't gain much either. 7 days later, near furnace number 5. Howl.
Oh, there's stardust sand here.
In the den's corner, Shen Mo noticed an inconspicuous pile of sand. Stardust sand is a rare mineral that forms over long periods by absorbing starlight. It is rarely found elsewhere, but the depths of the Fire Pill Palace contain a fair amount of it. The reason is straightforward. At the height of its power, the 9-turn alchemy sect not only used the Fire Pill Palace for alchemy, but also for crafting weapons. Much of the stardust sand mined or purchased by the sect was stored here. During the Great War that led to the sect's downfall, the sand was scattered and mixed with the Fire Pill Palace's debris. Every time the palace reopens, any elder willing to spend time searching can usually gather a few taels of stardust sand. That Shen Mo found it here, far from the palace's interior where temperatures are higher, was a pleasant surprise.
This opportunity must be uniquely mined something even Yi Yan hasn't discovered.
Satisfied, Shen Mo carefully stored the stardust sand. Stardust sand is an excellent material for crafting spiritual weapons. Its balanced and neutral properties make it compatible with any elemental attribute. Although Shen Mo had received some as part of his elder stipend over the years, he had never used it and kept it stored in his ring.
The 3 treasures of the Fire Pill Palace: fire beast crystals, stardust sand, and crimson scale flowers. Now, the crimson scale flower is the only one I haven't found yet.
Shen Mo reflected. Of the 3 treasures, stardust sand was the least immediately useful. It required proper crafting to convert it into combat power. Fire beast crystals, while directly absorbable, benefited fire attribute physiques the most and were less effective for others. For maximum value, fire beast crystals were best exchanged for contribution points. The crimson scale flower, however, was different. This peculiar flower, once refined, could expand the danshan. Cultivators of all levels desired a larger danshan. With a more expansive danshan, they could store more spiritual energy. Sometimes, having just a bit more spiritual energy could determine life or death in a critical moment. Because of this, crimson scale flowers were highly sought after. Not only were they prized in the Jade Cauldron Sect, but also in the Upper Clarity Sect, Pill River Sect, and even the state governor's office where they commanded steep prices. In the Jade Cauldron Sect, a single crimson scale flower cost 10 dingrade contribution points. If sold outside, one flower could fetch 5 top-grade spirit stones.
Next, I'll head to furnace number 8. An elder buried a storage ring there 50 years ago, likely knowing he was near death and hoping his descendants might retrieve it. Still, 50 years have passed and the storage ring remains undiscovered. It's likely his descendants have met a grim fate as well. That ring contains 52 4th-tier fire beast monster cores. I can't afford to miss it.
Shen Mo quickened his pace, advancing deeper into the Fire Pill Palace. Just like in the Blood Vine Valley, the boundary between the outer and inner regions of the Fire Pill Palace had a safe house constructed later by the Jade Cauldron Sect. Each time the Fire Pill Palace opened, this safe house became a hub for the sect's cultivators to rest, trade, and strategize. Whenever venturing out to seek treasures, cultivators would use the safe house as a central point to explore outward. The deeper regions were far more perilous, with stronger fire beasts and deadlier formations. Those unsure of their strength rarely dared to venture there. 2 months later, safe house. Yan wearily stepped into the safe house. It had been 8 days since his last expedition for treasures. During that time, he had managed to find only 2 fourth-tier fire beast monster cores, a small measure of stardust sand, and a single crimson scale flower. On several occasions, he had narrowly avoided being swept into hordes of roaming fire beasts, some numbering over 100. He had come perilously close to death more than once. Such terrible luck left Yan questioning whether he was still the fortunate man he'd always believed himself to be. Had all the good fortune he enjoyed since childhood abandoned him in the Fire Pill Palace? Moreover, he frequently noticed traces of someone else having been in the places he explored. Sometimes it was a field of fire beast corpses. Other times, the disturbed dirt and gravel hinted at recent activity. It was as if someone had passed through ahead of him, taking the treasures that should have been his. Yan rubbed his temples, shaking off these thoughts. That's impossible. How could someone else take opportunities meant for him? He didn't even know what those opportunities were himself. Clearing his mind, Yan stepped further into the safe house. The sounds of haggling and chatter filled his ears.
Trade, a crimson scale flower for 3 fourth-tier fire beast monster cores come quick. Info, I know the location of a blazing wild boar nest. 5 dingrade contributions for the intel. News, the geothermal vent at furnace number 6 is erupting, stay away.
The cacophony made Yan feel even more irritated. In 2 months of exploring the Fire Pill Palace, he hadn't traded with anyone. He barely had enough for himself, let alone anything worth trading. Scanning the room, Yan noticed several elders in a corner engaged in hushed conversation. Though they weren't speaking loudly, anyone paying attention could overhear them.
How many fire beast monster cores did you find this time? Don't even ask. The 3 of us searched for 6 days. We encountered plenty of fire beasts, but they were either incredibly strong individually or moved in large packs. 6 days, and we only got 1 fourth-tier fire beast monster core.
Same here. It feels like all the fire beasts are stronger this year.
Didn't the stationed elder mention that the geothermal activity has been unstable over the last decade? That's probably why the fire beasts have grown stronger. What about you? How did it go? Not great. I haven't accumulated many fire beast crystals in these 2 months either. It's been frustrating.
I've been feeling uneasy the past few days. Let's hope nothing goes wrong.
Yan listened thoughtfully.
So that's it. I thought it was just me encountering unusually strong fire beasts. Turns out they've all gotten stronger and more numerous overall.
Chapter 256, 8 Crimson Lotus Flowers and the Crimson Lotus Pill. Chapter 256, 8 Crimson Lotus Flowers and the Crimson Lotus Pill. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly broke the air.
Buying crimson lotus flowers. 1 crimson lotus flower can be exchanged for 4 tier 4 fire beast crystals. The more you have, the better the deal.
Yan frowned slightly. 1 crimson lotus flower for 4 tier 4 fire beast crystals. Such a high price, it's a huge loss. Moreover, who could possibly have so many tier 4 fire beast crystals right now? Unable to suppress his curiosity, he glanced over. With one look, he immediately spotted a burly man with a robust physique, alongside a figure clad in green robes.
Shen Mo and Aoyang Wei.
Yan furrowed his brow deeply.
Where did they get so many tier 4 fire beast crystals?
Shen Mo and Aoyang Wei were seated cross-legged in a corner of the safe house. Shen Mo remained silent, sitting calmly in meditation. Aoyang Wei, on the other hand, was enthusiastically shouting out his offer. He was well aware of Shen Mo's strength, and during the past 2 months, Shen Mo had even saved his life once. Thus, although shouting for others like this might seem undignified, Aoyang Wei didn't mind at all. As expected, the shout immediately caught the attention of many elders. Elsewhere, the typical rate was 1 crimson lotus flower for 3 tier 4 beast crystals. Offering 4 was unheard of. Naturally, this deal caused a frenzy among the mages.
So it's Elder Aoyang. I have 2 crimson lotus flowers, but can Elder Aoyang really come up with 8 tier 4 fire beast crystals? Yes, I've been searching the Fire Pill Palace for 2 months now and only managed to gather 10 Tier 4 Fire Beast crystals in total. As for Tier 5 ones, I haven't seen a single one.
The elders cast doubtful glances at Aoyang Wei, paying little attention to the figure seated next to him, Shen Mo. Aoyang Wei chuckled helplessly.
Everyone, the one conducting the trade isn't me but the elder next to me, Shen Mo.
I'm just helping him call out the offer.
The elders were even more astonished. Some of them recognized Shen Mo, while others didn't. Seeing such a young elder, it was only natural for them to feel skeptical. After all, in the path of cultivation, age often correlates with strength. At this moment, Shen Mo finally opened his eyes and smiled faintly.
I don't have many Tier 4 Fire Beast crystals on me, so I can only trade for 8 Crimson Lotus flowers for now. First come, first served.
After speaking, Shen Mo reached into his storage ring. With a flick of his wrist, 30 Tier 4 Fire Beast crystals tumbled out. The crystals sparkled with fiery light, resembling rubies. The elder's eyes widened in astonishment.
What the? 30 of them?
And their quality and size were exceptional. Even from a distance, Yi Yan froze at the sight of this scene. The gap between him and Shen Mo, how did it suddenly grow so vast? Clenching his teeth, he turned and left the safe house without looking back. He had never been one to accept defeat willingly. He needed to hunt more fire beasts and seek out treasures.
Elder Shen, I have 2 Crimson Lotus flowers. Elder Shen, I have 3 flowers I'll trade with you. Elder Shen, I also have one, but I don't want Fire Beast crystals. Do you have any healing pills? I'm in desperate need of them.
The elders immediately voiced their offers, their expressions filled with excitement. In the Fire Pill Palace, fire beast crystals were practically a form of currency. Even those without fire affinity physiques could use them to trade for other necessities. Healing pills, for instance, were in particularly high demand. Shen Mo smiled.
No need to rush, I'll trade with everyone.
Yang Wei clicked his tongue in amazement from the side. He genuinely hadn't expected Shen Mo to bring out so many fire beast crystals all at once. The thought of clinging tightly to this powerhouse grew even firmer in his mind. In no time, Shen Mo had acquired all 8 Crimson Lotus flowers.
Elder Aoyang, thank you for helping me call out the offers. These 2 Fire Beast crystals are for you.
Shen Mo handed the remaining 2 crystals to Aoyang Wei. Aoyang Wei, overwhelmed, quickly waved his hands.
No, this isn't right. Elder Shen saved my life. Helping you shout was the least I could do.
Shen Mo firmly handed over the fire beast crystals. Aoyang Wei swallowed hard, clearly tempted by the crystals. Now that Shen Mo was so insistent, refusing to accept them would seem inappropriate.
All right, I'll take them. If Elder Shen needs my help in the future, Aoyang Wei, will not hesitate.
He patted his chest and spoke with determination. Shen Mo smiled and nodded. He had saved Aoyang Wei's life, and Aoyang Wei's assistance in calling out offers was a way to repay that debt. Yet Shen Mo still gave him 2 fire beast crystals as compensation. This was how relationships and favors worked. The surrounding elders, watching Aoyang Wei receive 2 fire beast crystals merely for shouting a few times, couldn't help but show envy. Shouting, even they could do that.
Elder Shen, aren't you being a bit too partial? It's just calling out offers. I can do it too.
A charming voice teased. Shen Mo turned to see a stunningly beautiful female elder, Liu Ryan. He chuckled.
Next time, Elder Liu, if there's an opportunity, I'll be sure to seek your help.
The elders exchanged knowing smiles, their faces filled with amusement. Shen Mo's gaze unconsciously swept over Liu Ryan, lingering briefly as thoughts churned in his mind.
So she's the one responsible for the underground fire eruption in the Fire Pill Palace.
Shen Mo strode out of the safe house, activating his 8-fold thunder movement technique, disappearing over the horizon in moments. After he left, 2 elders exchanged a glance and quietly followed him. Shen Mo had already noticed them, so once he was out of the safe house, he increased his speed and began circling around. Before long, he managed to shake off the 2 tailing figures. The 2 elders, now utterly lost, had no choice but to give up and return to the safe house. in a secluded underground cave. Shen Mo carefully inspected the array formations. Once he confirmed their integrity, he sat cross-legged. He had exchanged 8 crimson lotus flowers from the other elders, a treasure anyone would covet. Some might even be tempted to kill for them. After all, the Fire Pill Palace was not the main sect grounds of the Jade Cauldron Sect. Here, if someone were killed and the evidence erased, with no witnesses, no one would ever know how that person met their end. But Shen Mo had taken precautions before flaunting his wealth. He had prepared 3 separate hidden refuges like this underground cave, each fortified with various formations. They were secure enough for him to practice without worry. The so-called safe house was far from truly safe. Only his personal hideouts offered real security.
Crimson lotus flower.
Shen Mo took out 1 crimson lotus flower and examined it carefully. The flower was no larger than a palm, square-shaped, with no noticeable fragrance, a rather peculiar specimen. However, when he leaned in to take a closer sniff, Shen Mo felt his dantian grow warm. The usually calm sea of spiritual energy within him seemed to stir, as if a hungry puppy had caught the scent of a meaty bone.
The crimson lotus flower truly has the ability to strengthen the dantian.
Shen Mo murmured with approval. He immediately began refining it. Encased in spiritual energy, the palm-sized flower began to dissolve. Petals, stems, and leaves all melted down. Finally, it transformed into a red medicinal liquid. Shen Mo opened his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. The surging medicinal power immediately spread through his body, guided by his spiritual energy toward his dantian. In the next moment, his dantian emanated a comforting warmth. The edges of his dantian were expanding and growing. The growth was subtle, but Shen Mo could distinctly feel it. It was real.
The crimson lotus flower can be directly refined or combined with 2 other medicinal ingredients to create the crimson lotus pill, which has even stronger effects. Unfortunately, I don't know the recipe for the crimson lotus pill.
Chapter 257, Yiyan, you're truly shameless. Chapter 257, Yiyan, you're truly shameless. 1 month later.
This is the recipe for the pure nascent soul transformation pill. It practically fell into my hands without effort.
In the dark cavern beneath the number 9 earthfire furnace, Shen Mo held a yellowed sheet of parchment with a delighted expression. The parchment contained the detailed recipe for the pure nascent soul transformation pill. Every aspect, from ingredients to fire control and minute details, was meticulously recorded. With just a brief glance, Shen Mo already felt inspired, eager to start refining the pill. Of course, for those with average comprehension, this recipe would likely remain incomprehensible no matter how much effort they put in, leaving them staring blankly at the page.
There are 2 ways to refine the pure nascent soul transformation pill.
Shen Mo mused.
The first method is straightforward, requiring 12 types of herbs, but I don't have all those ingredients. The second is a shortcut. Since the pure nascent soul transformation pill shares similar ingredients with the greater nascent soul transformation pill, I can use 8 of the latter pills along with a tier 5 fire beast core to refine it.
Shen Mo's thoughts raced. Fortunately, his storage ring contained plenty of greater nascent soul transformation pills, and he also had a tier 5 fire beast core. This would be enough to refine 1 pure nascent soul transformation pill.
I even have a pill furnace, the one I obtained from Lion Roar Valley in the Azure Mountains. It's never been used before.
Shen Mo rummaged through his high-grade storage ring and retrieved a dust-covered pill furnace. The furnace was about the size of a human head, adorned with intricate carvings of plants and trees, exuding an ancient, mysterious aura.
However, this is just a top-tier mystic-grade pill furnace. Refining the pure nascent soul transformation pill might be too much for it. It could even explode halfway through the process. That would be a complete disaster.
After some thought, Shen Mo put the furnace back into his storage ring. A mystic-grade furnace wouldn't suffice. At the very least, he needed a low-grade earth-grade furnace.
There might be an earth-grade furnace hidden somewhere in the Fire Pill Palace. I'll need to keep an eye out for this opportunity.
Shen Mo stood up, ready to leave the underground cavern. Just then, the sound-transmitting jade on him suddenly vibrated. Shen Mo's heart stirred. The jade was the one Liu Ryan had distributed to them. Anyone holding it could communicate within a range of 100 miles, unaffected by the dense fire energy in the Fire Pill Palace. Shen Mo infused his spiritual energy into the jade. A panicked voice immediately echoed out.
This is He Tianchu. Yi Yan and I are near the Earthfire Eye of the number 9 furnace. 2 Tier 5 fire flood dragons are chasing us. Is anyone nearby? Please help.
Shen Mo raised an eyebrow. Fire flood dragons. Such fire beasts were rare, and their bodies likely contained fire beast cores. Moreover, He Tianchu was a decent person. Since Shen Mo had the ability to help, there was no need to turn a blind eye. As for Yi Yan, even if Shen Mo didn't intervene, Yi Yan wouldn't die. But Yi Yan was like a prime sheep ready for slaughter. Shen Mo had already stripped him of his recent opportunities, but fate likely favored Yi Yan, granting him new ones. With opportunities so close, how could he let them slip away? Shen Mo immediately dashed out of the cavern, heading straight for the Earthfire Eye beneath the number 9 furnace. Sure enough, after sprinting for 100 breaths, he spotted 2 figures desperately running for their lives, pursued by 2 massive fire flood dragons. One dragon was 60 zhang long, the other slightly smaller but still 50 zhang in length. He Tianchu was covered in injuries, his body charred black from burns. His defensive spiritual artifact had long since been reduced to ashes. Yi Yan's condition was slightly better, though his robes were in tatters, entirely stripped of his usual cold, domineering aura. Even if the 2 of them worked together, they might be able to deal with the smaller 50 zhang fire flood dragon, but would be severely injured in the process. However, with 2 dragons chasing them, they had no chance. He Tianchu gritted his teeth, forcing out the last remnants of his spiritual energy as he ran with all his might. Without help, he was certain to die. The thought filled him with despair. This year's Fire Pill Palace exploration was far more dangerous than ever before. Fire flood dragons, such fearsome beasts, had never appeared in the past. Yi Yan, in slightly better shape, occasionally glanced at He Tianchu, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. When being chased by a magical beast, you don't necessarily have to outrun the beast. Sometimes, you only need to be faster than your companion. And if that's not possible, you can always slow your companion down. Yi Yan's palm suddenly twisted backward, unleashing a flaming blade that struck directly in front of He Tianchu. He Tianchu's heart raced as he instinctively dodged. His speed dropped immediately in that crucial moment, putting him squarely in the attack range of the 2 fire flood dragons. Roar! The 2 fire flood dragons simultaneously opened their mouths, unleashing fireballs that struck He Tianchu's back with pinpoint accuracy. With barely any spiritual energy left in his body, He Tianchu could only muster a feeble defense. His body was blasted into the air, and a massive charred wound appeared on his back. He couldn't suppress a pained scream, gritting his teeth as he gasped for breath. Meanwhile, Yi Yan used the opportunity to widen the gap between himself and the fire flood dragons. Overcome with rage, He Tianchu roared.
Yi Yan, you're truly shameless.
He and Yi Yan had no personal grievances, yet Yi Yan had turned him into a human shield to cover his retreat. How could he not be furious? Roar! The deep growls grew louder. Trembling, He Tianchu raised his head, his scalp tingling with fear. The 2 fire flood dragons were already towering over him. The smaller dragon, 30 zhang long, opened its jaws wide, ready to devour him. But the larger dragon, 60 zhang long, snorted, sending a blast of hot air from its nostrils. The smaller dragon froze mid-action, reluctantly closing its mouth with a hint of frustration. The larger dragon then opened its mouth, its fangs descending toward He Tianchu, radiating searing heat that enveloped him, ready to consume him entirely. Despair filled He Tianchu's eyes. At a moment like this, who could possibly save me? Clang! A sharp and piercing streak of sword energy shot through the air, striking the head of the larger fire flood dragon. The dragon's head tilted to the side, missing He Tianchu entirely, and instead biting into a mouthful of dirt. Furious, the larger fire flood dragon let out a deafening roar, glaring toward its attacker. The smaller dragon also raised its head, its eyes scanning for the audacious intruder daring to intervene.
Move!
A familiar voice rang out. Startled, He Tianchu instinctively rolled to the side, tumbling several zhang away. He looked toward the sky and saw a figure in green battling fiercely against the two massive fire flood dragons. Tears welled up in He Tianchu's eyes. Shen Mo, it's Shen Mo. He hadn't been wrong to trust this friend. However, as He Tianchu assessed the situation, worry clouded his thoughts. The larger fire flood dragon was a peak tier 5 fire beast, and even the smaller one was at mid-tier 5. Shen Mo's cultivation was only at the nascent soul mid-stage. Could he really handle fighting both of them? He Tianchu watched the battle anxiously. Roar, roar, roar. The larger fire flood dragon, enraged by Shen Mo's interference, let out an earth-shaking bellow, unleashing a barrage of fireballs from its mouth. The fiery projectiles rained down like a meteor shower, threatening to engulf Shen Mo. With a single hand, Shen Mo tightly gripped his spiritual sword, two instruments, as spiritual energy surged within him. Streaks of yin sword energy shot out continuously. Each strike shattered a fireball midair, creating bursts of fireworks in the sky. He Tianchu watched in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief.
Isn't that the yin-yang dual energy sword technique? When did he learn that?
Chapter 258, The Flames Are Spent, Now It's My Turn. Chapter 258, The Flames Are Spent, Now It's My Turn. Elsewhere, Yi Yan had already sprinted over 1,000 zhang away. His ears twitched as he heard the roars of the fire flood dragons. Curiosity compelled him to glance back toward the source of the commotion. There, a figure in green was battling the two massive fire flood dragons head-on. The sharp and ruthless yin sword energy continuously shot out, keeping the two dragons at bay and eliciting furious roars.
Shen Mo!
Yi Yan's expression darkened.
That's the yin sword energy from the yin-yang dual energy sword technique. How could he have mastered it so quickly?
Yi Yan frowned deeply. When Shen Mo had chosen the yin-yang dual energy sword technique in the library, Yi Yan had scoffed, thinking it was a ridiculous choice, an overly ambitious attempt at a difficult skill. But now he realized just how wrong he had been. In just over a year, Shen Mo had mastered both yang and yin sword energies. For Yi Yan, achieving the same would have taken at least 3 years. Yi Yan's face shifted between shades of green and white as he looked again at the battle in the sky. The two fire flood dragons, one large and one small, were now attacking Shen Mo in tandem. Flames surged through the air, painting half the sky red. Shen Mo's entire figure was enveloped in the inferno. A hint of smug satisfaction crossed Yi Yan's face. I can't defeat the larger fire flood dragon, and Shen Mo isn't much stronger than me. Taking on both dragons at once? He'll be lucky to survive, let alone escape unscathed. Yi Yan decided to wait. If Shen Mo died, it would be the best outcome. If Shen Mo and He Tianchu somehow survived, Yi Yan would finish them off himself.
Shen Mo, you shouldn't have shown up. You shouldn't have played the hero and tried to save the day.
Yi Yan's gaze grew cold and calculating. He had wanted to kill Shen Mo for a long time but had never found the right opportunity. Now, it was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Above, the two fire flood dragons relentlessly spewed flames, their fiery breath covering the battlefield in a storm of heat and destruction. For 100 breaths, the inferno raged on without pause. On the ground, He Tianchu lay half-conscious, his mouth agape as he watched the spectacle. That level of fire.
Shen Mo!
He Tianchu lamented, tears streaming down his face. If it weren't for his distress call, Shen Mo wouldn't have come. Shen Mo wouldn't have died. It was all his fault.
Shen Mo bought me precious time. I must survive. I'll expose what Yi Yan did, and I'll bring Aoyang Wei and the others to avenge. Shen Mo will slay these two dragons.
With a deep breath, He Tianchu staggered to his feet. He cast one last glance at the inferno in the sky and began to flee as quickly as his battered body would allow.
The flames are spent, then it's my turn.
A calm voice echoed from within the sea of fire. He Tianchu froze mid-step, his heart skipping a beat. Slowly, he turned back toward the sky, hope rekindling in his eyes. The two fire flood dragons, having exhausted their flames to the point of hoarseness, stopped and stared in disbelief at the source of the voice. Suddenly, vibrant blue flames ignited, consuming the crimson inferno in an instant. The fire spewed by the dragons, powerful as they were, was mere beast fire innate to their kind but ultimately limited. What emerged now was the heavenly flame of the blue lotus core, a rare and unparalleled flame of legend. Beast fire was utterly insignificant in its presence. Amid the blue flames, Shen Mo stood tall, his green robes fluttering despite the stillness of the air. His figure exuded an aura of dominance and composure. The towering inferno from moments earlier had left him completely unharmed. From the ground, He Tianchu cried out in exhilaration.
You're alive, you're alive.
Shen Mo's gaze turned cold as he focused on the larger fire flood dragon.
Time for you to die.
With a flick of his wrist, his two instruments' sword glimmered, forming serpentine patterns of black and white energy that shot toward the dragon like striking vipers, intent on tearing it apart. The larger fire flood dragon sensed imminent danger and immediately assumed a defensive posture. However, in the blink of an eye, Shen Mo's figure disappeared. The only trace left in the air was faint streaks of lightning. A flicker of human-like astonishment appeared in the dragon's eyes. The next moment, a shriek of agony erupted from behind it. When the larger fire flood dragon turned to look, it saw a 30-zhang-long streak of ink-like sword energy piercing through the smaller fire flood dragon's body. This formidable Tier 5 mid-stage beast had its life extinguished in an instant, without even a chance to resist. It was the result of the fusion of the grass script swordbook and the root script swordbook, creating an even more powerful sword technique. He Tianchu's eyes widened in shock.
That speed in that split second, it was unbelievably fast. And that ink-like sword energy.
From a distance, Yi Yan witnessed the scene and was equally dumbfounded. He had always thought that, in a one-on-one fight, he could slay the smaller fire flood dragon as well, but there was no way he could kill it so quickly and effortlessly.
That ink-like sword energy.
Jealousy burned in Yi Yan's heart. Why did Shen Mo have all the treasures? Why was fate so unfair to him, leaving him with so few trump cards? Roar, roar, roar. The larger fire flood dragon roared in fury. Enraged by the death of its companion, it charged at Shen Mo with reckless abandon. Its massive jaws opened wide, large enough to swallow 10 Shen Mo's at once.
You charge at me instead of fleeing. This will be the worst decision of your life.
Shen Mo said calmly. Facing the ferocious charge, Shen Mo did not retreat or dodge. Instead, he raised his two-instrument sword once more.
When I killed the smaller fire flood dragon, I realized that the blending of water and ink is the perfect fusion. In the same way, Yang sword energy and Yin sword energy can also merge seamlessly. Today, I'll send you on your way with the two-instrument sword energy.
As Shen Mo spoke, white Yang sword energy and black Yin sword energy shot out from both sides of the two-instrument sword. In an instant, the sword energy expanded to more than 20 zhang, transforming the battlefield. Half the sky turned black and white, devoid of the fiery red hues that had previously dominated. What was even more astonishing was that the two opposing energies did not clash or conflict. Instead, under an invisible force, they began to merge. Moments ago, the black and white energies were distinct. Now, they blended into a single shade of gray. Gray. It symbolized death. It symbolized the absence of all vitality. This was the third stage of the yin-yang dual energy sword technique, two-instrument sword energy. But it wasn't just that. Within Shen Mo's Danshan, his nascent soul, crowned with a golden pill coronet, opened its eyes and gently moved its tiny hand. Golden energy surged from his Danshan, coursing through his body, and infused itself into the sword. This was the nascent soul mystic art, radiant sun source light. Even when applied to an ordinary skill, it could amplify its power by twofold. In an instant, the 20 zhang-long two-instrument sword energy expanded further, growing larger, longer, and more massive. Chapter 259, The Location of the Supreme Earth-Tier Cauldron. Chapter 259, The Location of the Supreme Earth-Tier Cauldron. Yi Yan's body instinctively warned him. Never look back. He knew he was no match for Shen Mo. As he fled at full speed, a bitter feeling welled up in Yi Yan's heart. Just a few years ago, he had already reached the nascent soul stage, minor completion, while Shen Mo had barely stepped into the nascent soul stage. Yet now, Shen Mo's strength had surpassed his. Facing Shen Mo, Yi Yan felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and fear. This feeling was terrifying. From Shen Mo's perspective, Yi Yan's figure gradually disappeared beyond the horizon. He didn't give chase. The distance was already considerable, and catching up to Yi Yan would take time. Moreover, someone like Yi Yan, a child of destiny, would be difficult to kill without an overwhelming disparity in strength. Since that was the case, pursuing him was unnecessary. He Tianchu in tears knelt and exclaimed.
Elder Shen, thank you. Thank you so much.
He even wanted to kneel and hug Shen Mo's legs. If not for Shen Mo's intervention, his life would have surely ended here.
No need to be so emotional, Hall Master he.
Shen Mo said with a wave of his hand, helping him stand up.
I have the strength to assist, so I naturally will.
He Tianchu took a few deep breaths to calm his emotions. Looking in the direction Yi Yan had fled, his eyes burned with hatred.
He Tianchu will never share the same sky with Yi Yan.
Shen Mo patted his shoulder.
Focus on healing for now. Once we return to the sect, Yi Yan's reputation will be in shambles.
The Fire Pill Palace had always been a place with few rules. Murdering for treasure was not uncommon, many had done it in secret. But the prerequisite was leaving no witnesses. For someone like Yi Yan to use He Tianchu to fend off a fire flood dragon while escaping unscathed, similar things had been done before. If He Tianchu had died, no one would have known what Yi Yan had done. But now that He Tianchu had survived, Yi Yan was in deep trouble.
All right.
He Tianchu replied, sitting cross-legged and pulling out several healing pills to begin his recovery. Meanwhile, Shen Mo strode over to the two fire flood dragons. With a small knife, he skillfully cut open their abdomens. Moments later, two thumb-sized fire beast demon crystals rested in his palm.
As expected, powerful fire beasts like these are likely to have demon crystals inside. And these are two fifth-tier fire beast demon crystals.
A smile spread across Shen Mo's face. This trip had been well worth it. By now, He Tianchu had recovered significantly. When he saw the two fifth-tier fire beast demon crystals in Shen Mo's hand, he couldn't hide his envy.
Elder Shen, you truly are blessed with great fortune. If someone else had encountered these fire flood dragons, they'd only have fled in panic. How could they slay them and obtain their demon crystals like you?
His words were filled with admiration. He had realized how vast the gap between himself and Shen Mo was. Naturally, he wouldn't harbor any covetous thoughts about the demon crystals. He even felt that Shen Mo's strength was now comparable to that of Lu Dongxuan. It was clear that choosing to ally with Shen Mo had been a brilliant decision.
By the way, I have something for you as a token of my gratitude for saving my life.
He Tianchu solemnly retrieved a tattered pill recipe and handed it to Shen Mo. Shen Mo accepted it and glanced over the recipe. The front of the recipe was heavily weathered, with much of the text obscured. Even with his extensive knowledge of rare materials, Shen Mo could only identify 5 or 6 ingredients at first glance. What use is this?
The key lies on the back.
He Tianchu said with a smile. Shen Mo flipped the recipe over. On the back, a string of clear and distinct words caught his eye.
I am Elder He Chun of the Four Cauldrons. I have discovered a supreme earth-tier cauldron, but I am gravely injured. I can only hide the cauldron in a secure location, hoping that future generations of the He family will retrieve it. I hope my descendants will diligently practice and not squander the sect's cultivation.
Beneath these words was a roughly sketched map, seemingly marking the location of a hidden treasure. Shen Mo was astonished. It was the location of a supreme earth-tier cauldron. And he indeed needed such a cauldron to refine pills at the moment. He Tianchu sighed.
He Chun was my grandfather. He perished in the Fire Pill Palace over 200 years ago. I've entered the Fire Pill Palace multiple times under the guise of earning contributions, but my true intent was to locate my grandfather's legacy. This was something I found near furnace number 9. Yi Yan didn't notice the writing on the back and discarded it like trash.
At this, He Tianchu sneered, seemingly mocking Yi Yan's inability to recognize its value.
Now I'm giving it to you. This opportunity should belong to someone stronger.
He looked into Shen Mo's eyes with sincerity. Shen Mo thought for a moment before nodding solemnly.
If that's the case, I'll gladly accept it. Thank you.
Hall Master He, you are gravely injured. I'll escort you back to the safe house before searching for the cauldron myself. I also have a bottle of healing pills here for you.
The value of a supreme earth-tier cauldron was immense. He Tianchu's deliberate act of offering such a significant gift clearly carried an ulterior motive. He wanted Shen Mo to protect him on his way back to the safe house. Moreover, if He Tianchu returned alone, there was a chance Yi Yan might ambush him en route. With Shen Mo escorting him, Yi Yan wouldn't have the opportunity. This way, once He Tianchu reached the safe house, he could also publicly reveal Yi Yan's despicable actions. Even if this didn't completely ruin Yi Yan's reputation or isolate him, it would at least make others wary of him. People like Yang Wenyuan and others might not voice it outright, but they would likely grow cautious of Yi Yan. As a result, Yi Yan would often have to act alone, reducing his chances of acquiring treasures. He Tianchu accepted the pills, his heart settling. He knew he had made the right gamble. Shen Mo was not like Yi Yan. If it had been Yi Yan, he might have killed He Tianchu on the spot, taken the map and sought the treasure himself. With that, Shen Mo and He Tianchu set out for the safe house, Shen Mo leading the way. A day later, the two passed by furnace number 8. Shen Mo noticed a broken stele with many inscriptions carved into its surface. As the pair stopped to rest for a moment, Shen Mo examined the writing and chuckled.
The words on this stele are full of insults against the Qingxuan Sect.
He Tianchu burst into laughter.
That's normal. When the Nine-Turn Pill Dao sect was annihilated, many of their cultivators, knowing their deaths were imminent, carved these stones to hurl insults at the 3 sects of Yu province. They accused them of betrayal, biting the hand that fed them, and other such nonsense.
Further into the depths of the Fire Pill Palace, beyond furnace number 12, there are even more of these steles.
Honestly, it's all because the Nine-Turn Pill Dao sect brought it upon themselves. If they had acted with decency, the 3 sects wouldn't have banded together to destroy them.
Shen Mo was intrigued. The Qingxuan Sect's library contained numerous texts on such topics. However, most of the books he had exchanged were about the 10,000 Demon Kingdom, leaving him with little knowledge about the Nine-Turn Pill Dao sect.
Hall Master He, tell me, what exactly did the Nine-Turn Pill Dao sect do to bring about their downfall?
Shen Mo asked with a smile. He Tianchu grinned.
This is something my grandfather told me. He participated in that great battle back then. At the time, the Qingxuan Sect, the Supreme Purity Sect, and the Danhe Sect were all subordinate branches of the Nine-Turn Pill Dao sect. If life had been tolerable under their rule, no one would have risen in rebellion.
Let me give you a few examples, Elder Shen, and you'll understand.
Chapter 260, Elder Shen, we've been tricked by Yi Yan, this is a killing formation. Chapter 260, Elder Shen, we've been tricked by Yi Yan, this is a killing formation. First, the Nine-Turn Pill Dao sect exploited the 3 sects of Yu province. Whenever a talented disciple in any of the 3 sects awakened an earth tier or higher constitution, they would be immediately taken by the Nine-Turn Pill Dao sect. Second, their stinginess. The Nine-Turn Pill Dao sect was miserly to the extreme, unwilling to share even the tiniest scrap.
Third, and most damning, the final sect master of the Nine-Turn Pill Dao sect was rumored to be connected to the demon clan.
There were claims he cultivated demonic techniques, and some said he was possessed by a demon clan member. Various rumors spread. This became the justification for the 3 sects of Yu province to unite against the Nine-Turn Pill Dao sect. The Demon Clan. Hearing this, Shen Mo's eyes lit up. Could this be the Demon Clan of the Suppressing Demon Sea?
Elder Shen, are you interested in the demon clan?
He Tianchu laughed. Shen Mo neither confirmed nor denied it. Instead, he smiled and said,
I've come across brief mentions of them in the Qingxuan Sect's library, but have no idea where the demon clan originated. Now that you mention the final sect master of the Nine-Turn Pill Dao sect had connections to the demon clan, it reminded me of the records I've read.
He Tianchu chuckled.
I don't know much either. All I know is that the demon clan was vast in number, and their individual combat strength was exceptionally high.
However, they've vanished without a trace and have almost never appeared in Jing country.
Still, some demonic techniques are secretly circulating.
Most of these techniques are adaptations of the demon clan's methods, and the major sects strictly prohibit their practice. Shen Mo fell into thought. So those techniques with extremely severe side effects fell into the category of demonic techniques. No wonder the final sect master of the Nine-Turn Pill Dao sect was connected to the demon clan. Demonic techniques were indeed powerful despite their drawbacks, far surpassing ordinary techniques. Every cultivator instinctively pursued greater power. It was an undeniable truth. The real question was whether one could remain true to oneself. He Tianchu didn't elaborate further on the demon clan, as his knowledge was limited to what his late grandfather had shared. The two conversed happily. He Tianchu was pleased to use these anecdotes to grow closer to Shen Mo. Shen Mo, on the other hand, was glad to learn more about ancient secrets, which might prove useful in the future. Not far away, a figure hid among the ruins, watching the two with cold eyes. It was none other than Yi Yan. He had changed into a fresh set of robes, tidied his hair, and restored his usual aloof, icy demeanor. But upon seeing Shen Mo and He Tianchu chatting together, he clenched his teeth involuntarily.
Damn it! Shen Mo is actually escorting He Tianchu all the way back. I'm confident I can ambush and kill He Tianchu, but I'm no match for Shen Mo.
What should I do? If they make it back to the safe house, He Tianchu will definitely expose what I've done.
A cold light flashed in Yi Yan's eyes. He was ruthless and domineering, but cared deeply about preserving his reputation. If He Tianchu revealed his actions, others would inevitably become wary of him. Even someone like Yang Wenyuan, son of Yang Ke, would secretly guard against him when cooperating. That would be disastrous.
The only solution is to act preemptively and beat them to the safe house. There's a killing formation ahead. If I can lure them into it, it might not kill them, but it will at least slow them down.
Yi Yan hatched a plan and immediately moved closer to the pair. From a distance, he unleashed a fiery palm strike. Shen Mo and He Tianchu were engrossed in their conversation, but hadn't let their guard down. They remained vigilant of their surroundings. Yi Yan's fiery palm strike immediately caught their attention. Shen Mo swiftly unsheathed his sword, unleashing a burst of radiant sword energy. Boom! The fiery palm and sword energy collided midair, intertwining before dissipating into nothingness.
It's Yi Yan, after him.
Shen Mo leapt to his feet, lightly tapping the ground with his toes to accelerate his pursuit. He Tianchu, his injuries mostly recovered, managed to follow behind with some difficulty. The two gave chase, rapidly closing the distance. As Yi Yan sensed them drawing nearer, his heart sank. How is Shen Mo faster than me? At this rate, he wouldn't even make it to the killing formation before Shen Mo caught up.
Damn it!
Gritting his teeth, Yi Yan activated his nascent soul's secret art. Golden nascent soul energy surged outward, instantly manifesting into a pack of ferocious wolves that charged at Shen Mo and He Tianchu to block their path. Shen Mo raised an eyebrow. The technique was powerful and operated independently of the surrounding spiritual energy. It was clearly Yi Yan's nascent soul secret art. His technique seems capable of mimicking various forms, making it versatile and flexible, but its power is nowhere near my own nascent soul secret art. Calmly assessing the situation, Shen Mo flicked his wrist, unleashing dual-colored black and white sword energy in rapid succession. Each slash of sword energy bisected one of the giant wolves, shattering them instantly. He Tianchu fought valiantly at Shen Mo's side. However, it took 3 or 4 of his attacks combined to bring down a single wolf, and after a period of intense combat, he was forced to slow down to recover his spiritual energy. Looking over at Shen Mo, He Tianchu was stunned to see that Shen Mo's pace of unleashing sword energy hadn't slowed at all. His spiritual energy seemed inexhaustible. He Tianchu couldn't help but marvel. He knew well the strengths and weaknesses of the yin-yang dual qi sword art. Its strength lay in its unparalleled power, far surpassing even supreme earth-tier techniques. Its weakness, however, was its immense difficulty to master and its overwhelming spiritual energy consumption. For most cultivators, sustaining such energy expenditure was impossible. But Shen Mo's Danshan seemed far larger than that of an average cultivator. Not only could he sustain the technique, but he did so with ease. Still, even with Shen Mo's unstoppable momentum, the wolf pack managed to slow them down. Taking advantage of this, Yi Yan widened the gap between them and quickly disappeared from sight. Shen Mo and He Tianchu pursued him into a ruined area. Just as Shen Mo prepared to accelerate, He Tianchu's expression darkened, and he grabbed Shen Mo by the arm.
Elder Shen, we've been tricked by Yi Yan. This is a killing formation.
He Tianchu scanned their surroundings, his face grim. Shen Mo raised an eyebrow and examined the area. Sure enough, fire elemental energy was converging on this spot. In an instant, a massive flame tornado erupted, centered around them. The crumbling ruins around them ignited, forming blazing barriers that trapped them within.
This is a supreme earth-tier formation, the fiery flame tornado formation.
He Tianchu said, his tone heavy.
One of the deadliest formations in the Fire Pill Palace. Without a 9-turn Pill Dao Sect Elder's token, it's impossible to break. Our options are either to endure it until the formation's spiritual energy depletes, or to launch a direct attack and forcefully break through. But this formation is intricately designed. We can't even locate the formation flags, let alone destroy them.
He Tianchu's face grew even darker.
I noticed this killing formation on my way here and deliberately avoided it. To think we still ended up trapped in it while chasing Yi Yan.
Chapter 261, Elder Shen, meeting you is my great fortune. Chapter 261, Elder Shen, meeting you is my great fortune. He Tianchu smiled bitterly.
Elder Shen, I'm sorry. Once again, I've dragged you into a life-and-death situation. The only good news is that the spirit stones powering this blazing flame tornado array seem to be nearly depleted. If we can hold on for half a day, we might survive.
Shen Mo pondered for a moment and said,
Yi Yan must have known this array couldn't kill us, yet he still went through all the trouble to lure us in.
It seems he's just trying to buy time. Buying time, what's the point?
He Tianchu was stunned. Shen Mo shook his head and calmly replied,
He knows the two of us are traveling together, so he can't kill you anymore. His plan is to rush back to the safe house ahead of us, twist the story, and frame us.
After thinking for a moment, Shen Mo fully understood Yi Yan's intentions. He Tianchu's eyes widened in rage.
Damn it, that shameless bastard.
Gritting his teeth, He Tianchu growled.
Are we just going to let him get back to the safe house first and accuse us without any recourse?
He was so furious he nearly spat blood. Shen Mo smiled faintly.
Don't be so anxious. This blazing flame tornado array won't be able to trap us.
He Tianchu froze.
Does Elder Shen have a plan?
His eyes brightened with excitement.
Could it be that you have an elder token from the 9-turn alchemy sect?
Shen Mo simply smiled without answering. Instead, he took out a token. The token emitted waves of invisible power, spreading outward. In an instant, the raging flame tornadoes around them stopped abruptly. Then, just as quickly, they reversed their course and gradually dissipated. The moment Shen Mo produced the token, all danger vanished into thin air. He Tianchu's eyes widened in disbelief. He wasn't a fool. He immediately realized what the token was. It had to be an elder token from the 9-turn alchemy sect. His gaze was filled with envy. Holders of the elder token could move freely within this fire alchemy palace. However, elder tokens were exceedingly rare, and not every Jade Cauldron sect cultivator could obtain one. Most people only carried inner sect disciple tokens, navigating precariously between fire beasts and killing arrays, barely surviving. Take He Tianchu, for instance. He had entered the Fire Alchemy Palace 3 times, yet never managed to find a single elder token from the Nine-Turn Alchemy Sect. But Shen Mo, on his very first visit, had effortlessly acquired one. The difference between people was truly staggering.
Let's go, Hall Master He. If we take a direct route, we should be able to reach the safe house before Yi Yan.
Shen Mo said, putting away the token with a smile. He Tianchu steadied himself and nodded repeatedly. Yi Yan didn't have an elder token, only an inner sect disciple token. This meant he would have to detour around killing arrays and fire beast groups. Naturally, this would take more time. With the elder token, Shen Mo didn't need to worry about killing arrays. He could walk straight through without hesitation. With the elder token in hand, no killing array would dare activate. He Tianchu sighed.
Elder Shen, meeting you is truly my great fortune.
Shen Mo simply smiled and gestured for him to follow. 6 days later, Yi Yan strode quickly into the safe house. He knew the blazing flame tornado array couldn't kill Shen Mo and He Tianchu. At most, it would trap them for a day or two. Thus, he had used every trick he could to speed up his journey. When encountering fire beast groups, he hid. When facing weaker killing arrays, he gritted his teeth and charged through. This had saved him a significant amount of time. Otherwise, for an average cultivator, returning to the safe house would have taken at least 10 days.
They must still be far behind me. If I get back to the safe house first, I can claim that He Tianchu attacked me and tried to use me as bait for the fire dragon.
Yi Yan took a deep breath. His mind was already formulating numerous contingency plans. Back when he was still a member of the Yi family in Jade Sea City, he had done something similar. That time, his actions had led to the death of a rival. To him, such tactics weren't morally wrong. In this world, only strength mattered. As long as he could become stronger, the means didn't matter. Steadying himself, Yi Yan strode confidently into the safe house. The moment he entered, countless pairs of eyes turned to focus on him. As Yi Yan entered the safe house, the gazes directed at him were filled with an array of emotions. There was surprise, disdain, and a peculiar curiosity. Among them was even Yang Wenyuan. Yang Wenyuan's expression was especially complex, as if he were looking at a stranger. Yi Yan's heart sank. What happened? Why is everyone looking at me like this? He spoke with a serious tone.
Everyone, I was ambushed by He Tianchu.
Before he could finish, a familiar voice interrupted him.
Yi Yan, you're a bit slow.
Yi Yan turned toward the voice, his eyes widening in disbelief. Standing there were 2 figures, Shen Mo and He Tianchu. Both were impeccably dressed, completely unharmed and brimming with energy. It was clear they had arrived at the safe house days ago.
You!
Yi Yan struggled to accept what he was seeing. Hadn't he tricked them into the blazing flame tornado array? At the very least, it should have delayed them for a day. How had they returned to the safe house several days before him? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. As the thought raced through his mind, a possibility suddenly struck him. An elder token. That's it. Only someone holding an elder token could have escaped the blazing flame tornado array. Only with an elder token could they take a direct route, bypassing the killing arrays entirely.
Yi Yan, you're cruel-hearted.
He Tianchu said, his eyes filled with hatred as he glared at Yi Yan.
For the sake of saving yourself, you didn't hesitate to attack a fellow sect elder. If Elder Shen hadn't happened to be nearby, I'd be dead by now, and the other elders would have been completely fooled by you.
Yi Yan, you're unworthy of being an elder of the Qingxuan Sect.
He Tianchu's furious rebuke was soon echoed by others. Yang Wei, Liu Ryan, and others added their voices to the condemnation. Even the elders of the 3rd and 6th peaks raised their voices against him. These elders were known for being opportunistic and rarely taking a clear stance. They usually played all sides between the sect leader, the 2nd elder, and the 10th elder. But now they acted decisively. It was evident that Yi Yan's lack of camaraderie had already alienated him. His cold, aloof demeanor had long annoyed them. With an opportunity to criticize Yi Yan, they weren't going to let it slip by. The deafening chorus of voices roared in Yi Yan's ears, making his head throb. Instinctively, he turned to Yang Wenyuan, looking toward the elders of the second peak. But the elders of the second peak all avoided his gaze. Today you framed He Tianchu, using him to block the fire beasts. Tomorrow will it be us? Will you sacrifice us as shields against your enemies? Trust once lost was difficult to regain. Yang Wenyuan's gaze toward Yi Yan was deeply conflicted. If you're going to do something like this, fine, but at least clean up after yourself. How can I help you if you don't even bother covering your tracks? Yi Yan glanced around the room. Not a single person was willing to speak up for him. It felt as though a fire was raging in his chest. He spoke coldly.
Twisting the truth. I, Yi Yan, have never done anything to wrong a fellow sect elder. But you two arriving at the safe house before me is indeed strange. I figured it out, one of you possesses an elder token. Instead of pointing fingers at me, you should think about how you're going to keep that elder token safe.
Chapter 262, A Great Opportunity. Solar Essence Flame. Chapter 262, A Great Opportunity. Solar Essence Flame. After speaking, Shen Mo turned and left the safe house. At this point, no matter what, he had to deny everything. As long as he refused to admit it, all accusations were baseless. Once he confessed, he would be forever marked with shame. Elder token. Hearing these words, the elders in the safe house reacted visibly, their expressions shifting. Some even looked greedily at Shen Mo and He Tianchu, unable to hide their desire. Yang Wenyuan was among them. The elder token was a treasure. With it, entering the Fire Pill Palace would never be a problem again. It granted unrestricted passage through the killing formations, as though walking on flat ground. Shen Mo swept his gaze across the room, his faint smile radiating confidence.
Do you believe everything Shen Mo says? Moreover, even if I have it, who dares to take it?
His gaze exuded unshakable confidence. The elders, having heard of Shen Mo's reputation, lowered their heads wherever his eyes landed. Whether out of fear or due to scheming their own plans, none dared meet his eyes. Shen Mo paid them no further attention and instead watched Shen Mo's departing figure thoughtfully. He noticed that Shen Mo had instead stumbled upon an opportunity because of this. And not just any opportunity, a monumental one. Recent opportunity, blamed by the elders and forced to leave the safe house. Overwhelmed with anger, Shen Mo coughed blood uncontrollably. That night, guided by a dream, he went straight to Furnace 11 in the ground fire zone. Half a month later, he discovered a budding solar essence flame and successfully subdued it with his solar melting fire constitution. Shen Mo took a deep breath, calming his excitement. It's here, it's here. Solar essence flame. Just hearing the name, he knew it was on par with the Azure Lotus Heart Flame. He couldn't let someone like Shen Mo, a scheming and unprincipled person, obtain it. Not because he wanted it for himself. Definitely not.
Furnace 11.
Shen Mo thought deeply and turned to He Tianchu to inquire further. He Tianchu smiled after hearing Shen Mo's question.
That's right, my master Elder 3 will be using Furnace 12 for alchemy this time, while Elder 7 will be using Furnace 11. But before entering the Fire Pill Palace, my master already mentioned that while Furnace 12 is usable, controlling the fire is notoriously difficult. That's why he and Elder 7 agreed to work together at Furnace 11.
Shen Mo nodded.
Good, thank you.
He Tianchu was surprised.
You're planning to go there? It's dangerous. That's already considered the depths of the Fire Pill Palace.
Shen Mo smiled.
Opportunity and crisis are two sides of the same coin. Perhaps there are greater treasures there, maybe even the pill formula for a pure nascent infant transformation pill.
He Tianchu burst into laughter, joined by Ouyang Wei and Liu Ryan nearby.
All right, you go ahead. I'll rest here for a while, and then I'll form a team with Ouyang Wei and the others to explore the deeper zones as well. If you run into trouble, who knows? Maybe I'll get the chance to help you out.
He Tianchu said sincerely. Shen Mo nodded and bid farewell to He Tianchu and the others. After pondering for a moment, Yang Wenyuan exchanged a glance with his followers, and a few of them immediately followed Shen Mo, leaving the safe house as well. Furnace 11 was located deep within the Fire Pill Palace. The temperature there was higher, the fire beasts stronger, and the killing formations more potent. Few dared to venture there without a perfected nascent infant stage cultivation. From the safe house, even with the inner sect disciple tokens of the 9 cycles Pill Dao sect, it would take at least half a month to reach Furnace 11. With the elder token of the 9 cycles Pill Dao sect in his possession, Shen Mo's speed would be significantly accelerated. If he set out now, he would undoubtedly reach Furnace 11 in the ground fire zone ahead of Shen Mo.
Perfect, that top-tier Earth-grade pill furnace is also near Furnace 11. I can take both in one trip. Once I have these 2 treasures, I'll be ready to refine the Crimson Scaled Pill and the pure Nascent Infant Transformation Pill. With a slight enhancement in my cultivation, I'll be ready to claim the most important treasure.
As Shen Mo traveled toward Furnace 11, he quickly formulated his plan. 7 days later, Shen Mo arrived beneath Furnace 11, just as he had predicted. The journey had been smooth, with no significant obstacles. Along the way, he had even slain a few fire beasts, acquiring 2 fire beast spirit crystals, an unexpected boon. As for the greedy eyes following him, they had vanished completely after he passed through several powerful killing formations. Clearly, they couldn't keep up with his pace. Now Shen Mo stood beneath Furnace 11, gazing up at the towering structure which rose 50 zhang into the air. Furnace 11 was one of the few remaining operational furnaces within the Fire Pill Palace, used for alchemy. The furnace radiated intense heat, fueled by the raging ground fire beneath it. At this moment, 2 figures hovered above the furnace, engrossed in their alchemical work. One was an elderly man with white hair and a thin frame. The other was a middle-aged man with a hooked nose and deep-set eyes. They were none other than Elder 3 and Elder 7. Shen Mo observed them thoughtfully. This time, Elder 3 and Elder 7 had entered the Fire Pill Palace together to refine pills for the sect. Elder 3 was known for his neutrality, some might even call him a fence-sitter. He always supported the winning side. In contrast, Elder 7 was closely allied with Elder Yang Qiai, the second elder, their relationship unbreakable. If only Elder 7 were present, Shen Mo might have faced some danger. However, with both Elder 3 and Elder 7 present, Shen Mo felt assured of his safety. Shen Mo's arrival didn't go unnoticed. As nascent soul stage cultivators, the 2 elders sensed his presence from afar.
Isn't that the young disciple from the 10th peak?
Elder 7 raised an eyebrow as he glanced at Shen Mo. Elder 3 also looked at Shen Mo, then turned to Elder 7 with a faint smile.
I suppose he's here treasure hunting. How amusing, to be searching for treasures here of all places.
Elder 7 sneered.
Doesn't he know I'm refining pills here?
Do you believe everything Shen Mo says? Moreover, even if I have it, who dares to take it? His gaze exuded unshakable confidence. The elders, having heard of Shen Mo's reputation, lowered their heads wherever his eyes landed. Whether out of fear or due to scheming their own plans, none dared meet his eyes. Shen Mo paid them no further attention and instead watched Shen Mo's departing figure thoughtfully. He noticed that Shen Mo had instead stumbled upon an opportunity because of this. And not just any opportunity, a monumental one. Recent opportunity, blamed by the elders and forced to leave the safe house. Overwhelmed with anger, Shen Mo coughed blood uncontrollably. That night, guided by a dream, he went straight to Furnace 11 in the ground fire zone. Half a month later, he discovered a budding solar essence flame and successfully subdued it with his solar melting fire constitution. Shen Mo took a deep breath, calming his excitement. It's here. Solar essence flame. Just hearing the name, he knew it was on par with the Azure Lotus Heart Flame. He couldn't let someone like Shen Mo, a scheming and unprincipled person, obtain it. Not because he wanted it for himself. Definitely not. Furnace 11.
Greetings to Elder 3 and Elder 7.
Shen Mo called out, cupping his hands respectfully.
I am here to seek treasures, and have no intention of disturbing your alchemical work.
Elder 3 smiled warmly and replied,
No harm done. I am not the one refining pills, I am merely assisting Elder 7. I will be here for a few more days, so feel free to search for treasures at ease.
Hearing this, Elder 7 frowned slightly. Shen Mo felt reassured. Elder 3's words carried two meanings. First, it was Elder 7, not Elder 3, who was refining pills. Second, Elder 3's presence for the next few days would maintain balance, ensuring Shen Mo's safety. It was clear that Elder 3 was hedging his bets, unwilling to offend either side. Shen Mo cupped his hands again.
I understand, Elder 3.
Without further ado, Shen Mo began carefully examining the surrounding area, searching for a path to the underground chamber of Furnace 11. Watching Shen Mo's actions, Elder 7 sneered coldly.
I've already searched this area thoroughly. There are no treasures here. He's wasting his time searching for something that doesn't exist.
Elder 3 laughed heartily.
Don't mind him. Focus on your pill refinement.
Do you believe everything Shen Mo says? Moreover, even if I have it, who dares to take it? His gaze exuded unshakable confidence. The elders, having heard of Shen Mo's reputation, lowered their heads wherever his eyes landed. Whether out of fear or due to scheming their own plans, none dared meet his eyes. Shen Mo paid them no further attention and instead watched Shen Mo's departing figure thoughtfully. He noticed that Shen Mo had instead stumbled upon an opportunity because of this. And not just any opportunity, a monumental one. Recent opportunity, blamed by the elders and forced to leave the safe house. Overwhelmed with anger, Shen Mo coughed blood uncontrollably. That night, guided by a dream, he went straight to Furnace 11 in the groundfire zone. Half a month later, he discovered a budding solar essence flame and successfully subdued it with his solar melting fire constitution. Shen Mo took a deep breath, calming his excitement. It's here. Solar essence flame. Just hearing the name, he knew it was on par with the Azure Lotus Heart Flame. He couldn't let someone like Shen Mo, a scheming and unprincipled person, obtain it. Not because he wanted it for himself. Definitely not. Furnace 11.
That's a responsibility I cannot bear.
Elder 7 snorted.
I know what I'm doing. I don't need you to lecture me.
Chapter 263, Another Spirit Energy Devourer. Chapter 263, Another Spirit Energy Devourer. Nightfall arrived quickly, though in the Fire Pill Palace the difference between night and day was minimal. The only noticeable changes were a slight drop in temperature and brightness. Ordinary mortals might not detect such changes, but for cultivators at the nascent infant stage or higher, such subtleties were easy to perceive. Shen Mo finally found what he was looking for: a ruined 300 jiang south of Furnace 11. The area was protected by a powerful defensive formation, barring any outsider from entering.
Impressive, he actually found that defensive formation.
Third Elder noted with a faint smile. Seventh Elder snorted coldly.
So what if he found it? Without a 4-ding Elder token or higher from the 9 Cycles Pill Dao Sect, he can't get in. I discovered that formation 20 years ago during one of my visits here for alchemy.
He continued.
And what came of it? You and I only have 3-ding Elder tokens from the 9 Cycles Pill Dao Sect. Neither of us could bypass that formation.
Third Elder nodded in agreement. Such formations were scattered throughout the Fire Pill Palace, each requiring a corresponding token for access. Unfortunately, when the 9 Cycles Pill Dao Sect fell, many elders chose to destroy their tokens, resulting in an extreme scarcity of these items. Even among the 10 current elders, none possessed a 5-ding Elder token or higher. The next moment, however, both elders watched in shock as Shen Mo strolled effortlessly through the defensive formation and descended into the underground chamber. Seventh Elder's expression froze. Third Elder's face lit up with a mixture of astonishment and amusement before he burst into hearty laughter.
Ha ha ha! Seventh Elder, we've underestimated Shen Mo. He actually has a 4-ding or higher Elder token.
Seventh Elder scowled deeply.
What ridiculous luck! How did he stumble upon such a treasure? When he comes out, I'll personally borrow that token from him. A token of that caliber should naturally be in the hands of someone like us to maximize its value. Don't you agree, Third Elder?
Third Elder neither agreed nor disagreed, maintaining his neutral demeanor as if he hadn't heard the suggestion. Seventh Elder cursed him inwardly for being such a sly old fox. Meanwhile, Shen Mo descended into the underground chamber. The sloping staircase stretched endlessly downward, each step leading him deeper into the earth. From the direction it led, Shen Mo deduced that it was taking him toward the ground fire source beneath Furnace 11. As he descended, the temperature steadily increased. Eventually, even Shen Mo began to feel the intense heat scorching his skin. He had to channel his spiritual energy to protect himself. Finally, a vast molten lake came into view. Waves of immense heat radiated outward, and a blinding light filled his vision. For a core formation stage cultivator, just 3 breaths in this environment would result in temporary blindness. 10 breaths would cause permanent blindness, with their eyeballs effectively being cooked. Shen Mo's gaze moved toward the center of the molten lake. There, directly beneath Furnace 11, the ground fire source was exposed. Every time pills were refined in Furnace 11, the ground fire was drawn from this very source. At the heart of the lake, a small cluster of light burned quietly. It stood out starkly from the surrounding chaos. It resembled an infant swaddled in a cradle, peaceful and distinct. Its glow and heat were unlike the frenzied, destructive energy of the ground fire. Instead, it was akin to the gentle warmth of a rising sun, calm and soothing, yet imbued with a grandeur that could pierce through the darkest night. The moment Shen Mo laid eyes on it, he knew what it was. It was the solar essence flame.
Solar essence flame, born from a strand of solar essence descending to the earth and merging with ground fire.
Shen Mo murmured to himself.
This solar essence flame is clearly still in its infant state, ignorant and without consciousness.
Shen Mo thought.
As long as it encounters a compatible constitution, it will instinctively draw close.
Shen Mo sighed softly. Ling Yan was truly lucky. With his solar melting fire constitution, the solar essence flame would naturally be drawn to him. He could subdue it effortlessly, without enduring the searing pain that Shen Mo had suffered when taming the azure lotus heart flame. Shen Mo took a deep breath, and blue flames surged around his feet. With steady steps, he walked directly onto the surface of the molten lake. The azure lotus heart flame supported his every step, allowing him to stride across the lake of fire. At this moment, Shen Mo seemed like a wanderer of flames, untouched by the raging inferno around him. After about 10 breaths, he arrived at the center of the molten lake. The small, quietly burning solar essence flame, no larger than a palm, seemed to sense his presence. It instinctively floated closer to him. Within Shen Mo's body, the azure lotus heart flame stirred. In an instant, it expanded into a massive lotus of blue fire, spanning 30 zhang and burning fiercely. The surrounding ground fire was completely consumed by the azure lotus heart flame, leaving a vacuum of fire. Even the ground fire being drawn into the furnace above vanished without a trace. In comparison, the tiny, palm-sized solar essence flame seemed almost insignificant, the contrast both striking and amusing. Shen Mo attempted to withdraw the azure lotus heart flame, but it resisted his command.
It seems that this reaction is inevitable when 2 different heavenly flames meet.
Shen Mo mused.
After all, they are divine creations of heaven and earth, exceedingly rare across the ages.
After a moment of contemplation, Shen Mo decided to let them interact without interference. To his surprise, the small solar essence flame showed no fear of the mighty azure lotus heart flame. Instead, it boldly approached and gently made contact. It was like a large, confident boy meeting a curious infant for the first time. The moment they touched, Shen Mo, through the azure lotus heart flame, felt a faint, fragile consciousness, innocent and untainted, like a blank sheet of paper.
So, this is the solar essence flame.
Shen Mo murmured.
In terms of consciousness, it surpasses the azure lotus heart flame. When I tamed the azure lotus heart flame, it acted purely on instinct without any awareness. But despite being so small, the solar essence flame already has self-awareness.
Impressive, he actually found that defensive formation, third elder noted with a faint smile. Seventh elder snorted coldly. So what if he found it? Without a Fording elder token or higher from the 9 cycles Pil Dao sect, he can't get in. I discovered that formation 20 years ago during one of my visits here for alchemy, he continued. And what came of it? You and I only have 3 Ding elder tokens from the 9 cycles Pil Dao sect. Neither of us could bypass that formation. Third elder nodded in agreement. Such formations were scattered throughout the Fire Pill Palace, each requiring a corresponding token for access. Unfortunately, when the 9 cycles Pil Dao sect fell, many elders chose to destroy their tokens, resulting in an extreme scarcity of these items. Even among the 10 current elders, none possessed a 5 Ding elder token or higher. The next moment, however, both elders watched in shock as Shen Mo strolled effortlessly through the defensive formation and descended into the underground chamber. Seventh elder's expression froze. Third elder's face lit up with a mixture of astonishment and amusement before he burst into hearty laughter. Hello. Seventh elder, we've underestimated Shen Mo. He actually has a 4 Ding or higher elder token. Seventh elder scowled deeply. What ridiculous luck, how did he stumble upon such a treasure? When he comes out, I'll personally borrow that token from him. A token of that caliber should naturally be in the hands of someone like us to maximize its value. Don't you agree, third elder? Third elder neither agreed nor disagreed, maintaining his neutral demeanor as if he hadn't heard the suggestion. Seventh elder cursed him inwardly for being such a sly old fox. Meanwhile, Shen Mo descended into the underground chamber. The sloping staircase stretched endlessly downward, each step leading him deeper into the earth. From the direction it led, Shen Mo deduced that it was taking him toward the ground fire source beneath Furnace 11. As he descended, the temperature steadily increased. Eventually, even Shen Mo began to feel the intense heat scorching his skin. He had to channel his spiritual energy to protect himself. Finally, a vast molten lake came into view. Waves of immense heat radiated outward, and a blinding light filled his vision. For a core formation stage cultivator, just 3 breaths in this environment would result in temporary blindness. 10 breaths would cause permanent blindness, with their eyeballs effectively being cooked. Shen Mo's gaze moved toward the center of the molten lake. There, directly beneath Furnace 11, the ground fire source was exposed. Every time pills were refined in Furnace 11, the ground fire was drawn from this very source. At the heart of the lake, a small cluster of light burned quietly. It stood out starkly from the surrounding chaos. It resembled an infant swaddled in a cradle, peaceful and distinct. Its glow and heat were unlike the frenzied, destructive energy of the ground fire. Instead, it was akin to the gentle warmth of a rising sun, calm and soothing, yet imbued with a grandeur that could pierce through the darkest night. The moment Shen Mo laid eyes on it, he knew what it was. It was the solar essence flame. Solar essence flame, born from a strand of solar essence descending to the earth and merging with ground fire, Shen Mo murmured to himself. This solar essence flame is clearly still in its infant state, ignorant and without consciousness, Shen Mo thought. As long as it encounters a compatible constitution, it will instinctively draw close. Shen Mo sighed softly. Ling Yan was truly lucky. With his solar melting fire constitution, the solar essence flame would naturally be drawn to him. He could subdue it effortlessly, without enduring the searing pain that Shen Mo had suffered when taming the azure lotus heart flame. Shen Mo took a deep breath, and blue flames surged around his feet. With steady steps, he walked directly onto the surface of the molten lake. The azure lotus heart flame supported his every step, allowing him to stride across the lake of fire. At this moment, Shen Mo seemed like a wanderer of flames, untouched by the raging inferno around him. After about 10 breaths, he arrived at the center of the molten lake. The small, quietly burning solar essence flame, no larger than a palm, seemed to sense his presence. It instinctively floated closer to him. Within Shen Mo's body, the azure lotus heart flame stirred. In an instant, it expanded into a massive lotus of blue fire, spanning 30 zhang and burning fiercely. The surrounding ground fire was completely consumed by the azure lotus heart flame, leaving a vacuum of fire. Even the ground fire being drawn into the furnace above vanished without a trace. In comparison, the tiny, palm-sized solar essence flame seemed almost insignificant, the contrast both striking and amusing. Shen Mo attempted to withdraw the azure lotus heart flame, but it resisted his command. It seems that this reaction is inevitable when two different heavenly flames meet, Shen Mo mused. After all, they are divine creations of heaven and earth, exceedingly rare across the ages. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Mo decided to let them interact without interference. To his surprise, the small solar essence flame showed no fear of the mighty azure lotus heart flame. Instead, it boldly approached and gently made contact. It was like a large, confident boy meeting a curious infant for the first time. The moment they touched, Shen Mo, through the azure lotus heart flame, felt a faint, fragile consciousness, innocent and untainted, like a blank sheet of paper. "So this is the solar essence flame," Shen Mo murmured. "In terms of consciousness, it surpasses the azure lotus heart flame. When I tamed the azure lotus heart flame, it acted purely on instinct without any awareness. But despite being so small, the solar essence flame already has self-awareness. If it continues to grow, it might even develop intelligence akin to that of a human." Deep in thought, Shen Mo extended his hand toward the solar essence flame. The little flame hesitated for a moment before gently making contact. In an instant, Shen Mo felt a connection form between him and the young, naive consciousness. The solar essence flame seemed to sense that it had found a compatible host. It joyfully flickered, then leapt into Shen Mo's mouth, traveling downward until it reached his dantian. To his surprise, Shen Mo felt no pain. Curious, he immediately examined his dantian with his spiritual senses. Inside his dantian at the bottom stretched an endless sea of spiritual energy, vast and boundless. Above this sea rested a solid Tao platform. Atop the Tao platform, the azure lotus heart flame burned fiercely, and now, beside it, the solar essence flame glowed softly. Shen Mo noticed the azure lotus heart flame grudgingly shift to make room for the newcomer, clearly reluctant but compliant. Above the two flames, a small figure sat cross-legged, wearing a golden pill crown and with its eyes tightly shut, the nascent soul. Nearby were a black helmet, chest armor, and right arm piece, the demonic armor. Beside the armor lay the grass sword manual and the root sword manual. The spiritual energy from the sea constantly rose to nourish the demonic armor and the sword manuals. However, a significant portion was also being consumed by the azure lotus heart flame and the solar essence flame. In just a brief moment, Shen Mo felt that the solar essence flame had absorbed nearly 10% of his spiritual energy.
The solar essence flame is clearly still in its developmental stage, yet its appetite for spiritual energy rivals that of the fully matured azure lotus heart flame.
Chapter 264, The Seventh Elder's Furnace of Elixir Liquid Goes to Waste, What a Pity. Chapter 264, The Seventh Elder's Furnace of Elixir Liquid Goes to Waste, What a Pity. At this moment, he suddenly felt an itch all over his body. It seemed as if every inch of his skin, flesh, and meridians was being nourished by a strange power, subtly yet steadily growing stronger. Shen Mo gently pressed his skin and noticed that its toughness had increased slightly. He was rather surprised.
Such a short amount of time, yet the improvement is this significant. No wonder they call it an eternal flame.
Shen Mo was ecstatic. When he had tamed the red lotus flame, his physical body experienced a tremendous enhancement. Subsequently, although the red lotus flame would draw on his spiritual energy, it also constantly nourished his body in return. Now he had added the solar essence flame. Clearly, the solar essence flame's ability to nourish the body was even greater than the red lotus flame. Even without actively practicing, merely sitting here in meditation would grant him a cultivation speed far beyond that of others in the same realm. If he actively cultivated with his techniques, his speed would be even more astonishing.
I look forward to the day it fully matures. It will surely unleash even greater power.
Shen Mo felt a tinge of excitement in his heart. The red lotus flame was already so formidable. The solar essence flame was evidently even stronger. Meanwhile, above the 11th earth fire furnace, the 7th elder sensed a change in the flame's intensity, and his expression suddenly turned grim.
What's going on? The earth fire has suddenly weakened, and it's getting weaker.
He growled. The 3rd elder paused, examined it carefully, and his face changed slightly as well. It was true. The once fiercely burning earth fire had now withered like a limp cucumber. The fire source was dark and deep.
What exactly is happening?
The 7th elder's expression was furious.
If this continues, this batch of pills will be ruined.
The 3rd elder coughed lightly and said,
Don't panic, I know you're anxious, but panicking won't solve anything. We chose the 11th earth fire furnace for its stable flame, but now that something's gone wrong, no one could have foreseen this.
I think we should just wait here. It will recover eventually.
The 7th elder rolled his eyes. What nonsense!
No, I need to go down and check. This batch of spirit refining pills has reached the most critical stage. If the earth fire doesn't recover within 30 breaths, this entire furnace will be wasted. When I return, I won't be able to explain myself.
The 7th elder gritted his teeth, activated a defensive martial skill, and leaped toward the dark earth fire source. The distance from the surface to the deepest part of the magma lake was considerable. Before the 7th elder could even reach halfway, the earth fire suddenly surged violently and erupted. His eyes widened in shock, and he quickly retreated. At the same time, he reinforced his defensive martial skill. He exerted all his strength to withstand the explosion of the earth fire. Boom! A column of flames erupted skyward from the fire source. It was like a massive firecracker had exploded. The 11th earth fire furnace was instantly pierced by the raging earth fire. With a thunderous roar, the 11th earth fire furnace collapsed. The elixir liquid inside the furnace naturally spilled into the high-temperature flames. In the blink of an eye, it evaporated into steam, disappearing into the sky. Thud! The charred 7th elder was spat out by the fire source. He rolled a few times on the ground before coming to a stop. The 3rd elder was dumbfounded, unable to speak for a long moment. Finally, the 3rd elder rushed to the 7th elder's side and helped him up. The 7th elder's robes were almost entirely burned away. Large patches of his skin were scorched black. As for his hair and beard, they had been completely incinerated.
Hey, are you all right?
The 3rd elder swallowed hard. He hadn't expected the earth fire's power to be so great that even a cultivator in the divine transformation realm would suffer such injuries. The 7th elder spat out a mouthful of black blood. As soon as the blood hit the ground, it evaporated instantly due to the intense heat. He rolled his eyes, which were now the only white part of his entire body.
The
7th elder forced out through gritted teeth. The 3rd elder coughed a few times.
You're not dead, so that's good enough. Hurry up and take some healing pills.
He pulled out a handful of healing pills and shoved them into the 7th elder's mouth. After swallowing the pills, the 7th elder let out a sigh of relief. But his face quickly twisted into fury.
That damned earth fire source.
The 3rd elder glanced at the blazing earth fire source and shook his head so vigorously it resembled a rattling drum. Are you kidding me? You went in and came out looking like this. If I go in, won't I end up the same?
My elixir liquid.
The 7th elder's gaze darted past the 3rd elder and landed on the collapsed 11th earth fire furnace. His eyes bulged and he let out a high-pitched scream. He looked as though he had just lost a loved one. If this batch of spirit refining pills had been successfully refined, it could have produced at least 100 pills. Enough to sustain the cultivation of 5 divine transformation realm cultivators for 5 years. Of course, considering the challenges of pill refinement, the 2 elders had each taken enough materials from the sect's warehouse to attempt refining 5 batches of spirit refining pills. However, the 7th elder had already failed 4 times. This was his final attempt. And now, not only was the elixir liquid gone, but even the earth fire furnace was destroyed. How was he supposed to face the other divine transformation realm elders when he returned? What could he possibly say? Tell them two pieces of
Good news.
First, his pill refinement success rate was 0, and all 5 batches of materials had failed. Second, future refinements would require using the even more dangerous 12th earth fire furnace. Wouldn't the other divine transformation realm elders chew him out when they heard this? The third elder, on the other hand, appeared unfazed. The 7th elder had used up all 5 of his material batches. But the third elder still had 2 batches remaining. Moreover, he was only assisting the 7th elder in refining this time. The failure of the refinement and the collapse of the earth fire furnace were primarily the 7th elder's responsibility, not his.
Third elder, could you spare me a batch of materials?
The 7th elder had no choice but to turn to him. The third elder smiled faintly, resembling a cunning old fox.
7th elder, I heard you own a high-grade spirit weapon at the earth rank, refined with a 5th-tier demon crystal.
The 7th elder cursed inwardly at the outrageous demand. But he dared not show any displeasure on his face. He could only nod reluctantly. It felt as if he could hear his own heart bleeding. That spirit weapon was incredibly valuable, the kind of treasure many would pay a fortune to acquire. But now, he had no choice but to agree to the third elder's terms. The third elder's face lit up with glee. Elsewhere, Shen Mo had already retraced his steps and exited the defensive formation. Instinctively, he glanced toward the 11th earth fire furnace. What he saw was a furnace reduced to rubble. Flames still flowed across the ground. The massive stone furnace was shattered, scattered in pieces. The fate of the elixir liquid was easy to imagine. Shen Mo blinked a few times. He seemed to understand what had happened.
The fire pill palace opens every so often, and the elders always choose the 11th earth fire furnace for pill refinement. This practice has lasted for at least 500 years. The 11th earth fire furnace couldn't withstand such prolonged use. It's old and worn out, and now it's finally collapsed. What a tragedy!
The 7th elder wasted a whole batch of elixir liquid. I really feel sorry for him.
Chapter 265. This is my opportunity, no one can take it away. Chapter 265. This is my opportunity, no one can take it away. Several days later, Yi Yan arrived at the 11th earth fire furnace with joy written across his face. After leaving the safe house, he had an inexplicable dream. The dream was strange, yet it seemed to guide him toward the 11th earth fire furnace. With a mindset of,
There's no harm in checking it out.
Yi Yan began his journey. Along the way, he was incredibly fortunate to stumble upon a 4-cauldron elders token from the 9-turn pill sect. This token allowed him to pass through certain lethal formations without being attacked by them. With this elders token, Yi Yan could now access many places he previously couldn't. Now, he had arrived at the base of the 11th earth fire furnace. However, the scene before him was nothing but a heap of shattered rubble.
Wasn't the 7th elder supposed to be refining pills at the 11th earth fire furnace? Why has it collapsed?
Yi Yan widened his eyes, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. He had no clues to work with, so he stopped pondering the reasons behind it.
Something here.
Yi Yan surveyed the area, instinctively searching. Before long, he found a section of the rubble and discovered a defensive formation there. Yi Yan's expression lit up. Such defensive formations typically concealed valuable treasures. But if it had been the previous him, without the 4-cauldron elders token, he wouldn't have been able to pass through it. Now, however, fate had smiled on him. Leaving the safe house had been a blessing in disguise, leading him to obtain the elders token. Breaking through this formation would be a simple matter. Yi Yan took a few deep breaths to steady his excitement and pulled out the elders token. As expected, the defensive formation did not stop his advance. Beyond the formation lay a staircase slanting downward. With excitement bubbling in his heart, Yi Yan charged ahead. What finally greeted his eyes was a brightly lit, scorching lava lake.
So that's how it works. The earth fire furnace draws fire from the lava lake for refining pills and forging artifacts. But other than the lava, there doesn't seem to be anything else here. Is there some great treasure hidden?
Yi Yan's initial excitement began to fade. Eventually, he sighed in disappointment, only to suddenly have an epiphany.
I get it now. The dream guided me here to focus on cultivating in this place. Perhaps the environment here can help me gain insights into my techniques and martial skills.
His spirits lifted slightly, and he quickly sat down to meditate. Maybe it was the Elder's token he had obtained, or perhaps it was his own optimistic imagination. Either way, his mind calmed quickly. He entered a meditative state almost instantly. At some point, he instinctively stood up. Though his eyes remained tightly shut, his hands began to move on their own. Dense fire elemental energy gathered from all directions. Before long, it coalesced into the shape of a massive blade. Compared to his previous flame palm blades, this one radiated an aura of ancient and boundless power. Even the intricate patterns on the surface of the giant blade were vividly detailed. It was as though a massive blade forged from metal truly rested in his hands.
Slash!
Yi Yan suddenly whispered the word. His hands merged and struck downward with great force. Boom! The blazing giant blade slashed forth. The flames roared like a waterfall of sunlight, surging and raging. In the next moment, the lava lake under the might of this strike parted on its own, revealing its dark, mysterious depths. Yi Yan's eyes snapped open. Witnessing the power of his slash, he was both astonished and elated.
The third technique of the Burning Heart blade style, I've mastered it.
The Burning Heart blade style was a top-tier earth-rank martial skill from the Qingxuan Sect. It had been personally taught to him by his master, Yang Ke. Because it was passed down directly between master and disciple, it didn't require contributions to the sect, only a partial contribution to his master. Several days later, the Burning Heart blade style consisted of 3 techniques: Flame Blade, Scorching Devastation, and Solar Cascade. With his fire attribute heaven rank physique, Yi Yan had easily mastered the first 2 techniques. However, the third technique, Solar Cascade, had eluded him for 3 grueling years of effort. Now, within the lava lake, observing the relentless surging of molten magma, he finally had an epiphany. He had mastered the third technique.
As expected, this is my opportunity. My opportunity, no one can take it away.
Yi Yan laughed heartily, his face brimming with satisfaction. Unbeknownst to him, his greatest opportunity had already been snatched by a certain Loki elder surnamed Shen. A lone withered tree stood stubbornly on the barren land. Perched on its branches were several fire crows, each radiating a faint heat. In the distance, more fire crows returned, filling the skies in a chaotic dance that resembled a swarm of demons. Their incessant cries echoed across the desolate landscape, creating a scene that would keep any onlooker at a respectful distance. Yet no one would suspect that beneath this withered tree lay a hidden cavern. Shen Mo was inside, preparing for alchemy. This was one of the secret hideouts he had prepared for himself. The area was the nesting ground of fire crows. Any cultivator who saw the intimidating fire crows would instinctively avoid the area, unwilling to venture closer. But Shen Mo, defying common sense, had entered through a concealed passage and set up several layers of formation flags beneath the withered tree, turning it into his safe zone. At this moment, Shen Mo was sitting cross-legged in the cavern. In front of him stood an ancient-looking pill furnace. This pill furnace was known as the Myriad Beasts Furnace. It was a treasure he had obtained by following the map he had discovered. Its surface was intricately carved with depictions of rare and exotic beasts. If fire beast demon crystals were used as fuel, it could slightly enhance the potency of the pills being refined. During the era of the 9-turn pill sect, this furnace was considered a first-class treasure. Without 60 points of C-rank contribution, no one could dream of acquiring it.
Let's start with refining Crimson Scales pills. I have 3 5th-tier fire beast demon crystals on hand, enough to refine 3 pills. After that, I'll move on to refining pure nascent transformation pills.
Shen Mo readied himself, focusing entirely on the process of alchemy, ignoring everything happening outside. He wasn't worried about Yi Yan or Xiao Fan obtaining the 9-turn pill cannon or the Tei Saint origin pill. The Fire Pill Palace was vast, and just traveling to the vicinity of the 13th Earth Fire Furnace would take significant time. Moreover, according to the predetermined timeline, Yi Yan and Xiao Fan wouldn't find the underground lava lake until the 10th month of their journey in the Fire Pill Palace. Shortly thereafter, the traitor would trigger a massive earth fire eruption, leading to catastrophic casualties among the elders of the Qingxuan Sect. Even if destiny had shifted slightly, it was impossible for the duo to find the treasures ahead of schedule. A day later, the first batch of Crimson Scales pills was completed. Shen Mo peered into the myriad beasts furnace and saw 3 gleaming pills.
Not bad, a successful refinement on the first try, and all 3 pills were perfectly formed.
He nodded in satisfaction. Storing away the 3 pills, he began working on the second and third batches. 2 days later, both batches were also successfully refined. In total, he had refined 11 Crimson Scales pills. The first batch produced 3 pills, while the latter 2 yielded 4 each. Shen Mo wasted no time, immediately swallowing 1 Crimson Scales pill. While refining the pill's effects, he simultaneously began the process of crafting pure nascent transformation pills. After all, the Crimson Scales pill's effect was simply to expand the Danshan, requiring no meticulous focus to refine. This allowed him to multitask and accomplish more. 5 days later, Shen Mo opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and radiant. Inspecting his Danshan inwardly, he noted its significant expansion after consuming all 11 Crimson Scales pills. Next, he consumed 2 pure nascent transformation pills. Though their full effects hadn't yet been absorbed, his sea of spiritual energy had surged dramatically. Not only was his Danshan replenished, but there was also surplus energy to sustain the ever-demanding Red Lotus Flame and Solar Essence Flame. Moreover, Shen Mo sensed that he was now just a step away from reaching the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm. With 3 or 4 more pure nascent transformation pills, he would likely break through to the next major realm.
It's time to seek out the most important treasures.
Chapter 266, The Clash of Two Fated Prodigies. Chapter 266, The Clash of Two Fated Prodigies. 1 month later, at the 13th Earthfire Furnace. To avoid the 12th Earthfire Furnace, Shen Mo deliberately took a long detour, ensuring he would not attract the attention of the 3rd and 7th Elders. Otherwise, they would certainly question why he had ventured deep into the Fire Pill Palace.
Found it!
Shen Mo quickly located the ruins near the Earthfire Furnace. A defensive formation still protected the area. As before, Shen Mo presented the 4 Cauldron Elder token and descended underground. Eventually, he arrived at the lava lake directly beneath the Earthfire Furnace. This lava lake was far brighter than the one beneath the 11th Earthfire Furnace. The Earthfire here was also far more violent and aggressive, like ferocious beasts eager to devour. As soon as Shen Mo approached, the Earthfire surged toward him, attempting to engulf him. Shen Mo remained calm, raising his hand to summon the Green Lotus Core Flame. The raging Earthfire recoiled instantly, like street thugs cowering before a powerful overlord. Shen Mo strolled effortlessly atop the lava lake, reaching its center. There, a desiccated corpse lay clutching 2 items. One was a thick tome crafted from metal pages. The other was a violet crystal jade box containing a swirling pill. Shen Mo's heart surged with joy. He bowed slightly to the deceased young sect master of the 9 Revolutions Alchemy Sect, and then retrieved the items. The tome was none other than the 9 Revolutions Alchemy Codex. The sect's cultivation techniques, martial arts, and pill formulas were all derived from this codex by the sect founder and other powerful cultivators. However, the content was profoundly esoteric. Even the sect founder, with his extraordinary talent, failed to fully comprehend it. Compared to techniques and martial arts, this codex was the true treasure. Flipping through a few pages, Shen Mo felt a headache and a foggy mind. Clearly, the codex required quiet concentration to study thoroughly. Shen Mo turned to the pill nearby.
This must be the tame sacred origin pill. I'm already of top-tier heavenly physique. Refining this pill would elevate me to a saint-tier physique. However, when I advanced from high-grade heavenly physique to top tier, the phenomenon caused was already immense. If I refine the tame sacred origin pill here in the fire pill palace and ascend to a saint-tier physique, the resulting phenomenon will undoubtedly be even more terrifying, attracting widespread attention. With so few people in the fire pill palace, they would quickly trace it back to me. Exposing my greatest trump card like this would be a loss rather than a gain.
Shen Mo pondered briefly and realized this was not the best time to ascend to a saint-tier physique. Suppressing his desire for immediate breakthrough, he carefully stored the tame sacred origin pill deep within his spatial ring. Once he left the fire pill palace, he could find a secluded place to refine it. Then, even if a rare and spectacular phenomenon occurred, he could swiftly leave without exposing his identity and secrets.
Now to find a spot to study the 9 Revolutions Alchemy Codex. Perhaps I can gain insights into techniques or martial arts suitable for me.
Shen Mo wasted no time and quickly departed. Not straying too far, he found a safe cave nearby, set up various formations, and began his meticulous study. Another month passed. A figure appeared near the 13th Earthfire furnace. It was Zio Fan.
Dan, we've finally arrived.
Zio Fan said, wiping sweat from his brow with a wry smile. A raspy voice echoed in his mind.
Something feels off about the fire pill palace. The fire beasts have grown significantly stronger. Otherwise, we would have arrived much sooner.
Zio Fan agreed, nodding.
I encountered danger multiple times on the way. If not for your intervention, I'd probably be dead by now.
Danha reassured him.
You're not yet at the level to handle everything alone. Moreover, you're my chosen heir. Even if I perish, I can't let you die.
Zio Fan pointed toward a ruined area.
It should be over there, right?
Danhe confirmed.
The young sect master told me before his death that if he couldn't escape, he would hide beneath the lava lake of the 13th Earthfire furnace.
Found it. Shen Mo quickly located the ruins near the Earthfire furnace. A defensive formation still protected the area. As before, Shen Mo presented the 4 Cauldron Elder token and descended underground. Eventually, he arrived at the lava lake directly beneath the Earthfire furnace. This lava lake was far brighter than the one beneath the 11th Earthfire furnace. The Earthfire here was also far more violent and aggressive, like ferocious beasts eager to devour. As soon as Shen Mo approached, the Earthfire surged toward him, attempting to engulf him. Shen Mo remained calm, raising his hand to summon the green lotus core flame. The raging Earthfire recoiled instantly, like street thugs cowering before a powerful overlord. Shen Mo strolled effortlessly atop the lava lake, reaching its center. There, a desiccated corpse lay clutching 2 items. One was a thick tome crafted from metal pages. The other was a violet crystal jade box containing a swirling pill. Shen Mo's heart surged with joy. He bowed slightly to the deceased young sect master of the 9 Revolutions Alchemy Sect, and then retrieved the items. The tome was none other than the 9 Revolutions Alchemy Codex. The sect's cultivation techniques, martial arts, and pill formulas were all derived from this codex by the sect founder and other powerful cultivators. However, the content was profoundly esoteric. Even the sect founder, with his extraordinary talent, failed to fully comprehend it. Compared to techniques and martial arts, this codex was the true treasure. Flipping through a few pages, Shen Mo felt a headache and a foggy mind. Clearly, the codex required quiet concentration to study thoroughly. Shen Mo turned to the pill nearby. This must be the tame sacred origin pill. I'm already of top-tier heavenly physique. Refining this pill would elevate me to a saint-tier physique. However, when I advanced from high-grade heavenly physique to top-tier, the phenomenon caused was already immense. If I refine the tame sacred origin pill here in the fire pill palace and ascend to a saint-tier physique, the resulting phenomenon will undoubtedly be even more terrifying, attracting widespread attention. With so few people in the Fire Pill Palace, they would quickly trace it back to me. Exposing my greatest trump card like this would be a loss rather than a gain. Shen Mo pondered briefly and realized this was not the best time to ascend to a saint-tier physique. Suppressing his desire for immediate breakthrough, he carefully stored the Tai's sacred origin pill deep within his spatial ring. Once he left the Fire Pill Palace, he could find a secluded place to refine it. Then, even if a rare and spectacular phenomenon occurred, he could swiftly leave without exposing his identity and secrets. Now to find a spot to study the 9 Revolutions Alchemy Codex. Perhaps I can gain insights into techniques or martial arts suitable for me. Shen Mo wasted no time and quickly departed. Not straying too far, he found a safe cave nearby, set up various formations, and began his meticulous study. Another month passed. A figure appeared near the 13th Earthfire furnace. It was Xiao Fan. "Danhe, we finally arrived," Xiao Fan said, wiping sweat from his brow with a wry smile. A raspy voice echoed in his mind. "Something feels off about the Fire Pill Palace. The fire beasts have grown significantly stronger." "Otherwise, we would have arrived much sooner," Xiao Fan agreed, nodding. "I encountered danger multiple times on the way. If not for your intervention, I'd probably be dead by now." Dance reassured him, "You're not yet at the level to handle everything alone. Moreover, you're my chosen heir. Even if I perish, I can't let you die." Xiao Fan pointed toward a ruined area. "It should be over there, right?" Dan confirmed. "The young sect master told me before his death that if he couldn't escape, he would hide beneath the lava lake of the 13th Earthfire furnace. His treasures would be left there for future generations." Xiao Fan's expression lit with excitement. He had endured a grueling journey through the Fire Pill Palace, facing fire beasts and deadly formations. He had even gone to great lengths to avoid the watchful eyes of the elders from the Qingxuan Sect. After countless hardships, he had finally arrived. Now it was time to claim his reward.
Let's go!
Xiao Fan dashed forward, producing his 9 Revolutions Alchemy Sect Elder token. He easily passed through the defensive formation and descended into the underground lava lake. Looking at the blazing, unusually bright lava lake, he sighed softly.
The 9 Revolutions Alchemy Sect in its prime must have been magnificent.
Danhe responded with a hint of pride.
Indeed, there are 15 such lava lakes in the Fire Pill Palace alone.
And treasures like the Fire Pill Palace. The 9 Revolutions Alchemy Sect had 5 of them.
But all that glory has faded with time. Shanking Sect, Jade Cauldron Sect, Danhe Sect, those 3 sects repaid kindness with betrayal, joining forces to attack the 9 Revolutions Alchemy Sect. Truly shameless.
When we obtain the 9 Revolutions Alchemy Codex and leave this place, we'll begin gathering the sect's remnants. Sooner or later, they'll pay for their blood debts.
Danha's voice was filled with deep hatred, his tone sharp and vengeful. Xiao Fan pointed toward the center of the lava lake.
That must be the young sect master, right?
Dan's tone turned melancholic.
Yes, there's no miracle here. The young sect master has long been reduced to a desiccated corpse in this extreme heat. Let's go, I'll protect you across.
With Dan's protection, Xiao Fan reached the center of the lava lake. However, all that remained was a shriveled corpse. There was nothing on the body. Not even the slightest trace of the 9 Revolutions Alchemy Codex. There wasn't even a storage ring on the fingers. Xiao Fan's expression was one of shock.
Where are the items?
Dan fell silent.
I'd like to know as well.
At that moment, Xiao Fan suddenly heard footsteps coming from the entrance. He quickly turned around and saw a figure in red combat attire. This man's face was cold and expressionless, clearly not someone easy to deal with. What was more important, Xiao Fan recognized this face. Not only recognized it, he was intimately familiar with it. It was none other than the person he had clashed with in the Qingxuan mountain range. As Xiao Fan spotted Yi Yan also saw Xiao Fan. Both were initially stunned, but their expressions quickly turned to anger.
It's you!
They shouted in unison. Yi Yan's fury erupted instantly. He was someone who held grudges deeply. During their encounter in the Qingxuan mountain range, he had wasted decades of his lifespan because of this man. That hatred had been festering ever since, waiting for the day he could settle the score. And now, of all places, he encountered Xiao Fan again in the Fire Pill Palace.
You're not an elder of the Qingxuan Sect, yet you've entered the Fire Pill Palace. That's crime 1. You opposed me in the Qingxuan mountain range. That's crime 2. You deserve to die.
Yi Yan's voice was icy, devoid of emotion. Suddenly, he raised both hands, bringing them together sharply. Fire attribute energy surged violently, coalescing with great intensity. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into the shape of a massive blade. The blazing great blade resembled a waterfall of sunlight. The intense heat seemed as if it could evaporate everything in existence. Its blinding radiance was nearly enough to sear eyes shut. This was the third form of the Burning Heart blade technique, Sunfall. Yi Yan held nothing back, unleashing his strongest attack from the start. Xiao Fan, both startled and enraged, shouted,
If you're so eager to die, then I'll grant your wish.
In the next instant, the two fated prodigies collided in a fierce and explosive battle. Meanwhile, Shen Mo, who had inadvertently set the stage for this friendly exchange. Chapter 267, The Secret Art of Controlling Fire Beasts. Chapter 267, The Secret Art of Controlling Fire Beasts. 2.
Hand over the treasure here, and I'll spare your life.
Yi Yan said, his expression icily cold. Xiao Fan sneered.
I was about to ask you the same. When I arrived, this place was empty. Now you appear and claim there's treasure. Did you take it first and set a trap for me?
Yi Yan's gaze turned even colder. He had accidentally discovered a defensive formation near furnace number 13. After delving underground, he stumbled upon this scene. There must be treasure here. But judging by Xiao Fan's expression, it seemed he hadn't obtained it either. So who could have taken the treasure? What infuriated Yi Yan further was that Xiao Fan's hidden cards were no less than his own. Moreover, Xiao Fan carried the soul of a powerful entity, at least a former nascent soul cultivator. If he could kill Xiao Fan, perhaps he could seize the treasures on him. However, neither of them could kill the other right now. And neither was willing to leave first and expose their back to the other. Thus, the standoff persisted. At that moment, subtle changes began to occur in the lava lake. The once steadily bubbling lava suddenly became violently agitated, almost unnaturally so. It felt as if an invisible giant hand was stirring the underground flames, brewing a terrifying surge. In Xiao Fan's mind, the voice of Dan suddenly sounded.
The lava lake is behaving strangely. It might erupt at any moment. Stop wasting time with him and leave immediately.
Xiao Fan was stunned.
But I haven't obtained anything yet.
Danha replied sternly.
If the underground flames erupt, even a nascent soul cultivator would be severely injured. I can't protect you. Better to live and fight another day. Even if the 9 turns alchemy canon is truly lost, I can find other opportunities for you.
Xiao Fan took a deep breath.
Fine, let's go.
Without hesitation, he stomped the ground and spun toward the staircase leading to the surface. Yi Yan, with his sharp perception, also noticed the anomaly in the lava lake. Seeing Xiao Fan decisively turn to leave only heightened his sense of unease. Without delay, he followed suit. The two had just reached the staircase when a deep, muffled explosion echoed from the depths of the lava lake. The surroundings of furnace number 13 shook violently at that moment. Both men's faces changed. Using every ounce of their strength, they unleashed their body techniques and martial skills, racing upward with all their might. Xiao Fan glanced back in passing. As expected, the underground flames were surging toward them. The path behind had been entirely consumed by fire. A chill ran down his spine. Had Dance not warned him in time, he would have been engulfed by the flames by now. At this point, both men knew there was no room for further conflict. Escape was their only option. 500 feet.
Fight while retreating. We can't kill him and he can't kill you either.
Danha said seriously. Yi Yan and Zio Fan glared coldly at each other as they slowly backed away. Only when the distance between them exceeded 300 feet did both heave a sigh of relief. Then, after giving each other a final deep look, they dashed in opposite directions, widening the gap between them. Shortly after they left, Shen Mo emerged from his hiding spot. The scene of the two fighting earlier had been entirely visible to him.
Quite an entertaining fight.
Shen Mo remarked, though he didn't actually feel like laughing. Yet when he thought of how they had fought tooth and nail, only to end up empty-handed, he couldn't help but chuckle. How amusing.
The lava lake had a minor eruption. The impact wasn't significant.
He mused.
But since it's starting here, other places should begin as well. In the end, this will lead to an unprecedented eruption of underground flames.
Shen Mo refocused his thoughts, a contemplative expression on his face. Back when he saw Liu Ryan, he had already realized that she was the traitor responsible for triggering the eruption of underground flames. However, exposing Liu Ryan on the spot wouldn't have maximized his interests. And without concrete evidence, accusing her would only alert her and make himself a target.
But this eruption seems to have occurred earlier than in the predetermined fate. It appears that the trajectory of fate has shifted.
Shen Mo pondered for a moment before glancing at his life panel. Upcoming turn of events? 10 days later, Liu Ryan will tame 3 fire flood dragons located 300 miles northeast of the safe house. She will eventually lead a large number of fire beasts to attack the safe house. Many elders will perish. Shen Mo, under the cover of Lu Dongxuan, escapes the safe house and encounters the third elder, who fights through a horde of fire beasts to protect him. Under the third elder's shelter, he survives. Shen Mo nodded thoughtfully. So that's how it is. Fate had indeed undergone a minor adjustment. Perhaps Liu Ryan believed that the eruption of underground flames alone wasn't enough to kill all the cultivators in the Fire Pill Palace. Or maybe one of the underground flame nodes hadn't erupted yet. Many factors could have played a role. Under these circumstances, Liu Ryan used some method to control the fire beasts for her purposes. Most of the fire beasts were driven to surround the third elder and the seventh elder. Although the strongest of the fire beasts was only at the peak of the fifth, rank equivalent to the peak of the nascent soul stage. It is said that even ants can bite an elephant to death. The sheer number of fire beasts was enough to give these 2 nascent soul cultivators a massive headache, forcing them to respond with great caution. Meanwhile, the rest of the fire beasts, led by Liu Ryan, directly attacked the safe house, wiping out all the elders in one fell swoop. This ensured no survivors. Shen Mo clicked his tongue in amazement. Liu Ryan was truly ruthless and decisive in her actions.
What method is she using to control the fire beasts? Could it be the fire beast powder? Or perhaps a counterfeit version created by the state governor's office?
Chapter 268, You Have No Manners, What Did Your Father Teach You? Chapter 268, You Have No Manners, What Did Your Father Teach You?
In due time, Liu Ryan will command an overwhelming army of fire beasts to besiege the safe house. To hole up is to die, to strike back is also to die. If it were anyone else, they'd probably be out of options and waiting for death.
Shen Mo chuckled lightly. The formula for fire beast powder had indeed been lost. However, it was still recorded in the 9 turns alchemy canon. Moreover, the ingredients needed to craft fire beast powder could be found right here in the Fire Pill Palace. With a bit of time, Shen Mo could produce fire beast powder himself.
Time is running out. Let's begin immediately.
Shen Mo started searching for the corresponding ingredients without delay. Boom, boom, boom. Across the Fire Pill Palace, underground flames erupted in varying degrees of intensity. The closer to the safe house, the more powerful the eruptions became. Several elders who had been treasure hunting near the underground furnaces were killed instantly when the flames exploded. They didn't even have the chance to leave a dying word. The remaining elders, both furious and terrified, abandoned whatever they were doing, even if precious treasures like red phosphorus flowers or star sand lay just ahead. They rushed back toward the safe house without hesitation.
I heard that furnace number 4 and furnace number 6 both erupted. A friend of mine died at furnace number 6. It's not just those furnaces number 7, number 8, and number 10 have also erupted. The flames are advancing toward the safe house. What's going on? How could the underground flames become so violent? Exactly. The stationed elders said it was impossible for this to happen within 3 to 5 years. Could the stationed elders of the Fire Pill Palace be traitors, just like that Bloodvine Valley elder from last time? Do you think one of the elders who entered the Fire Pill Palace is a traitor? If external forces are involved, it's possible to trigger these eruptions. That's highly likely, but who would do such a thing?
The elders exchanged whispers, their faces filled with worry. It hadn't even been a year since they entered the Fire Pill Palace, and they couldn't leave. The dense fire spiritual energy interfered with communication jades, making it impossible to contact the outside world. If this continued, even the safe house might be consumed by the flames. At that moment, He Tianchu and Aoyang Wei were also speaking in hushed tones.
Shen Mo and Liu Ryan haven't returned yet. Could something have happened to them?
He Tianchu asked, his face clouded with worry. Aoyang Wei furrowed his brow.
Elder Shen is incredibly strong. Even in the event of an eruption, he should be fine. But Liu Ryan.
He Tianchu sighed. Bang! Yang Wenyuan strode into the safe house with several men following close behind. His gaze was ice cold as it locked onto He Tianchu and Aoyang Wei.
Arrest them!
Yang Wenyuan barked. Several elders surged forward, surrounding He Tianchu and Aoyang Wei from all sides to prevent their escape. He Tianchu froze in shock.
Yang Wenyuan, what is the meaning of this?
Yang Wenyuan gritted his teeth.
One of my men saw Liu Ryan throw something into furnace number 10, which immediately triggered its eruption. Furthermore, someone witnessed her commanding 4 fire flood dragons, driving them toward other furnaces. You two, along with Shen Mo, were part of Liu Ryan's small group before entering the Fire Pill Palace. She is clearly a traitor, and the suspicion on you cannot be cleared. What?
He Tianchu and Aoyang Wei were stunned and enraged. Never in their wildest dreams had they imagined that Liu Ryan was behind this disaster. Moreover, she had somehow managed to control fire flood dragons. The thought was simply inconceivable.
Shen Mo hasn't returned either. He might also be out there inciting the eruptions.
One elder growled. Earlier, Shen Mo and He Tianchu accused Yi Yan of harming fellow elders, claiming he wanted to use He Tianchu as a human shield against the fire flood dragons. Now, it seems their accusations were just manipulative lies to force Yi Yan out of the safe house. Another elder, as though struck by inspiration, added his voice to the growing uproar. Voices erupted from all directions, condemning He Tianchu and Aoyang Wei. Even Shen Mo, who wasn't present, became a focal point of their accusations, labeled a
traitor.
Of course, not everyone believed that He Tianchu and Aoyang Wei were traitors. Some elders stepped forward to defend them. The standoff persisted.
Who said my junior brother is a traitor?
A loud, brash voice echoed through the room, followed by a long, resonant burp. Yang Wenyuan turned his head to see Lu Dongshuan striding in confidently, holding a wine jar in one hand. The strong aroma of liquor wafted from the jar, making everyone's mouth water with just a single sniff. The moment Lu Dongshuan appeared, the elders fell silent. Aside from Yang Wenyuan, none of them were Lu Dongshuan's match, and they dared not confront him directly. Yang Wenyuan snorted coldly.
Don't think you can shield him forever.
Moreover, if he truly is a traitor, not only you, Lu Dongshuan, but even the entire 10th peak won't escape blame.
Hig. Lu Dongshuan let out another loud burp, spraying spittle onto Yang Wenyuan's face.
With no evidence, you keep accusing people of being traitors. You really have no manners. What did your father teach you?
Lu Dongshuan sneered. Yang Wenyuan's face flushed red with anger, his fury barely contained.
Lu Elder, can you contact the 3rd Elder or the 7th Elder? If they act, perhaps they can calm the underground flames.
One of the elders asked anxiously. Lu Dongshuan waved his hand.
No, I can't. The flames are even more intense where they are. Besides, as far as I know, they're busy refining pills and probably have no idea what's happening elsewhere. If Liu Ryan has any sense, she won't trigger the flames there.
Hearing this, the elder's heart sank into despair. Lu Dongxuan was right. It was highly unlikely that the third elder and the seventh elder could help. They would have to save themselves.
I propose forming teams led by the strongest elders to head toward the remaining untriggered flame nodes.
He Tianchu suggested seriously. Currently, only 2 nodes remain unaffected, nodes number 5 and number 9. Liu Ryan is very likely heading to one of those 2 locations.
We must capture her alive before she triggers all the nodes.
Otherwise, the entire Fire Pill Palace may be consumed by the violent underground flames, and none of us will survive. Lu Dongxuan nodded approvingly.
Well said, old brother He. You truly are my lifelong confidant and brother.
He Tianchu felt a little embarrassed at Lu Dongxuan's praise. He knew Lu Dongxuan had deliberately said that to vouch for him with his own reputation.
Let's go and search for her.
Yang Wenyuan snorted and led his men out of the safe house. Lu Dongxuan scratched his head, turned to the other elders and adopted a serious expression. The elders thought he was about to say something crucial and all straightened up, ready to listen. Instead, Lu Dongxuan burped again and said,
On your way, if you find some fiery nectar, bring it back for me. We can negotiate whatever you want in return.
I only found a small jar of fiery nectar this time, and it's nowhere near enough.
The elders.
Let's go. We'll search for Liu Ryan and also look for my junior brother.
Lu Dongxuan called, motioning for He Tianchu, Aoyang Wei, and the others to follow.
All right.
Chapter 269, If Only Shen Mo Were Here. Chapter 269, If Only Shen Mo Were Here. The path leading to furnace number 5 was a mandatory route. Here lay a desolate ruin. Only crumbling walls and scattered debris remained, obscuring any trace of the grand structures that once stood. Liu Ryan was silently hiding within the ruins. Beneath the ruins, 2 flame flood dragons and a large flock of fire crows were concealed. Her gaze rested on furnace number 5. 3 flame flood dragons patrolled the area. Liu Ryan waited patiently. Even though the scorching sands burned her skin, she did not utter a single complaint. She was a servant raised by the state governor's residence. For 3 generations, her family had loyally served the state governor's household. When the governor of Yu State instructed her to infiltrate the Qingxuan Sect, she abandoned everything without hesitation. Starting as an unknown rogue cultivator, she gradually earned the Qingxuan Sect's recognition, ultimately joining its ranks. Now, after nearly 2 centuries of deep cover, she was about to reap the rewards of her mission. She had waited too long for this day. As for the bonds she had formed in the Qingxuan Sect and her relationships with the elders, they were nothing more than a facade. When the time came, she would discard them without hesitation.
Shen Mo didn't come, nor did he Tianchu or Aoyang Wei. It seems they've gone to furnace number 9. What a pity, I had hoped to personally kill them.
Liu Ryan took out her transmission jade, and when she didn't sense the familiar aura, she smiled faintly. When they first entered the Fire Pill Palace, she had deliberately handed out this set of transmission jades to Shen Mo, Lu Dongxuan, and the others, not for communication or sharing intelligence. These jades had been crafted with a unique mineral during their creation. Whenever another jade came within a 500-mile radius, her jade would heat up. This feature allowed her to locate her targets and plan her next moves. Liu Ryan knew that Shen Mo was an extraordinary talent destined for greatness. He had to be eliminated as soon as possible, so she prepared accordingly. At that moment, she felt a faint tremor in the ground.
Looks like someone is coming. I hope the feast I've prepared will be to their liking.
With a faint smile, Liu Ryan quietly left. 5 flame flood dragons, each as powerful as a nascent soul cultivator at the peak stage. Over 100 fire crows, each with the combat strength of a peak core formation cultivator. In swarms, they could peck a nascent soul cultivator to death within moments. Such a grand gift was not something ordinary people could handle. Moreover, she had cleverly orchestrated an ambush from both front and rear. Before long, Yang Wenyuan led 6 elders to the site. From a distance, they spotted the 3 flame flood dragons patrolling beneath furnace number 5.
Flame flood dragons. Liu Ryan must be nearby charge.
Yang Wenyuan roared and took the lead. The 3 flame flood dragons also noticed them, and a fierce battle broke out instantly. Although Yang Wenyuan's side had the advantage in numbers, he was their main powerhouse, a nascent soul cultivator at the peak stage, proficient in poison techniques. Quickly, they gained the upper hand against the 3 flame flood dragons. However, just as they thought victory was within reach, a cacophony of cawing erupted behind them. In the next moment, 3 more flame flood dragons and over 100 fire crows surged out from the ruins, charging at them in a frenzy. Yang Wenyuan and his companions paled.
Run, retreat now.
He bellowed. In an instant, the fiery beasts overwhelmed them. Amid the vast, endless red desert, a lone figure in green walked steadily. It was Shen Mo. He had already left furnace number 13 and was heading toward a safe house. A sachet hung at his waist, containing a batch of fire beast repellent he had just concocted. He intended to test it on some
Lucky
subjects.
whom fire beasts are approaching. Excellent.
With his keen perception, Shen Mo immediately sensed 3 flame tigers stealthily closing in on him. The next moment, the 3 flame tigers suddenly leapt out, glaring at him menacingly. Shen Mo smiled faintly and casually slapped the sachet at his waist. With a surge of spiritual energy, the powder of the fire beast repellent scattered into the air. The flame tigers, which had been ready to pounce, instantly caught a whiff of the repellent. It was as if they had sensed the scent of a natural predator. Their fierce demeanor vanished. Their ears drooped, their eyelids fell, and they crouched low to the ground. One of the smaller flame tigers even flipped onto its back, exposing its belly in a gesture of submission. Shen Mo smiled slightly. As expected, though the fire beasts had reproduced for generations, their instincts remained unchanged. They could still be controlled by the fire beast repellent. This meant that dealing with Liu Ryan's army of fire beasts would no longer be an issue.
Time to head back to the safe house.
Shen Mo oriented himself and quickened his pace toward his destination. At the center of the Fire Pill Palace, a safe house stood tall. Outside the safe house lay the mangled corpses of numerous fire beasts. Among them were several cultivator corpses, their remains horribly mutilated and incomplete. Farther out on the horizon, more fire beasts lurked, their eyes watchful and menacing. Yet they kept their distance, like soldiers awaiting orders. At this moment, He Tianchu and Aoyang Wei were leading a small group through the field of beast carcasses, searching for the bodies of fallen cultivators. Their expressions were utterly fatigued. They had just finished an intense battle. Relying on the protective formation of the safe house, they had barely managed to fend off an attack by 32 fire beasts, draining nearly all their spiritual energy in the process.
Found one here. Here's another. And here.
Their hoarse voices called out softly. The 3 corpses were quickly dragged back into the safe house to prevent further desecration by the fire beasts. Even in death, the thought of one's body being devoured was unbearably tragic. With a thud, the group collapsed inside the safe house. He Tianchu, Aoyang Wei, and the others slumped to the floor, utterly exhausted. As nascent soul cultivators and elders of the Qingxuan Sect, they had never felt so drained. In one day, the safe house had been attacked by fire beasts 4 times. Just yesterday, there had only been a single attack. No one could have imagined that in just one day, the number of fire beasts would multiply so drastically. Worse still, they were running dangerously low on healing pills. In the sweltering heat, injuries were worsening at an alarming rate. Only those with fire-aligned constitutions were still in relatively good condition. The rest of the cultivators were weak and dispirited, barely clinging to life. Inside the safe house, a somber atmosphere hung over the elders. Everyone sighed heavily. Almost every person bore visible wounds. Yang Wenyuan was still alive, but half of his group had perished. Even Yi Yan had returned to the safe house from outside. Now, more than ever, manpower was needed, and old grudges had to be set aside for the time being. Lu Dongxuan, uncharacteristically sober, furrowed his brows as he racked his brain for a way to deal with Liu Ryan. The entire safe house was eerily silent.
If only Shen Mo were here.
Yang Wei sighed.
He's powerful and smart. He'd surely come up with a solution. Yes.
Chapter 270, The Only Hard Part of You is Your Mouth. Chapter 270, The Only Hard Part of You is Your Mouth. Yang Wenyuan sneered.
Anyone who hasn't come back by now is long dead out there.
Lu Dongxuan shot him a cold glare. Yang Wenyuan immediately felt an intense killing intent and snorted before falling silent. He Tianchu and Yang Wei exchanged glances, their expressions bleak. Yang Wenyuan wasn't wrong. Anyone still missing at this point was likely devoured by fire beasts or killed by volcanic eruptions.
Sigh, who could have expected that Liu Ryan could control fire beasts? At this point, we can only hope that the third and seventh elders make it here.
One elder couldn't help but break the oppressive silence.
Don't count on it. The third and seventh elders are likely surrounded by hordes of fire beasts themselves, unable to spare any effort to come to us.
He Tianchu sighed deeply. The faint glimmer of hope that had just risen in the hearts of the elders was instantly crushed. Indeed, if Liu Ryan had orchestrated the volcanic eruptions and could command fire beasts, she wouldn't have overlooked targeting the third and seventh elders, the two strongest fighters. The third and seventh elders were likely facing an even greater number of fire beasts, struggling just to survive. They were no longer a viable hope. The only ones they could rely on now were themselves. But how could they possibly save themselves against an ever-growing swarm of fire beasts? Roar, roar, roar. More fire beast roars echoed from outside. Yi Yan glanced out the window and saw 30 fire wolves and fire leopards charging toward the safe house.
They're coming again.
Yang Wei's weary expression made it seem as though every word he spoke aged him another decade.
Wait!
He Tianchu stood up, his eyes widening as he noticed even more fire beasts behind the first group. Among them were several flame flood dragons, each over 40 meters long. Lu Dongxuan, Yang Wenyuan, and the others quickly scanned the other windows.
There's movement to the east, at least 50 beasts. South as well, 41. The north.
The cultivators' eyes widened in despair. They understood immediately. Today was the end. Liu Ryan had amassed a large enough force of fire beasts to finish them off in one fell swoop. Before long, the fire beasts surrounded the safe house. Several flame flood dragons stood tall, gazing down at the building and the cultivators inside as if sizing them up.
It's Liu Ryan, she's here. Damn that wretch, my brother died because of her. I watched him burn alive in the volcanic eruption. I'll kill her myself.
One of the elders, his eyes bloodshot, pulled out a spirit bow and prepared to shoot.
Quiet, let's hear what she has to say.
Yang Wenyuan barked. Liu Ryan smiled faintly.
Elders, I know what you're thinking. You're hoping I'll show you mercy. Unfortunately, I have no such intentions. I'm only here to witness your despair. This is a small hobby of mine.
She covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes glinting with a dangerous allure. But to the elders, her smile was chilling, sending shivers down their spines. As Liu Ryan prepared to give the command for the fire beasts to attack, a disturbance erupted on the outskirts of the fire beast horde. Liu Ryan immediately sensed something was wrong and turned to look. She saw a figure in green. Not only her but Lu Dongxuan, Yang Wenyuan, Yi Yan, He Tianchu, and the others also recognized the familiar figure.
Shen Mo, is that Shen Mo?
He Tianchu and Yang Wei's eyes widened in shock. Lu Dongxuan was overjoyed.
Junior brother isn't dead. Indeed, he's not dead, but coming here voluntarily is tantamount to suicide.
Yang Wenyuan frowned. Yi Yan remained silent, but his gaze at Shen Mo was cold and filled with schadenfreude. Clearly, he was hoping the fire beasts would pounce on Shen Mo and tear him apart. Liu Ryan looked at Shen Mo and began to laugh.
Shen Mo, you're an astonishingly talented genius, and the #1 name on my list. Originally, that spot belonged to Yi Yan, but now it's you. You're the person I most want to kill, and I never thought you'd deliver yourself right to my doorstep.
She covered her mouth, laughing with crescent-shaped eyes.
Junior brother, run, I'll buy you some time.
Bang! Lu Dongxuan kicked the door of the safe house wide open and charged out. He Tianchu, Aoyang Wei, and the others followed closely behind, their eyes bloodshot. Shen Mo smiled faintly.
Senior brother, don't worry. With me here, none of these fire beasts will dare act recklessly. You'll survive, I'll survive, and everyone will make it out alive.
Lu Dongxuan was stunned. He Tianchu and Aoyang Wei looked at Shen Mo in bewilderment.
What are you talking about?
Yang Wenyuan and Yi Yan frowned even more deeply.
What nonsense is he spouting? Unless the 3rd and 7th elders arrive, we don't stand a chance.
He's just a nascent soul cultivator. What can he do? Isn't he just another meal for the fire beasts?
The other elders exchanged confused glances, unable to understand where Shen Mo's confidence came from. Liu Ryan burst into laughter, her shoulders shaking as though she had just heard the most hilarious joke in the world.
Do you even know how many fire beasts are here?
362.
Among them, there are 4 5th-stage peak flame flood dragons.
50 more are 5th stage.
The rest are at least 4th stage.
I know your strength is extraordinary. You've even slain 2 flame flood dragons on your own. Seeing you rescue Hitianchu back then did surprise me.
But how many fire beasts can you possibly kill? 5, 10, 20.
She turned to glance at the restless fire beasts behind her, wearing a confident smile once more.
Human strength is limited. You cannot possibly contend with such a massive horde of fire beasts. Or perhaps I'll offer you a way out.
Liu Ryan smiled slyly.
Your talent is exceptional, and it would be a pity for you to die here. Why not abandon the Qingxuan Sect and join the governor of Yu State?
The other elders erupted in rage upon hearing this.
Damn it, she really is working for the governor of Yu State.
The governor's residence has been planting spies in our sect all along. Unforgivable. And to think the 2nd elder trusted them, saying the governor's residence would ensure stable trade and supply us with spirit and demon beast materials. Utter nonsense.
Shen Mo looked at Liu Ryan and shook his head.
Who said I would die here?
Liu Ryan chuckled dismissively.
The only hard thing about you is your mouth, isn't it?
Her expression suddenly turned icy.
I've given you a chance. If you won't abandon the darkness and embrace the light, then you deserve to die with the Qingxuan Sect.
Today, everyone in the Fire Pill Palace will perish.
Chapter 271. This life of yours has no meaning to keep. Chapter 271. This life of yours has no meaning to keep. In the next moment, the fire beasts surged forward like flowing lava, charging straight toward the safe house. The momentum was overwhelming. It seemed as if they would flatten the safe house in an instant. The defensive array of the safe house was already on the verge of collapse. Now, it couldn't withstand the simultaneous assault of hundreds of fire beasts. In less than 100 breaths, it shattered into countless specks of light. The last barrier had fallen. At this moment, the safe house was as vulnerable as a defenseless maiden about to face the onslaught of hundreds of fire beasts. However, an unusual fragrance drifted in with the wind. The fire beasts suddenly stopped in their tracks. They began to sniff furiously, as if they had caught a whiff of something terrifying. In that instant, it awakened a deeply buried, ancient memory within their very bloodline.
Roar, roar, roar.
The fire beasts immediately ceased their advance, letting out anxious growls. But their growls carried hints of fear and trepidation. It was as if they had smelled the scent of a natural predator. This scene struck everyone like a tidal wave of shock.
What's going on? Why aren't the fire beasts moving?
Tianchu and Aoyang Wei exchanged astonished and puzzled glances.
It feels like they've sensed the presence of a natural enemy.
Lu Dongxuan exclaimed in surprise. Yang Wenyuan frowned slightly.
Could it be that a stronger fire beast has appeared, one that has replaced Liu Ryan as their leader.
Yi Yan furrowed his brow tightly, equally unsure of what was happening. The other elders each had their own interpretations. Regardless, the sudden halt of the fire beast horde was like a glimmer of hope piercing through the despair of the night. Compared to the varied reactions of the group, Liu Ryan's expression was deeply troubled. She could clearly feel the fire beasts beginning to slip out of her control.
What's happening?
Is the imitation fire beast incense no longer working?
Liu Ryan pulled out a sachet and infused it with spiritual energy. Fine powders dispersed into the air and entered the nostrils of the surrounding fire beasts. However, the fire beasts still refused to heed her commands. They remained in place, restless and agitated.
An imitation is, after all, just an imitation.
The prefectural governor's office lacks the skill.
Shen Mo's voice floated in with the wind. Liu Ryan turned to the figure in green robes. To her shock, she noticed that Shen Mo was also holding a sachet. The faint aroma in the air was emanating from his sachet.
That's...
The prefectural governor's office verified that when the Nine-Turn Pill Dao sect was annihilated, all fire beast incense was burned. Even the formula for fire beast incense was destroyed long ago.
Liu Ryan's eyes widened in disbelief, a mix of shock and fury spreading across her face. She had been completely confident that the imitation fire beast incense would perfectly control these beasts. The idea that the real fire beast incense could resurface and ruin her plans had never crossed her mind. Upon hearing Liu Ryan's words, the other cultivators froze.
Fire beast incense.
What's that?
Ouyang Wei scratched his head. He Tianchu frowned.
My grandfather mentioned it once. It's something the Nine-Turn Pill Dao sect used to control fire beasts. With fire beast incense, even a body-refining realm cultivator could easily slaughter a 5th-tier fire beast.
Yang Wenyuan's frown deepened.
But fire beast incense has long been lost to history. No one can make it anymore.
Could it be that some remnants of fire beast incense were left in the Fire Pill Palace? That seems unlikely.
What else could it be? Little junior brother must have found some remnants of fire beast incense. Amazing, little junior brother.
After Lu Dongxuan's exclamation, the other cultivators' eyes sparkled with realization. Of course. It was improbable that the Nine-Turn Pill Dao sect had completely eradicated every trace of fire beast incense. There was a chance that some remnants remained. Just because they couldn't find it didn't mean no one could. Clearly, Shen Mo was such a person of extraordinary fortune he had found it. Yi Yan's gaze was locked on Shen Mo's figure. His fists clenched tightly. His knuckles turned pale and stood out sharply. Even he hadn't been able to find the fire beast incense. Shen Mo could find it. But why? Under the gaze of all present, Shen Mo casually tossed the sachet high into the air. Then, with a flick of his finger, a strand of spiritual energy struck the sachet, shattering it. In an instant, a vast amount of fine powder rained down from above. The fire beasts instinctively inhaled the powder. They confirmed it. This was fire beast incense.
Roar!
The fire dragon at the front, measuring 49 zhang in length, immediately prostrated itself. Its submission triggered a wave of obedience. Fire tigers, fire wolves, and fire leopards all lowered their front legs and knelt. Fire crows, fire falcons, and other avian beasts descended to the ground, not daring to take flight. Crash! In an instant, all 362 fire beasts became docile, silent, and subservient, like cattle awaiting slaughter. This was precisely the method the Nine-Turn Pill Dao sect had used to harvest fire beast demon crystals in the past.
My heavens!
He Tianchu and Ouyang Wei were stunned, their mouths agape.
Incredible, junior brother.
Lu Dongxuan was so exhilarated he clenched his fists and guzzled from a wine jar. Yang Wenyuan's expression was complex, and he said nothing. Meanwhile, Yi Yan's eyes burned with undisguised hatred. Shen Mo had just become his savior. Did this mean he would now have to lower himself before Shen Mo? Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Tab tab. Shen Mo strolled leisurely through the fire beast horde. He stopped before Liu Ryan. At this moment, Liu Ryan's once radiant face had turned ashen, pale as paper.
You.
Liu Ryan's eyes lost focus, and she muttered.
Impossible.
Repeatedly. She had infiltrated the Jade Cauldron Sect for so long, pouring her heart and soul into completing this mission. She had reached the final step. As long as the fire beast horde charged forward and massacred the elders, her task would be complete. Yet now, at the final moment, everything had been undone so effortlessly by one man, in a way she could never have foreseen. Real fire beast incense. How could such a thing exist? Thud. Liu Ryan couldn't accept it. She fell to her knees. Her heart sank into despair. Her mission had failed. Her identity was exposed. What awaited her now was the endless interrogation and coercion of the Jade Cauldron Sect.
You won't drag me back to the Jade Cauldron Sect for questioning. The prefectural governor's office won't admit I'm their spy within the sect. In the end, you'll gain nothing.
Liu Ryan suddenly raised her head and laughed hysterically. Shen Mo spoke indifferently.
Take you back, there's no need for that. Your mission has failed, your identity is compromised, and the prefectural governor's office will deny your existence. They'll wipe out your family to silence any leaks. I anticipated all of this.
So keeping you alive serves no purpose. Off you go.
Shen Mo extended a finger, pointing at Liu Ryan. His lips moved slightly as he uttered 3 words.
Eat her alive.
Liu Ryan's eyes widened in horror, darting toward the surrounding fire beasts. She saw them, the creatures that had once regarded her as their master, now staring at her with savage, predatory eyes.
No, the prefectural governor wouldn't treat my family like that.
Chapter 272, Senior Brother, Do You Have a Problem? Chapter 272, Senior Brother, Do You Have a Problem? Before long, the fire beasts retreated. All that remained was a pool of blood and some tattered cloth. As for the alluring woman from before, she had long since vanished. Yang Wenyuan and Yi Yan both raised their heads to look at Shen Mo. For some reason, they instinctively felt a chill rising from within. Was it fear? Was it admiration? It seemed to be neither. And yet perhaps it was both. Lu Dongshuan suddenly dashed forward and gave Shen Mo a bear hug.
Little junior brother, you're incredible. You saved my life, damn it. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Tell you what, I owe you a jar of blazing fire brew. How about I repay you with that?
Shen Mo.
Well, senior brother, do you have a problem? Ha ha ha.
Lu Dongshuan held Shen Mo tightly, laughing so hard he wiped away tears.
Damn it, I really thought I was going to die just now. Just thinking about all the fine wine in this world I haven't tasted yet terrified me. Thank goodness for you.
He Tianchu, Aoyang Wei, and several others stepped forward with expressions of deep respect.
Elder Shen, thank you.
With that, they bowed deeply to Shen Mo. Soon, even more 3 cauldron and 4 cauldron elders came forward, bowing deeply to him as well. Even though their elder ranks were higher than Shen Mo's. Even though their ages far exceeded his, to the point where they could be his ancestors. Yet they still made this gesture. This was gratitude. A natural response to a lifesaver. As more and more people bowed to Shen Mo, Yang Wenyuan and Yi Yan's expressions grew increasingly grim. This was not good news. It meant that the reputation of the 10th peak would soar to unprecedented heights in the coming days. Shen Mo's achievement in saving so many elders would make his name unparalleled for some time.
Elders, you are all my seniors. Such formalities are unnecessary.
Shen Mo said, cupping his hands. His face showed no trace of arrogance or pride. It was as though he had done something utterly trivial. The elders were astonished but deeply gratified. This young man was truly a rare talent. By comparison, certain individuals' brilliance seemed to pale. Several elders couldn't help but glance at Yi Yan, who was standing inside the safe house. They also recalled the stain on his reputation. Every elder here had heard Liu Ryan's earlier words loud and clear. She had said that Shen Mo single-handedly slew 2 fire dragons and saved He Tianchu. This was entirely contrary to Yi Yan's claims. Moments ago, Liu Ryan had an overwhelming advantage. She could have ordered the slaughter of all the elders with a single command. Naturally, she had no need to deceive them. So who was lying? The answer was obvious.
Why are you all standing around? With so many fire beasts lying obediently on the ground, shouldn't we get to work?
Lu Dongxuan laughed heartily. The elders snapped out of their daze. That's right. Fire beast monster cores were valuable treasures. Normally, encountering either a massive horde of fire beasts or an extraordinarily powerful one would force them to retreat. But now, with so many fire beasts lying there submissively, ready to be harvested, this was the perfect opportunity to collect fire beast cores. The elders grew enthusiastic and began slaughtering the fire beasts, harvesting their cores. However, they all carefully avoided the fire dragons. It was as if they couldn't even see them. Shen Mo observed this and understood instantly.
Truly, these people are all old foxes who have lived for hundreds of years.
He thought to himself.
They certainly know how to behave.
The fire dragons were highly likely to contain fire beast monster cores. If those greedy individuals were here, they would have rushed toward the fire dragons without hesitation. Instead, the others deliberately left them alone. It was clear they were reserved for Shen Mo. After all, it was Shen Mo's use of the fire beast powder that intimidated the fire beasts, allowing everyone else to safely harvest their spoils. Fire dragons, which almost always contained fire beast cores, were naturally left for Shen Mo to claim. Shen Mo glanced at the safe house. Inside were Yang Wenyuan, Yi Yan, and 3 other staunch supporters of the second peak. While everyone else was outside harvesting fire beast cores, they refused to leave. Perhaps it was out of pride. Perhaps it was due to their allegiance. Or maybe they were simply too afraid. Shen Mo noticed one of them had greed written all over his face, clearly yearning to join in. However, under Yang Wenyuan and Yi Yan's watchful eyes, the man dared not move a single step. His expression was filled with regret and reluctance. Shen Mo smiled faintly, then walked over to the fire dragons. With a swift motion of his sword, he began to harvest. Before long, all the fire beasts had been slain. The elders were in high spirits, grouping together to excitedly discuss how many fire beast cores they had collected. Shen Mo himself had obtained 5 fifth-grade fire beast cores, enough for him to refine a significant amount of scarlet flame pills. At that moment, 2 figures appeared on the distant horizon, rushing toward them. Everyone looked closely and recognized them as the 3rd elder and the 7th elder. The 2 of them looked disheveled. Their once luxurious robes were now tattered, scorched, and blackened in several places. However, when they saw the numerous fire beast corpses around the safe house, they froze in shock, then quickened their pace even further. The 3rd elder exclaimed.
You!
The 7th elder immediately asked.
What about Yi Yan and Yang Wenyuan? Are they safe?
Yang Wenyuan and Yi Yan stepped out, their expressions gloomy, and gave a slight nod. Only then did the 7th elder breathe a sigh of relief. Before entering the fire pill palace, Yang Ke had specifically instructed him to take care of Yang Wenyuan and Yi Yan. If anything had happened to them, he would have faced Yang Ke's wrath. The 7th elder quickly asked,
What exactly happened here? Explain everything in detail.
Yang Wenyuan's eyes flickered, and he remained silent. The 7th elder frowned. The 3rd elder, looking puzzled, turned to Lu Dongxuan.
You explain.
Lu Dongxuan grinned mischievously and exaggeratedly recounted the events. When the 3rd and 7th elders heard about Liu Ryan leading over 300 fire beasts to surround the safe house, their hearts nearly stopped. There were over 20 nascent soul elders here. If they had all perished, the Jade Cauldron sect's overall strength would have taken a significant hit. The sect's various cities and industries would have lacked elder overseers. And that was just the immediate problem. In decades or centuries, when the older divine transformation elders reached the end of their lifespan and the new generation of divine transformation elders had not yet matured, the consequences would be catastrophic.
What exactly happened? Where is that traitor Liu Ryan, and how did all the fire beasts die?
The third elder pressed. Lu Dongxuan laughed and draped his arm over Shen Mo's shoulder.
All thanks to my junior brother here. He found some fire beast powder and used it to intimidate the fire beasts.
As for that traitor Liu Ryan, she was devoured completely by the fire beasts in their backlash.
The third elder's eyes widened.
Fire beast powder? You found fire beast powder, which was supposed to have been completely destroyed.
He was utterly stunned. Who would have thought there was still some residual fire beast powder in the Fire Pill Palace? Shen Mo nodded.
I was lucky to find some, but it's all used up now.
Given the immense value of possessing the formula for fire beast powder, Shen Mo decided it was best to keep this secret to himself until he had enough strength to protect it. Hearing that it had been used up, the third elder sighed regretfully.
What a pity.
At that moment, the seventh elder's sharp voice cut through from the side.
Why did you kill Liu Ryan? Leaving her alive was far more important.
She could have been a bargaining chip in our negotiations with the state governor's office.
Chapter 273, No gesture of respect is too much for him. Chapter 273, No gesture of respect is too much for him. Shen Mo looked at the seventh elder. The seventh elder was pointing at him, glaring with anger. The third elder frowned and stepped between Shen Mo and the seventh elder. In a deep voice he said,
Seventh elder, Shen Mo saved all the elders present. He is a great benefactor of the Qingxuan Sect. You shouldn't speak this way.
The seventh elder replied coldly.
I don't care about the others. I just want to know why you ordered the fire beasts to devour Liu Ryan.
Shen Mo smiled faintly.
It seems the seventh elder is getting old. Your thinking isn't as sharp as it used to be.
The seventh elder's face twisted in anger.
What did you say, boy?
Shen Mo replied calmly.
Even if we had captured Liu Ryan alive, the state governor's office would never admit any connection to her.
Her family would be massacred immediately to sever any ties.
What's the point of keeping someone like that alive? To waste rice?
The seventh elder's eyes widened in fury. He pointed at Shen Mo's nose and roared.
You!
The third elder sighed and grabbed the seventh elder's arm, forcibly pulling it down.
That's enough. Shen Mo is right. That Governor Yu is a cunning old fox. Unless there's irrefutable evidence, there's no way you'll make him acknowledge anything. This matter is settled. In any case, Shen Mo saved all the elders here and performed an extraordinary service. Neither you, I, nor anyone else has the right to criticize Shen Mo.
The seventh elder snorted coldly and turned his head away. The third elder patted Shen Mo's shoulder, his expression filled with gratitude.
Good lad, it's a blessing to have you here.
We were delayed by a large group of fire beasts. Even though we rushed here as fast as we could, we were prepared for the worst.
But I never imagined that you would give us such a pleasant surprise, Shen Mo.
Shen Mo cupped his hands.
It was my duty. Good, I like your attitude, ha.
The third elder laughed heartily, his face beaming with delight. After a brief pause, he added,
The Fire Pill Palace will reopen in 4 days. I suggest we don't wander around anymore and head straight to the entrance.
The other elders nodded in agreement. This experience had left them with a psychological shadow. Even if the third elder hadn't suggested it, none of them would have wanted to linger any longer. All they wanted now was to leave the Fire Pill Palace and relax their weary minds and bodies. 4 days later, at the entrance of the Fire Pill Palace, the great elder and the stationed palace guardian elder, Liu Qiang, had been waiting there for some time. Boom! The heavy gates of the Fire Pill Palace rumbled open. One by one, tired and battered figures emerged. When the great elder saw that nearly everyone was injured, exhausted, and their numbers had significantly dwindled, his heart sank. He rushed forward to inquire. The third elder and the seventh elder exchanged a glance. The seventh elder remained silent. The third elder recounted everything that had happened in the Fire Pill Palace, sparing no detail. He concluded with high praise for Shen Mo. The great elder's eyes flashed with palpable fury.
The state governor's office.
He took several deep breaths to calm himself, then quickly walked over to Shen Mo, scrutinizing the young man intently. The incident in Bloodvein Valley had already made him take note of Shen Mo. But this time, Shen Mo had once again played a pivotal role.
Elder Shen, well done. On behalf of the sect, I thank you.
He then bowed deeply to Shen Mo. The gesture shocked all the elders present. The dignified great elder, master of the discipline hall, was bowing to a young elder who wasn't even 30 years old. It was utterly unexpected.
Great elder, there's no need for this.
The seventh elder said, frowning. But the great elder shook his head.
Shen Mo saved so many elders here. He didn't just save lives, he saved the future of the sect. No gesture of respect is too much for him.
The seventh elder fell silent immediately.
Let's go, Elder Shen. You are the great hero of our sect.
The great elder beamed as he pulled Shen Mo by the arm and walked at the front. The third and seventh elders followed closely behind, with Lu Dongxuan, Yi Yan, Yang Wenyuan, and the others trailing after them. Together, they returned to the Qingxuan Sect's main gate. Qingxuan Sect's council hall. After listening to the great elder's report, Sect Master Li Zhendao and the gathered elders' expressions shifted several times. Li Zhendao quickly approached Shen Mo, bowing deeply with sincerity. Shen Mo hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Li Zhendao said solemnly,
Elder Shen, your contributions to the sect this time are immense. It is only fitting that I bow to you.
Shen Mo's actions had saved over 20 nascent soul elders. These were no ordinary elders. Each was of the 3 cauldron or 4 cauldron rank, the backbone of the Qingxuan Sect. If these individuals had all perished, the sect would have been left without capable personnel. Worse yet, it would have led to a devastating generational gap in the near future, leaving the Qingxuan Sect vulnerable for years to come. Shen Mo's efforts were tantamount to saving the sect's future. Elder Wan Mushan chuckled.
Sect Master, shouldn't Elder Shen be promoted and rewarded with something nice?
Li Zhendao nodded repeatedly.
That's only proper. Our sect has never been stingy in rewarding merit.
After a brief moment of thought, he declared,
I propose that Elder Shen be directly promoted to the rank of 4 Cauldron Elder for his extraordinary service.
In addition, he will be awarded 15 Class B contributions.
What Elder Shen wishes to exchange for using these contributions is entirely up to him.
Li Zhendao smiled warmly.
Elder Shen, what do you think of this arrangement?
Shen Mo's heart stirred slightly. 15 Class B contributions, Li Zhendao was indeed generous. Most 4 Cauldron elders probably hadn't accumulated 15 Class B contributions in their lifetimes. To put it into perspective, 15 Class B contributions were roughly equivalent to 200 Class C contributions. After all, exchanging lower-grade contributions for higher-grade ones typically required a premium. With these contributions, Shen Mo could purchase treasures unavailable within the Qingxuan Sect, such as spiritual artifacts from the Qingxuan Sect, elixirs from the Danhe Sect, or spirit beasts from the state governor's office. These were their respective specialties, and such items could only be purchased with Class B contributions. Even with an abundance of Class C contributions, they would still be inaccessible. However, before Shen Mo could speak, Yang Ke stood up.
Sect Master, I object. Shen Mo has indeed made great contributions, but promoting him from a 3 Cauldron Elder to a 4 Cauldron Elder is already a significant reward. To further grant him 15 Class B contributions is excessive.
Bear in mind, many 4 Cauldron elders haven't accumulated 15 Class B contributions in their lifetimes.
Your actions, Sect Master, risk creating discord among the elders.
Wan Mushan smiled faintly.
Oh, then what do you suggest, Elder Yang?
Yang Ke raised 3 fingers.
3 Class B contributions, no more.
The 5th elder and 8th elder stood up in immediate opposition.
That's far too little. Shen Mo's contributions are monumental. Awarding only 3 Class B contributions would be disheartening. If word of this spreads, what will the Qingxuan Sect and Danhe Sect think of us? Furthermore,
The fifth elder sneered.
Second elder, it was you who advocated for abandoning our beast-taming industry and purchasing all spirit beast and monster materials from the state governor's office. And now look what's happened. The state governor's office had already planted a spy in our ranks, aiming to kill all the elders who entered the Fire Pill Palace this time. Now you want to reduce Shen Mo's reward. Elder Yang, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? Are you the Jade Cauldron Sect's second elder, or are you working for the state governor's office?
Chapter 274. Today's incident must not be leaked, or it will be considered betrayal of the sect. Chapter 274. Today's incident must not be leaked, or it will be considered betrayal of the sect. Positions and allegiances have always been of utmost importance. When someone changes their stance, they can easily transform from a friend into an enemy. Hearing this, Yang Ke became furious.
Nonsense, watch your tone when you speak to me. I, Yang Ke, have always been loyal to the Jade Cauldron Sect. I have never done anything to betray the sect. Everything I do is done with a clear conscience. As for whether Liu Ryan is truly someone from the state governor's office, it remains to be determined. It's possible she was a spy planted by the Upper Clarity Sect or the Dan Sect. Before her death, she could have deliberately claimed to be from the state governor's office to damage our relationship with them.
After Yang Ke spoke, some elders began to ponder. His words made some sense.
Eighth Elder, Liu Ryan was a member of your Eighth Peak. You are responsible for investigating her identity.
The Grand Elder said, turning to the Eighth Elder.
Yes.
The Eighth Elder replied reluctantly, nodding with a troubled expression. Suddenly, Yang Ke raised his voice.
More important than commending Shen Mo is another issue. That is the pill formula for transforming pure nascent soul. If we fail to secure the pill formula for transforming pure nascent soul this time, we will be forced to purchase such pills from the Danha sect in the future. We'll be entirely at their mercy. Yanner, what's the status?
He turned to Yi Yan, his gaze full of expectation. Yi Yan remained silent for a moment before speaking hesitantly.
Master, there were too many dangers in the Fire Pill Palace this time. I didn't have much time to search for the formula.
Yang Ke's expression stiffened. Li Zhendao sighed lightly.
That's understandable. With eruptions of underground fire and agitated fire beasts, the elders had little time to look for the formula. Besides, it's not an easy thing to find. It's normal to return empty-handed in such circumstances. Let's disperse. You've all worked hard for so long, it's time to rest. Elder Shen, we will reevaluate your commendation and ensure it meets your expectations.
Li Zhendao forced a smile at Shen Mo as he raised his head. Shen Mo smiled faintly and spoke.
I found the formula.
To be precise, he now possessed two versions of the formula. The first was the sheet of paper he had obtained. The second was a method recorded in the 9 transformation alchemy canon. In truth, the method for refining the pure nascent soul transformation pill found in the 9 transformation alchemy canon was the most exquisite. It required the fewest medicinal ingredients, produced the least pill toxicity, and had the strongest efficacy. As for the formula of the dance sect, it was something their founder had derived by studying the 9 transformation alchemy canon. To put it plainly, it was an inferior version of the original. Its effectiveness was roughly 70% of the perfected version. Still, even at 70%, it far surpassed the pills of the Danhe sect. The inferior version of the formula was of no use to Shen Mo. Instead of keeping it, it was better to trade it for treasures he needed.
What?
When Shen Mo finished speaking, every gaze in the discussion hall turned toward him. Everyone wore an expression of shock. Li Zhendao stepped forward quickly, his face solemn.
Elder Shen, cultivators do not speak frivolously. Do not make jokes about such matters.
The Grand Elder stood abruptly as well.
Elder Shen, I know your dedication to the sect, but please don't jest about this.
Wan Muchen hurriedly asked, his voice trembling.
Shen Mo, did you really obtain it?
Yi Yan looked at Shen Mo, clenching his fists tightly. A voice roared within his heart. Impossible. Impossible. There's no way he could have obtained the formula for the pure nascent soul transformation pill. The next moment, everyone saw Shen Mo take out a yellowed sheet of paper from his storage ring.
This is the formula for the pure nascent soul transformation pill. I've already tested it by refining one batch.
Shen Mo glanced around, smiling lightly. Li Zhendao widened his eyes and immediately took the sheet. After quickly scanning it, his face lit up with joy.
It's real. This records two methods, one for independent refinement and one for refinement using advanced nascent soul transformation pills.
The others were stunned.
What?
The Grand Elder, Wan Muchen, and the Third Elder all stood up and quickly gathered around Li Zhendao. The council hall suddenly became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. After a brief silence, an uproar exploded like a thunderclap.
It's really the formula. My heavens, Shen Mo, you actually found it. Elder Shen, do you realize the magnitude of the contribution you've made to the sect? This is a once-in-a-lifetime accomplishment.
The Grand Elder, Wan Muchen, and the others all turned sharply toward Shen Mo. Their previously grim expressions were now brimming with joy, their faces glowing with excitement. For a moment, Yang Ke's expression darkened, but he quickly replaced it with a mask of delight. As for what he was truly thinking, no one could tell. Li Zhendao immediately made a decision.
Elder Shen's achievement, this time fully warrants an A-level contribution.
The Grand Elder beamed.
Not enough, add 10 B-level contributions as well.
Wan Muchen chuckled.
Elder Shen is from my 10th peak. Shouldn't the sect also allocate some additional resources to the 10th peak?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Li Zhendao laughed heartily, unable to contain his joy. With a talent like Shen Mo, how could the sect not flourish? Lu Dongxuan, He Tianchu, and Ouyang Wei excitedly gathered around. After carefully examining the formula, their faces filled with astonishment. For a moment, even they thought Shen Mo had been joking. But it turned out to be real. Drip. Fingernails dug deeply into a palm. Blood dripped onto the ground. In the lively and celebratory atmosphere, no one noticed the blood dripping from Yi Yan's palm. Overwhelming anger and jealousy had dulled his sense of pain entirely. His eyes were fixed only on the figure in green at the center of attention, surrounded by admiration like the moon among stars.
Damn it!
Without turning back, Yi Yan stormed out of the council hall. Li Zhendao noticed his departing figure and sighed softly. The rivalry between two unparalleled talents had not been overtly displayed. But it was clear that Yi Yan had already fallen behind by more than a step. Hopefully, he would come to terms with this and behave more modestly in the future. After this brief moment of regret, Li Zhendao's gaze toward Shen Mo became even more appreciative. This young man had boundless potential and was still so young. Perhaps he might even be a suitable candidate for the position of young sect master. However, Yang Ke would surely rally the 4th, 7th, and 9th elders to oppose the idea. Pushing Shen Mo into the position of young sect master would not be an easy task.
If only the sect guardian supported him. If he gave his approval, even Yang Ke wouldn't have a say. Unfortunately, the sect guardian has made it clear he won't meddle in sect affairs.
Li Zhendao sighed inwardly.
Well, let's not crowd together anymore. We should discuss how to properly reward Elder Shen,
he said with a hearty laugh. The 3rd elder nodded.
Yes, the sect master is right.
The 8th elder added.
We must not shortchange those who contribute to the sect.
Wan Muchen spoke solemnly.
However, the matter of the pure nascent soul transformation pill formula must not be disclosed immediately. At the very least, we should wait until we've successfully refined the first batch of pills before making it public.
The Grand Elder surveyed the room, his tone chilling.
Agreed, the events of today must not be leaked. Anyone who does so will be considered a traitor to the sect.
The elders all felt a chill in their hearts and nodded repeatedly. Understood. Chapter 275, 2 Letters from the Governor of Yu Province. Chapter 275, 2 Letters from the Governor of Yu Province. A day later, a shocking piece of news spread rapidly from the Jade Cauldron sect, shaking the region. The Fire Pill Palace, which opens once every 10 years, was supposed to be an excellent opportunity for the sect's elders to search for treasures. However, among the elders, a traitor named Liu Ryan was discovered. This individual threw treasures into the Earthfire core to amplify the flames, causing consecutive eruptions of underground fire. She also possessed counterfeit fire beast powder, which allowed her to control the fire beasts. The Jade Cauldron Sect's cultivators inside the Fire Pill Palace were pushed to the brink of death. Then, a young elder stepped forward with genuine fire beast powder, instantly subduing all the fire beasts. The traitor ultimately met her end, devoured by the fire beasts. The nascent soul stage elders of the Jade Cauldron Sect narrowly escaped with their lives. The name of that young elder was Shen Mo. Additionally, the Jade Cauldron Sect publicly claimed that the traitor was affiliated with the governor's office of Yu Province. The counterfeit fire beast powder she possessed was said to have originated from the governor's office as well. This sparked a storm of excitement across the Yu Province. Both sect cultivators and wandering practitioners eagerly watched to see how the governor's office would respond. After all, not long ago, the governor's office and the Jade Cauldron Sect had signed a major trade agreement. The governor's office supplied spirit beast and demon beast materials, while the Jade Cauldron Sect provided treasures such as scarlet blood spirit grains and star sand. To many, the two powers appeared to have a relatively amicable relationship. Another day passed. The general of the governor's office, Wu Renayan, issued a proclamation to all of Yu Province, declaring that Liu Ryan had no connection to the governor's office and that the Jade Cauldron Sect's accusations were fabricated. Beyond this, there was no further response. While neither side took any direct action, it was clear their relationship had plummeted to an icy low. In the governor's office rear garden. This time, the governor of Yu Province was not fishing. Instead, he stood with his hands behind his back, gazing silently at the distant mountains. Behind him, Wu Renayan knelt on one knee, saying nothing.
Has everything been handled cleanly?
The governor asked indifferently.
It has, all 36 members of the family, without exception. No one will trace Liu Ryan back to the governor's office.
Wu Renayan replied gravely. The governor sighed lightly.
I still can't understand why Liu Ryan failed at the last moment.
Wu Renayan forced a bitter smile.
It's not just you, my lord, I can't figure it out either. Wasn't it said that all fire beast powder had been destroyed long ago? How did Shen Mo find some in the Fire Pill Palace? If it weren't for Shen Mo, our plan would have succeeded without a doubt.
The governor rarely frowned, but at this, his brows furrowed deeply. Shen Mo. This young man had disrupted his plans multiple times now. Once could be chalked up to chance. Twice, 3 times he had become an obstacle. And obstacles were meant to be crushed. Wu Renayan suddenly spoke.
There's another piece of news. Yang Kai sent word that Shen Mo obtained something from the Fire Pill Palace. What is it?
The governor asked casually.
The pill formula for the pure nascent soul transformation pill.
The governor's frown deepened, and he began pacing back and forth. Shen Mo had brought immeasurable benefits to the Jade Cauldron Sect. After a moment he asked,
What's the situation in Miss Province?
Wu Renayan responded solemnly.
Today, the kingdom of 10,000 demons claimed yet another city. A golden-ranked general under the Mist Province governor's command fell in battle.
The governor shook his head.
What about the capital? Are the 7 great sects still unwilling to send aid?
Wu Renayan replied in a low voice.
You should know, my lord, that His Majesty wishes to demonstrate his strength to the 7 great sects. He will not lower himself to request their help. Furthermore, His Majesty's personally trained army must allocate a significant portion of its forces to guard against these sects, leaving manpower severely stretched.
The governor sighed deeply and fell silent. The kingdom of Jing consisted of 9 provinces. Aside from Long Province, where the capital was located, and Yu Province, where sects were numerous, each of the other 7 provinces was dominated by a powerful sect. Although the 7 great sects ostensibly submit to the Jing emperor, behind the scenes, they often engage in covert disobedience. The Jing emperor must demonstrate his power to earn their full respect. The war in Mist Province against the kingdom of 10,000 demons is a perfect opportunity to showcase such strength. If victorious, the 7 great sects will acknowledge his authority with genuine admiration. If defeated, the sects might outwardly remain neutral, but would covertly return to treating their territories as private kingdoms, paying no taxes and ignoring imperial commands.
In the end, we can only rely on ourselves. And now, I have only one move left. The Jade Cauldron Sect, so defiant against the court, must be utterly destroyed as an example. The first step to their annihilation is forcing them to hand over Shen Mo.
The governor of Yu province's eyes gleamed coldly.
Dictate as I speak.
He ordered calmly. Wu Renyan quickly rose, moved to the writing desk and picked up a brush. The governor began, his tone steady.
The first letter, addressed to Mo Lingxiao, Sect Master of the Supreme Clarity Sect. Sect Master Mo, it has been 3 decades since we last met. I trust you remain well and still remember me, your former teacher. Your sect has long expressed interest in acquiring ironclad cloudships. If you ally with me, I will gift you 5 ironclad cloudships without charge. Moreover, once the Jade Cauldron Sect is destroyed, all their treasures will be yours. My governor's office will not take a single item.
Wu Renyan's heart trembled as he wrote. Ironclad cloudships were aerial warships crafted by the skilled artisans under the governor's command. Each was engraved with numerous offensive and defensive arrays. Their destructive power was unparalleled, and their defenses were impenetrable so long as they were supplied with top-grade spirit stones. One ironclad cloudship could rival an early-stage nascent soul cultivator in combat power. And 10 ironclad cloudships firing together could obliterate 10 early-stage nascent soul cultivators without leaving them any chance to fight back. The Supreme Clarity Sect, founded on the art of crafting magical tools, had long coveted the ironclad cloudships and made repeated requests to purchase them. The governor had always refused, but now he was offering them freely. After a brief pause, the governor continued.
The second letter, addressed to Hai Qingxuan, Sect Master of the Danhe Sect. Sect Master Hai, I have heard that your sect has recently developed the formula for the pure nascent soul transformation pill. Allow me to extend my congratulations.
I have also heard that the Qingxuan Sect in Qingxuan Prefecture was once a subsidiary of your Danhe Sect. Shen Mo hails from the Qingxuan Sect, but instead of joining the Danhe Sect, he was intercepted by the Jade Cauldron Sect.
Now that Shen Mo has proven himself a peerless genius, this must be a significant loss to your sect. Should word of this spread, it could greatly damage the reputation of the Danhe Sect. Furthermore, rumors have reached me that Shen Mo recently obtained the formula for the pure nascent soul transformation pill in the Fire Pill Palace. This is certainly not good news for your sect. I sincerely invite Sect Master Hai to sever ties with the Jade Cauldron Sect. Once the Jade Cauldron Sect is destroyed, their treasures will all belong to the Danhe Sect. My governor's office will not take a single item. Even if Sect Master Hai is unwilling to agree to this, the Danhe Sect and the governor's office can still collaborate.
Wu Renyan completed the 2 letters in one breath, his mood heavy. The governor noticed his somber expression and smiled faintly.
You can't catch wolves without sacrificing sheep. Certain costs are inevitable. I want you to personally deliver these 2 letters to Mo Lingxiao and Hai Qingxuan. Oh, and take an ironclad cloudship for faster travel.
Wu Renyan nodded solemnly.
Understood.
Chapter 276. The radiance of ascending to the saint body spreads 3,000 miles. Chapter 276. The radiance of ascending to the saint body spreads 3,000 miles. Supreme Purity Sect. In a secluded garden, Wu Renyan met Mo Lingxiao. This tall middle-aged man possessed a naturally commanding aura, his stern features instilling reverence at just a glance, making people instinctively lower their gaze, unable to look directly at him. However, Mo Lingxiao did not look at Wu Renyan. Instead, he unfolded a letter and read it carefully. when his eyes landed on the words.
Ironclad cloud ship.
A trace of delight flashed across his face, though he quickly concealed it, maintaining a calm demeanor. After a moment, he folded the letter and sighed softly.
This Shen Mo is truly a rare genius. What a pity he's in the Jade Cauldron Sect. I recall that the Jade Cauldron Sect has another genius named Yi Yan, doesn't it? There was a time when he outshone even my disciple. What virtue or capability does the Jade Cauldron Sect possess to be blessed with two unparalleled talents?
Wu Renyan replied in a low voice.
Sect Master Mo, you are absolutely right.
Mo Lingxiao smiled faintly.
Go back and tell Governor Yu that I can agree to his terms, but the number of ironclad cloud ships is too few.
Saying this, he spread his hands and raised 10 fingers.
At least 10 ships.
Wu Renyan froze, seemingly about to speak. But Mo Lingxiao raised a single finger to his lips, silencing him.
SHH, I'm not negotiating with you. You're not qualified, don't argue. Just deliver my message to your master.
With that, he waved dismissively, clearly unwilling to exchange another unnecessary word. Wu Renyan took a deep breath.
Understood.
A few days later, Pill River Sect. After leaving the Supreme Purity Sect, Wu Renyan rushed nonstop aboard an ironclad cloud ship to the Pill River Sect. The ironclad cloud ship's speed far surpassed that of most core formation cultivators, allowing him to travel from the Supreme Purity Sect to the Pill River Sect within a few short days. In a pavilion, Wu Renyan met the portly sect master of the Pill River Sect, Hai Qingxuan. At that moment, Hai Qingxuan was being attended to by two young women in gauzy attire. They occasionally fed him fresh, tender red grapes which he savored slowly. Nearby, another beautiful woman was playing a gyukin, the melodious notes rippling like water, arousing a sense of longing. As for the letter Wu Renyan presented, Hai Qingxuan didn't read it himself but had one of his attendants read it aloud. Initially, Hai Qingxuan sat with his eyes closed, immersed in his leisure. However, when the attendant read the words,
Pure nascent soul transformation pill formula.
his eyes suddenly snapped open.
Shen Mo discovered the formula for the pure nascent soul transformation pill. Interesting. Where did Governor Yu get this information?
Hai Qingxuan's small eyes darted toward Wu Renyan. Wu Renyan replied solemnly.
Apologies, but this is a secret of the governor's office and cannot be disclosed.
Hai Qingxuan chuckled lightly.
I was just asking casually. No need to be so tense.
Wu Renyan said seriously.
What is Sect Master Hai's stance? I need to report back to the governor.
Hai Qingxuan smiled faintly.
The interests of the Pill River Sect must not be infringed upon by anyone.
Wu Renyan understood and nodded.
I see. I will take my leave now.
As Hai Qingxuan watched him depart, he suddenly spoke.
Spread the word. Immediately gather all information related to Shen Mo. I want it on my desk this afternoon.
The gyukin playing attendant nodded firmly.
Understood. I'll handle it right away.
Hai Qingxuan fell into deep thought. He realized he had underestimated Shen Mo. That young man was far from ordinary. He couldn't be dismissed as just another unpredictable factor.
The Jade Cauldron Sect is unbelievably lucky. How did they end up with three talents like Shen Mo, Yi Yan, and Lu Dongxuan?
Hai Qingxuan scratched his head in frustration. The Pill River Sect was immensely wealthy, but had never been known for producing exceptional talents. It had always relied on its vast resources to recruit powerful rogue cultivators.
If only Shen Mo were a genius of the Pill River Sect. What a pity, truly a pity. But soon, the Jade Cauldron Sect will be buried alongside him.
Hai Qingxuan sighed deeply, casting the matter aside to continue enjoying his pleasant surroundings. A month later, a desolate mountain in Mayan Mountain Prefecture. Shen Mo casually selected a cave on the desolate mountain, driving away a den of black bears inside. With a gust of fierce wind, he swept out the foul odor, skeletal remains, and filth, cleansing the cave. Only then did he sit down cross-legged. Li Zhendao and the others had been deliberating over his commendation for an entire month, yet no conclusion had been reached. Tired of waiting, Shen Mo accepted a task from the mission hall located in Mayan Mountain Prefecture, arriving here to refine the Tame Saint origin pill. He solemnly retrieved a jade box from his storage ring. Upon opening it, the box revealed a pill the size of a baby's fist, glowing with a verdant green hue. The pill's surface bore intricate dark green patterns, seemingly random at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, these patterns resonated with the profound laws of heaven and earth, exuding an enigmatic aura. Gazing at it too long caused dizziness and sparkling lights before one's eyes. Shen Mo took a deep breath and circulated his spiritual energy to envelop the Tame Saint origin pill. The refinement process began. A pill of this size could not be consumed directly, it wouldn't even fit into one's mouth. Thus, it had to be refined externally before absorption. Soon, strands of emerald green medicinal energy, as fine as threads, began to seep into Shen Mo's body through his nose and mouth under the guidance of his spiritual energy. The energy slowly and steadily nourished his physical body. By the end of the day, the Tame Saint origin pill had only shrunk by a single layer, a shockingly slow process. Shen Mo, however, remained patient, continuing to expend his spiritual energy to refine the pill. A vast amount of energy was drawn from his spiritual sea. The spiritual energy flowed like snow, while the Tame Saint origin pill resembled a blazing sun. Even with torrents of spiritual energy pouring over it, the pill's brilliance only dimmed slightly. For an ordinary nascent soul cultivator, a day of such refinement would likely drain their energy reserves entirely, forcing them to stop and recover before resuming. But for Shen Mo, after an entire day of constant refining, less than 1/5 of his spiritual energy had been consumed. He even had surplus energy to sustain his solar essence flame and green lotus earth core flame, ensuring they didn't turn against him due to a lack of sustenance. Day after day passed. Finally, on the 7th day, the Tame Saint origin pill had diminished to the size of a sesame seed. Nearly every trace of its medicinal power had been absorbed into Shen Mo's body. At a certain moment, a remarkable transformation took place in his physique. At first glance, his muscles, bones, and flesh seemed unchanged. Yet on closer inspection, his entire demeanor had undergone a metamorphosis ethereal, transcendent, like an immortal descending to the mortal realm. Boom! A pillar of light shot skyward at that moment, piercing through the clouds. The radiance spread across 3,000 miles, lingering without fading. Within 1,000 miles, flower petals rained from the heavens, and a sweet fragrance filled the air. Within 100 miles, all beasts prostrated in submission, and vegetation flourished vibrantly. In the sky above, clouds shimmered, and the sun and moon seemed to hang side by side. A series of extraordinary phenomena unfolded, as if heralding the emergence of a supreme treasure. Cultivators and mortals alike in the area surrounding the desolate mountain were alarmed. Unbidden, their gazes turned toward the source. Mortals knelt down devoutly, chanting praises of an immortal. Lower realm cultivators swallowed nervously, sensing the immense pressure radiating from the skyward pillar of light. Only nascent soul cultivators dared withstand the overwhelming force as they made their way toward the desolate mountain. None of them knew whether the phenomenon was caused by the birth of a priceless treasure or the breakthrough of a powerful cultivator. Either way, it was worth investigating. Perhaps they might stumble upon a fortune. At this moment, Shen Mo abruptly opened his eyes. A sharp gleam flashed within them, shooting out and piercing the rocky wall in front of him. He exhaled a murky breath, his gaze flickering with excitement and wonder.
After ascending to the saint body, I've gained such remarkable abilities. I need to find a place to test them properly.
Chapter 277, The New Fate Attribute Tei Primal Body and Instant Enlightenment. Chapter 277, The New Fate Attribute Tei Primal Body and Instant Enlightenment. Shen Mo employed his movement martial skill, immediately dashing out like a gust of wind or a bolt of lightning. Before long, he appeared thousands of miles away, in a secluded mountain valley. Sitting cross-legged, he quietly attuned himself to the connection between the heavens, the earth, and his own being. With a slight motion of his finger, the dense wood elemental spiritual energy in the valley surged toward him of its own accord. In an instant, it coalesced into liquid spiritual essence. Shen Mo's face lit up with joy.
After advancing to the Saint physique, my other 4 elemental roots have been fully completed. From now on, not only will cultivating fire element martial skills be twice as effective with half the effort, but I'll also benefit from the Saint physique's enhancements when cultivating techniques of other elements. My current physique is no longer the blazing sun flame body, so what exactly is it?
Shen Mo pondered for a moment and examined his personal panel internally. Name Shen Mo. Realm Nascent Soul Stage, Great Accomplishment. Fate Attributes, Apothecary's Son, Instant Enlightenment, Sword Dao Enthusiast, Slightly Fortunate, Tei Primal Body, Blessed by Fortune, Temporary. His thoughts focused on
Tei Primal Body
and
Instant Enlightenment.
Tei Primal Body, Golden Fate Attribute, a Saint-grade lower-tier physique. Your 5 elemental spiritual roots are extraordinarily gifted, allowing you to cultivate elemental martial skills and techniques with half the effort. Additionally, your every action naturally aligns with the principles of heaven and earth, making it easier to enter a state of enlightenment and connect with vast areas of spiritual energy. Instant Enlightenment, Red Fate Attribute. Thanks to your physique, your comprehension ability has significantly improved. A mere hint from others, or even the faintest spark of inspiration, allows you to fully grasp the essence of matters. After reviewing these 2 fate attributes, a genuine smile spread across Shen Mo's face. Excellent. Truly excellent. Especially the Tei Primal Body. A golden fate attribute, the highest grade of all, far superior to the red fate attributes possessed by individuals like Xiao Fan and Yi Yan.
I now understand why it's nearly impossible to break through the nascent soul stage to the higher divine palace stage without a saint-grade physique. It's said that the divine palace stage requires resonance with the heavens and the earth. Without a saint-grade physique, merely a heaven-grade one, it's impossible to sense the heavens and therefore to ascend to the divine palace stage.
Shen Mo recalled some books he had read and nodded slightly.
It's time to return. The Qingxuan Sect should have finalized my rewards by now.
Shen Mo didn't linger in the valley for long. Turning, he departed swiftly. Meanwhile, at the desolate mountain where Shen Mo had advanced to the Saint physique, dozens of people had gathered. Among them, several individuals radiated unfathomable auras, having already reached the deity transformation stage. Nascent soul cultivators could only retreat, not daring to act rashly. Due to the proximity of Mayan Mountain Prefecture to Mount Tai Prefecture and Heavenly Mountain Prefecture, cultivators from the Supreme Purity Sect and Jade Cauldron Sect were the first to arrive. The representative of the Supreme Purity Sect was Elder Su Beifeng. From the Jade Cauldron Sect, it was their 8th elder. Su Beifeng scrutinized the lingering pillar of light that pierced the heavens, his expression uncertain.
This doesn't seem to be an anomaly caused by a breakthrough in cultivation.
He muttered. The Jade Cauldron Sect's 8th elder appeared thoughtful.
It seems more like a physique advancement. Such phenomena might indicate the ascension of a heaven-grade physique to a saint-grade one.
Both sides glanced at each other, immediately contemplating the heaven-grade physiques within the other sect. However, treasures capable of upgrading a heaven-grade physique to a saint-grade physique were exceedingly rare. There had been no news of such a treasure appearing recently. Su Beifeng cast a glance at the Jade Cauldron Sect's 8th elder and suddenly remarked,
I've heard that your sect recently discovered a promising talent.
The 8th elder replied with a faint smile.
No matter how promising, it has nothing to do with your Supreme Purity Sect.
Su Beifeng chuckled lightly.
I pity them. Pity! Such an unparalleled genius, doomed to perish alongside a sect on the verge of collapse, isn't that worthy of pity?
Su Beifeng smiled faintly, left behind his parting remark and drifted away. The Jade Cauldron Sect's 8th elder furrowed his brows deeply, let out a cold snort and also departed. Half a day later, elders from the Pill River Sect arrived to examine the lingering aura carefully. However, they could not discern any conclusive information and eventually left in frustration. The news that someone in Mayan Mountain Prefecture had advanced to a saint-grade physique spread quickly. However, the identity of this person remained a mystery. At the Jade Cauldron Sect, as Shen Mo returned, a gatekeeping disciple greeted him respectfully.
Elder Shen, the sect leader instructed that you should head to the Hall of Deliberation immediately upon your return.
Shen Mo raised an eyebrow, nodded slightly, and proceeded straight to the hall. Inside the hall, sect leader Li Zhendao was the only one present. Standing quietly with his hands behind his back, Li Zhendao turned when he heard the sound of footsteps and smiled.
Elder Shen, you finally returned.
Shen Mo cupped his hands in salute.
Greetings, sect leader.
Li Zhendao warmly grabbed Shen Mo's hand and guided him to sit down together, exuding an approachable demeanor.
Elder Shen, we've finalized your rewards. Outwardly, we cannot disclose that you provided the sect with the formula for the pure nascent transformation pill, so that portion of the reward will remain confidential for now. On record, for saving more than 20 nascent soul elders, the sect has decided to promote you to the rank of 4th Cauldron Elder and award you 15 Grade B contributions.
For the pure nascent transformation pill formula you handed over, you are also awarded 1 Grade A contribution and an additional 10 Grade B contributions. After explaining, Li Zhendao smiled sincerely.
Elder Shen, what do you think?
Shen Mo felt a surge of delight and replied.
Thank you, sect leader.
Li Zhendao laughed heartily.
No need to thank me, this is what you deserve. Once we've refined the first batch of pure nascent transformation pills, your contribution will be made public as well. By then, you will be the pride of the entire Jade Cauldron Sect.
Countless disciples and elders will look up to you with admiration.
Li Zhendao chuckled again.
Elder Shen, I have a question for you.
Shen Mo nodded.
Please, sect leader.
Li Zhendao smiled meaningfully.
Would you like to become the next sect master?
Shen Mo laughed outright.
Of course.
Li Zhendao was momentarily stunned and coughed awkwardly. Though no one would reject such a proposition, Shen Mo's straightforwardness caught him off guard.
But I'm afraid that just because the sect leader wishes to make me the successor doesn't mean it will be that easy.
Shen Mo added. Li Zhendao gave a helpless smile.
You truly have sharp insight. You're right, even if I support you, there will still be opposition from the second elder and others.
The second elder, 4th elder, 7th elder, and 9th elder were among the original founders of our sect alongside the previous sect leader.
In terms of seniority, they are all my elders. I cannot ignore their opinions.
Shen Mo nodded slightly in understanding. Li Zhendao smiled again.
However, if we can gain the support of the sect guardian, then none of these issues will matter. At that point, even if the second elder opposes, the 4th elder and the others will have to reconsider their stance. That said, the sect guardian has long stated that he would no longer involve himself in sect affairs, so it will require some effort on your part. I hope you can interact more with the sect guardian and strengthen your relationship. As long as the sect guardian gives his approval, the position of sect master will be yours, and no one will be able to take it from you.
Chapter 278, The 9 Suns Divine Phoenix Techniques 3rd and 4th Stances, and the Great Wilderness Flame Manipulation Art. Chapter 278, The 9 Suns Divine Phoenix Techniques 3rd and 4th Stances, and the Great Wilderness Flame Manipulation Art. In the Jade Cauldron Sect's Scripture Pavilion, Shen Mo arrived immediately after receiving his contribution rewards. Contributions were meant to be used after all. This time, he exchanged them for a large number of books. Titles included Records of the 9 Provinces of Jing Country, Illustrated Records of the 100 Tribes of the 10,000 Demon Nation, The Rise, Prosperity, and Fall of the 9 Rotation Alchemy Dao Sect, Geographical Chronicles of Yu Prefecture. The list went on endlessly. Each book cost 1 Grade D contribution. Shen Mo now had contributions in abundance. He exchanged over 1,000 books in one go, spending more than a single Grade B contribution. The steward of the Scripture Pavilion was left dumbfounded, watching as Shen Mo packed box after box of books into his storage ring. He could not imagine when all those books would ever be read. Afterward, Shen Mo exchanged for 2 additional items. The first was the 3rd and 4th stances of the 9 Suns Divine Phoenix technique. These stances had always been in the scripture pavilion, but they were incredibly esoteric and challenging to cultivate without the prerequisite stances. Shen Mo had noticed them during his last visit, but at the time, his elder rank and contributions were insufficient to purchase them. Now, he directly spent 3 grade B contributions to obtain them. The second item was a peculiar cultivation technique called the Great Wilderness Flame Manipulation Art. This technique had been collecting dust in a corner of the scripture pavilion, untouched by any disciple. The reason was simple: the primary requirement to cultivate it was to tame an eternal flame. Eternal flames were incredibly rare in the world, and those who could tame them were even rarer. Its high threshold meant that, despite being only a partial version requiring just 20 grade C contributions, no one had ever redeemed it. For Shen Mo, however, the Great Wilderness Flame Manipulation Art was a treasure of the highest order. Its sole purpose was to fuse eternal flames. Eternal flames were immensely powerful. However, in almost all cases, they were fundamentally incompatible with each other and prone to conflict upon contact. The creator of the Great Wilderness Flame Manipulation Art had devised a way to perfectly resolve these conflicts. Although the partial version only allowed cultivation up to the 2nd level, it was sufficient for Shen Mo to fuse 3 eternal flames simultaneously. Moreover, the technique also contained methods for nurturing eternal flames, which was precisely what Shen Mo needed most at the moment. Shen Mo next visited the treasure pavilion with an even clearer purpose this time. He exchanged for 3 specific items. The first was a Sun Essence Stone. This item shared the same origin as Sun Essence Flame. However, while the rare formation of Sun Essence Flame required extreme luck, Sun Essence Stones were its more common counterpart. Essentially, they were of the same nature, making Sun Essence Stone ideal for nourishing Sun Essence Flame. The second item was Millennium Earthfire Marrow. This treasure could only form in an earthfire source that had burned uninterrupted for 1,000 years. Even the earthfire sources within the Fire Pill Palace did not meet this condition, as they had experienced interruptions and declines. This particular piece of Millennium Earthfire Marrow had been acquired by the Qingxuan Sect from the Pill River Sect. The third item was 5 pieces of Century Earthfire Marrow. Similar in nature to the Millennium Earthfire Marrow, its efficacy was lower due to the shorter time of formation. 1 Sun Essence Stone and 1 piece of Millennium Earthfire Marrow each cost Shen Mo 5 grade B contributions. The 5 pieces of Century Earthfire Marrow together cost him an additional grade B contribution. Finally, Shen Mo went all out and redeemed 10 bottles of Greater Nascent Transformation Pills. Each bottle contained 5 pills, costing a total of 20 grade C contributions. After this spending spree, Shen Mo checked his Jade Cauldron Orb and found himself left with only 8 grade B contributions and a little over 10 grade C contributions.
Suddenly, I'm nearly broke. But these resources are more than enough to sustain my cultivation for a long time. Once I've fully refined them, my strength will undoubtedly soar to a whole new level.
Shen Mo nodded in satisfaction and left the pavilion. His departing figure left countless cultivators envious. They had seen wealthy cultivators before, but a young 4th Cauldron elder with so many contributions, that was a rare sight. The ease with which he spent his contributions made others wonder, when will we ever experience such extravagance? Dragon Snake Mountain. Upon returning to Dragon Snake Mountain, Shen Mo first inquired about the developments over the past year. Learning that Dragon Snake Mountain's ventures were thriving, he nodded with approval. Dragon Snake Mountain had now become the center of the Qingxuan Sect's beast-taming industry. Under the management of Mei He and Huang Bei, the profits generated each year exceeded even those of some 1 Cauldron and 2 Cauldron elders. Some elders, tempted by the lucrative earnings, had tried to plant their own people in Dragon Snake Mountain to claim a share of the profits. However, Mei He and Huang Bei were meticulous in their selection of personnel, thoroughly investigating every candidate's background. Even if someone had a clean record, they were rejected outright if they had any conflicts with Shen Mo. As a result, over the past year, Dragon Snake Mountain had continued to progress steadily along the path Shen Mo had planned.
Well done, you've managed everything excellently.
Shen Mo praised the two managers before heading underground to check on the fire dragon egg. Before long, he arrived at a hidden cavern. The formations around the area showed no signs of being disturbed, indicating that no outsiders had entered in the past year.
Good thing I prepared enough medicinal liquid to last a year. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been enough to sustain you.
Shen Mo remarked with a wry smile as he looked at the pool, now reduced to a thin layer of green medicinal liquid. However, his eyes lit up with joy when he noticed the dense network of cracks on the surface of the fire dragon egg. It was clear that the little dragon inside was close to hatching.
At most 6 months. At the earliest, just 1 month, it should hatch soon.
Placing his hand on the eggshell, Shen Mo carefully sensed the life force within and nodded slightly in satisfaction. Back in his residence, Shen Mo shut the doors and began his seclusion. With a gesture, the Golden Sun Essence Flame appeared before him. Compared to when he first tamed it, the Sun Essence Flame had not grown significantly. Clearly, absorbing ambient spiritual energy daily wasn't enough to accelerate its growth. Of course, if the flame were still in the Fire Pill Palace's lava lake, its growth rate would have been even slower. Shen Mo took out the Millennium Earthfare marrow. Sensing its presence, the Sun Essence Flame immediately coiled around it, engulfing it and joyfully beginning the process of refining. At this moment, a cyan flame spontaneously ignited in Shen Mo's other palmet was the green lotus core flame. Judging by its restless flickering, it seemed jealous that the Sun Essence Flame had something good to consume while it didn't. Shen Mo couldn't help but laugh and took out several pieces of Century Earthfare marrow. Only then did the green lotus core flame calm down, wrapping itself around the marrow and retreating to Shen Mo's Danshan to refine and absorb it.
Good, now, it's time to refine the pure nascent transformation pill.
Chapter 279. Is there still a place for me, Yi Yan, in the Qingxuan Sect? Chapter 279. Is there still a place for me, Yi Yan, in the Qingxuan Sect? Shen Mo's closed-door cultivation lasted an entire 6 months. During this period, he never stepped out of his residence. It was a relentless cycle of alchemy and practice, practice and alchemy. The 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. Yet Shen Mo's surroundings remained spotless, and his appearance was exactly the same as it had been half a year ago, without the slightest change. Suddenly, his aura began to surge at a visible speed. In an instant, it soared to an astonishing level. Gale winds swirled around him. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth grew chaotic. On Dragon Snake Mountain, the spirit beasts stopped whatever they were doing and instinctively turned toward Shen Mo's residence with expressions of fear. Mei He and the other stewards were also startled, followed by a wave of joy. Mei He exclaimed excitedly,
It must be Elder Shen's cultivation breakthrough. His strength has advanced yet again.
Boom! An overwhelming aura swept outward. Shen Mo's cultivation naturally advanced to the nascent soul stage's peak. He opened his eyes abruptly, exhaling a cloud of turbid air. A trace of joy flickered across his face. The nascent soul stage's peak. Although he hadn't reached the absolute peak of the nascent soul stage, his strength was now so immense that he could disregard any cultivator below the divine transformation stage. He could truly claim below divine transformation, I am invincible. Shen Mo turned his spiritual sense inward to examine his Danshan. The red lotus flame had completely refined 5 centennial earthfire essences, growing even more powerful. The solar flame had absorbed the millennial earthfire essence, undergoing a dramatic transformation. Previously just a tiny spark the size of a fingertip, it had now grown to the size of a fist. Even the red lotus flame had to yield more space to it.
Not bad.
Shen Mo muttered with a satisfied smile, striding out of his residence. The moment he stepped outside, he was greeted by Mei He leading a group of stewards, all kneeling on one knee before him.
Congratulations, Elder Shen, on reaching a higher realm.
Mei He said excitedly. Though he couldn't discern Shen Mo's exact cultivation level, he could sense the tremendous leap in Shen Mo's aura compared to 6 months ago. Shen Mo nodded with a faint smile.
Stand up, it's just a small advancement, not worth celebrating.
He glanced around and asked.
Why don't I see Huang Bei?
Mei He's expression dimmed slightly.
Elder Huang reached the end of his lifespan. He passed away 2 months ago.
Shen Mo sighed softly. When he had first arrived at Dragon Snake Mountain, he'd already noticed that Huang Bei had only a few years left. Moreover, Huang Bei's potential had been fully exhausted, making it impossible for him to break through and extend his life. Now it was simply dust returning to dust, earth to earth.
Where was he buried?
Shen Mo asked. Mei He replied quietly.
Elder Shen, please follow me.
He gestured to the other stewards to disperse and return to their duties before leading Shen Mo to a mountaintop. There stood a small stone tablet engraved with 2 lines of text. Grave of Huang Bei, steward of Dragon Snake Mountain, Qingxuan Sect. Erected by Huang Keiying. Before the tablet stood a petite figure, Huang Keiying, silently gazing at the grave. She seemed to sense someone behind her and turned to see Shen Mo. Tears immediately welled up in her eyes as she ran toward him without hesitation, throwing her arms around his waist.
Elder, my grandfather.
Shen Mo patted her gently on the head.
All living beings face death someday. Your grandfather raised and taught you well. He left with no regrets. He was happy and at peace when he departed. You must also live happily and steadily so your grandfather can rest in peace in the afterlife. Do you understand?
Huang Keiying wiped her tears and nodded firmly.
Yes, Elder, I will listen to you.
Shen Mo thought for a moment before casually saying,
May, take Keiying to the sect's scripture pavilion. Help her select some cultivation techniques and martial arts suitable for her. Whatever contribution points are required, report them to me for reimbursement.
Huang Bei had dedicated his life to serving Shen Mo, so it was only fitting for Shen Mo to spend some contribution points on his granddaughter. Mei He was moved.
Understood, Elder Shen. I will carry out your orders.
At the scripture pavilion, Mei He brought Huang Keiying to the pavilion. Both of them were visiting for the first time, feeling somewhat uneasy amidst the bustling crowd. At that moment, in the first-floor hall of the pavilion, Yi Yan stood before a scripture pavilion steward, his expression cold as he asked.
Where are the books on the 10,000 demon nation I requested? Why are they gone?
The steward could only offer an apologetic smile.
Elder Yi, my sincerest apologies. Those books were exchanged by Elder Shen. Elder Shen, Shen Mo.
Yi Yan's face instantly turned icy. The steward smiled wryly.
Exactly. Orders from above state that Elder Shen's requests are given priority.
Yi Yan took a deep breath, his heart heavy with dejection. He was a genius too. Why did the treatment he received differ so drastically from Shen Mo's? At that moment, a timid voice spoke behind him.
Excuse me, steward. How should I go about selecting cultivation techniques and martial arts?
Yi Yan turned around to see a frail, petite girl accompanied by an elderly man with a dignified, celestial air. Something about them felt familiar, but he couldn't immediately place them. The steward frowned.
Use your eyes to look and your hands to choose. Do you need me to teach you that?
Mei He quickly interjected.
I'm sorry. We've been stationed at Dragon Snake Mountain all this time and have never visited the scripture pavilion. We don't know the rules. My apologies.
HMPH, then step aside and don't block others. Wait.
The steward suddenly gasped, as if recalling something. Mei He paused, puzzled.
Yes, I'm the chief steward of Dragon Snake Mountain. This girl is a disciple of Dragon Snake Mountain.
The steward's eyes lit up.
Ah, so you're one of Elder Shen's trusted aides. Why didn't you say so earlier? Come, is this young lady here to select cultivation techniques and martial arts? I'm free right now, I'll help her. Follow me, the best techniques and martial arts for core formation cultivators are here. Judging by her agility, she's best suited for subtle and precise martial arts.
The surrounding cultivators overheard terms like Dragon Snake Mountain
Elder Shen,
and
Chief Steward.
Chapter 280, If They Don't Fear Me, It's My Own Incompetence. Chapter 280, If They Don't Fear Me, It's My Own Incompetence. A few days later, Mei He returned to Dragon Snake Mountain with Huang Keiying. At this time, Shen Mo was practicing his techniques on a vast plain. He was focused on the Grand Wild Flame Manipulation technique. This technique was no less complex than the Hellfire Destruction method. The first level involved controlling a single exotic flame, transforming it into various forms. This stage was relatively simple. The second level required controlling and merging two exotic flames, then transforming the merged flame into various forms. The difficulty increased drastically. This stage demanded precise control of the proportions of each flame to achieve a dynamic balance. Each exotic flame had unique properties and power levels. Furthermore, flames could be classified into different stages: spark, juvenile, blaze, mature, and ember, declining. As a result, merging two exotic flames required extraordinarily stringent conditions. If the dynamic balance between the flames was not achieved, there was only one possible outcome. Boom! Explosion! The area around Shen Mo was littered with scorched earth. His robes had been blown apart dozens of times. Eventually, he stopped wearing robes altogether, covering only his essentials, using his body to withstand the explosions of the exotic flames. At first, the disciples and stewards of Dragon Snake Mountain were startled by the explosions, thinking it was a riot caused by spirit beasts. But after discovering that the commotion was caused by Shen Mo's training, they gradually grew accustomed to it. When Mei He and Huang Keiying asked for Shen Mo's location, they were directed to the plain. From a distance, Huang Keiying saw Shen Mo, who wasn't wearing much clothing, and her face immediately turned crimson. Mei He chuckled and patted her head.
Elder Shen, Keiying and I have returned.
He called out. Shen Mo, hearing the voice, immediately retracted the solar flame and red lotus flame, donned a robe, and approached with quick steps.
Oh, what techniques and martial arts did you select for Keiying?
Shen Mo asked with a smile. Despite enduring numerous explosions from the exotic flames, Shen Mo's body was strong enough to withstand them without any harm. He remained as energetic as ever while speaking with Mei He. Mei He responded respectfully.
The cultivation technique we chose is the Earth-grade low-tier azure water golden whale technique.
Elder Shen Keiying and I have returned, he called out. Shen Mo, hearing the voice, immediately retracted the solar flame and red lotus flame, donned a robe, and approached with quick steps. Oh, what techniques and martial arts did you select for Keiying? Shen Mo asked with a smile. Despite enduring numerous explosions from the exotic flames, Shen Mo's body was strong enough to withstand them without any harm. He remained as energetic as ever while speaking with Mei He. Mei He responded respectfully. The cultivation technique we chose is the Earth-grade low-tier azure water golden whale technique. As for martial arts, we selected 3 top-tier profound-grade techniques: Azure Wave Whip Technique, Golden Shield of Azure Water, and Rippled Steps. Shen Mo nodded slightly. Huang Keiying had an Earth-grade water attribute physique, and Mei He, with his extensive knowledge, had made excellent choices. Mei He added,
The total cost was 13 grade C contributions.
Elder Shen Keiying and I have returned, he called out. Shen Mo, hearing the voice, immediately retracted the solar flame and red lotus flame, donned a robe, and approached with quick steps. Oh, what techniques and martial arts did you select for Keiying? Shen Mo asked with a smile. Despite enduring numerous explosions from the exotic flames, Shen Mo's body was strong enough to withstand them without any harm. He remained as energetic as ever while speaking with Mei He. Mei He responded respectfully. The cultivation technique we chose is the Earth-grade low-tier azure water golden whale technique. As for martial arts, we selected 3 top-tier profound-grade techniques: Azure Wave Whip Technique, Golden Shield of Azure Water, and Rippled Steps. Shen Mo nodded slightly. Huang Keiying had an earth-grade water attribute physique, and Mei He, with his extensive knowledge, had made excellent choices. Mei He added, the total cost was 13 grade C contributions. However, we encountered the third elder at the scripture pavilion, and upon hearing about this, he used his jade cauldron pearl to settle the bill for us. Shen Mo chuckled.
The third elder.
The third elder would not normally pay attention to core formation cultivators like Mei He or Huang Keiying. It was evident he had done this deliberately to build a favorable relationship with Shen Mo.
Not bad, it saved us some contributions.
Shen Mo said with a smile.
Keiying, you can head back for now. I need to discuss something with Elder Shen.
Mei He said, patting her on the head.
All right.
Huang Keiying replied and left. Once she was gone, Mei He lowered his voice.
Elder Shen, while at the scripture pavilion, I overheard a conversation suggesting that some people might be plotting against you.
Shen Mo raised an eyebrow.
Oh, let's hear it.
Mei He explained in a hushed tone.
Recently, the Danha sect has suspended its pill trade with our Jade Cauldron sect.
Elder Shen Keiying and I have returned, he called out. Shen Mo, hearing the voice, immediately retracted the solar flame and red lotus flame, donned a robe, and approached with quick steps. Oh, what techniques and martial arts did you select for Keiying? Shen Mo asked with a smile. Despite enduring numerous explosions from the exotic flames, Shen Mo's body was strong enough to withstand them without any harm. He remained as energetic as ever while speaking with Mei He. Mei He responded respectfully. The cultivation technique we chose is the earth-grade low-tier azure water golden whale technique. As for martial arts, we selected 3 top-tier profound-grade techniques: azure wave whip technique, golden shield of azure water, and rippled steps. Shen Mo nodded slightly. Huang Keiying had an earth-grade water attribute physique, and Mei He, with his extensive knowledge, had made excellent choices. Mei He added, the total cost was 13 grade C contributions. However, we encountered the third elder at the scripture pavilion, and upon hearing about this, he used his jade cauldron pearl to settle the bill for us. Shen Mo chuckled, the third elder. The third elder would not normally pay attention to core formation cultivators like Mei He or Huang Keiying. It was evident he had done this deliberately to build a favorable relationship with Shen Mo. Not bad, it saved us some contributions, Shen Mo said with a smile. Keiying, you can head back for now. I need to discuss something with Elder Shen, Mei He said, patting her on the head. All right, Huang Keiying replied and left. Once she was gone, Mei He lowered his voice. Elder Shen, while at the scripture pavilion, I overheard a conversation suggesting that some people might be plotting against you. Shen Mo raised an eyebrow. Oh, let's hear it. Mei He explained in a hushed tone. Recently, the Danhai sect has suspended its pill trade with our Jade Cauldron sect. The Supreme Purity sect has also refused to fulfill last year's artifact orders. And the state governor's office? They've not only cut off the trade of spirit beast and demon beast materials, but have also withheld our spirit stones. Furthermore, there's news that the state governor's office has gifted 6 ironclad cloud ships to the Supreme Purity sect. Shen Mo pondered this. Ironclad cloud ships. Those were treasures of immense value. One ironclad cloud ship was equivalent in power to an early-stage divine transformation cultivator. But 6 ironclad cloud ships deployed in a coordinated assault could easily surpass the strength of 6 early-stage divine transformation cultivators. The state governor himself didn't have many ironclad cloud ships, yet he sent 6 directly to the Supreme Purity sect. As for the Pill River sect, cutting off the pill trade was a severe blow. The Jade Cauldron sect could refine its own pills, but the cost-effectiveness couldn't compare to that of the Pill River sect. So much so that it was cheaper to buy from the Pill River sect than to produce them in-house. Mei He continued.
There's word from the Pill River sect that the Qingxuan Sect in Xunjiang Prefecture, where you used to belong, has always been a subordinate sect of the Pill River sect.
Elder Shen Keiying and I have returned, he called out. Shen Mo, hearing the voice, immediately retracted the solar flame and red lotus flame, donned a robe, and approached with quick steps. Oh, what techniques and martial arts did you select for Keiying? Shen Mo asked with a smile. Despite enduring numerous explosions from the exotic flames, Shen Mo's body was strong enough to withstand them without any harm. He remained as energetic as ever while speaking with Mei He. Mei He responded respectfully. The cultivation technique we chose is the Earth-grade low-tier azure water golden whale technique. As for martial arts, we selected 3 top-tier profound-grade techniques: Azure Wave Whip Technique, Golden Shield of Azure Water, and Rippled Steps. Shen Mo nodded slightly. Huang Keiying had an Earth-grade water attribute physique, and Mei He, with his extensive knowledge, had made excellent choices. Mei He added, the total cost was 13 grade C contributions. However, we encountered the third elder at the scripture pavilion, and upon hearing about this, he used his jade cauldron pearl to settle the bill for us. Shen Mo chuckled, the third elder. The third elder would not normally pay attention to core formation cultivators like Mei He or Huang Keiying. It was evident he had done this deliberately to build a favorable relationship with Shen Mo. Not bad, it saved us some contributions, Shen Mo said with a smile. Keiying, you can head back for now. I need to discuss something with Elder Shen, Mei He said, patting her on the head. All right, Huang Keiying replied and left. Once she was gone, Mei He lowered his voice. Elder Shen, while at the scripture pavilion, I overheard a conversation suggesting that some people might be plotting against you. Shen Mo raised an eyebrow. Oh, let's hear it. Mei He explained in a hushed tone. Recently, the Danhai sect has suspended its pill trade with our Jade Cauldron sect. The Supreme Purity sect has also refused to fulfill last year's artifact orders. And the state governor's office? They've not only cut off the trade of spirit beast and demon beast materials, but have also withheld our spirit stones. Furthermore, there's news that the state governor's office has gifted 6 ironclad cloudships to the Supreme Purity sect. Shen Mo pondered this. Ironclad cloudships. Those were treasures of immense value. One ironclad cloudship was equivalent in power to an early-stage divine transformation cultivator. But 6 ironclad cloudships deployed in a coordinated assault could easily surpass the strength of 6 early-stage divine transformation cultivators. The state governor himself didn't have many ironclad cloudships, yet he sent 6 directly to the Supreme Purity sect. As for the Pill River sect, cutting off the pill trade was a severe blow. The Jade Cauldron sect could refine its own pills, but the cost-effectiveness couldn't compare to that of the Pill River sect. So much so that it was cheaper to buy from the Pill River sect than to produce them in-house. Mei He continued, there's word from the Pill River sect that the Qingxuan Sect in Xunjiang Prefecture, where you used to belong, has always been a subordinate sect of the Pill River sect. They claim that the Jade Cauldron sect poaching you violates the rules set by the 3 major sects of Yuzhou. The Pill River sect is demanding that the Jade Cauldron sect hand you over and have you leave the Jade Cauldron sect to join them.
There's also word from the Supreme Purity sect. They're accusing you of having killed one of their nascent soul elders and are demanding that the Jade Cauldron sect hand you over for their punishment.
I also heard that the 2nd elder and 4th elder are already convening a meeting, and the main topic is you.
After finishing, Mei He cautiously glanced at Shen Mo, worried that these developments would shake his resolve. In a short period, the Supreme Purity sect, Pill River sect, and the state governor's office had all openly shown hostility toward the Jade Cauldron sect. Moreover, they all demanded that the sect hand over Shen Mo. No matter how strong Shen Mo was, he couldn't contend with an entire sect alone. If the deliberations in the council hall concluded with a decision to hand him over, what could Shen Mo do? And as Shen Mo's steward, what would Mei He's fate be? However, Mei He didn't see a trace of fear or hesitation on Shen Mo's face. His expression remained as calm as still water, as if he didn't care about the news at all.
Is that all? Anything else?
Shen Mo asked nonchalantly. Mei He nodded.
That's all I heard. They stopped talking when they noticed me approaching, knowing I'm your steward from Dragon Snake Mountain.
Shen Mo chuckled lightly.
That's normal. If I hadn't provoked their fear, it would mean I'm incompetent.
Mei He couldn't help but smile wryly. Oh, Elder Shen. Even now you're cracking jokes. At that moment, the ground suddenly trembled slightly, as if some enormous creature had shifted underground. All the spirit beasts on Dragon Snake Mountain fell silent, as though sensing the presence of a top predator in the food chain. Shen Mo raised an eyebrow, a thought flashing through his mind.
Mei He, I'll leave Dragon Snake Mountain in your care for now. I need to visit the sect.
Shen Mo said, patting Mei He on the shoulder.
Yes, I will manage Dragon Snake Mountain and await your good news.
Mei He replied with a resolute nod. Shen Mo smiled, then vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was deep beneath Dragon Snake Mountain, near the hatching site of the fire dragon egg.
As expected, you're about to hatch.
Shen Mo looked at the gradually cracking eggshell with joy. The earlier tremor had been caused by the fire dragon egg. For now, you'll need to endure a bit of confinement in the beast pouch. Shen Mo retrieved his mid-grade beast pouch, placing the fire dragon egg and its vat-like container inside. Then, without delay, he flew straight toward Dragon Snake Mountain. However, before he reached Dragon Snake Mountain, he encountered three people: Zhao Yaelu, Lu Dongsu, and He Tianchu. The three appeared anxious, rushing toward Dragon Snake Mountain. Upon spotting Shen Mo, they quickened their pace to meet him. Before Shen Mo could speak, Zhao Yaelu's expression turned serious as she exclaimed,
Junior brother, I've already arranged a way out for you. Follow me to Jade Sea City immediately. From there, we'll head straight to the East Sea.
Chapter 281, I have indeed brought a great treasure. Chapter 281, I have indeed brought a great treasure. Lu Dongxuan spoke seriously.
Junior brother, don't worry. The old man is already buying us time, so you're temporarily safe. Use this time wisely. Hurry to the East Sea while you still can.
He Tianchu took out a storage ring and solemnly handed it to Shen Mo.
Elder Shen, this contains tokens of appreciation from me, Ouyang Wei, and many elders whom you've saved in the past. It's enough to sustain your cultivation for a long time. Go to the East Sea and focus on cultivating. We believe you will achieve the divine transformation realm. When you reach that level, it won't be too late to return to the sect.
With that, he forcibly placed the storage ring in Shen Mo's hand. Shen Mo, still confused, asked,
What's going on?
Zhao Yaelu's face turned serious.
The Supreme Purity Sect and the Provincial Governor's Office have launched a joint attack. They've deployed armored cloud ships, capturing 2 cities within a day. They're also collaborating with internal traitors, coordinating attacks to surround 4 of our key industries. Fortunately, we had agents inside the Supreme Purity Sect who warned us in advance, allowing us to evacuate personnel and resources from one of the industries in time. But the remaining 3 industries, including the vital Golden Iron Valley, have been surrounded.
Shen Mo's expression turned contemplative. He knew the Golden Iron Valley was the most crucial artifact forging industry of the Qingxuan Sect. The forging techniques used to create the azure lotus robes, crowns, and boots that Yang Ke obtained had all originated from the Golden Iron Valley. Over 20 sets had already been crafted. Now, the valley was surrounded by the Supreme Purity Sect and the Provincial Governor's Office. Although they hadn't attacked yet, the Golden Iron Valley was clearly at their mercy. It was only a matter of time before they decided to strike. For the Qingxuan Sect, this was a devastating loss. Lu Dongxuan gritted his teeth.
They haven't launched an attack yet, but have the valley completely surrounded. They've made it clear, if we hand you over, they'll withdraw immediately. Yang Ke has already allied with the 4th Elder and others, demanding that you, as an elder of the Qingxuan Sect, sacrifice yourself for the greater good of the sect.
Lu Dongxuan continued.
Yang Ke has joined forces with the 4th, 7th, and 9th Elders. However, the Grand Elder, 5th Elder, and 8th Elder stand with me against them.
The 3rd and 6th Elders remain undecided, unwilling to take a firm stance.
As for the sect master, he hasn't expressed an opinion. After all, Yang Ke and his faction are his senior elders, making his position delicate. To break the deadlock, the sect master proposed another topic: the long vacant position of the young sect master. He suggested appointing you as the young sect master. According to the sect's founding rules, once someone assumes this position, the sect must do everything to protect them. However, Yang Ke and his faction are obstructing this proposal, leaving the situation at an impasse.
The current stalemate won't last long. Every second those industries remain surrounded plunges the sect deeper into torment.
If the losses become too great, affecting every elder, steward, and disciple, more people will eventually demand you be handed over.
He Tianchu sighed.
Yes, after all, they don't care about you. Shen Mo, they see it as your death in exchange for their safety. Why would they care?
Shen Mo smiled faintly.
I don't think it's worth worrying about. Becoming the young sect master isn't all that difficult.
Zhao Yelu scratched her head.
Junior brother, with your talent, temperament, and contributions, it's true that if the 10 elders united, you'd become the young sect master with ease. But right now, the elders are split into 2 factions of equal strength. Your chances of becoming the young sect master are slim and less.
She seemed to think of something but stopped short of saying it. Lu Dongxuan pondered aloud.
Unless the guardian of the sect explicitly supports you, breaking his own rules to intervene in sect affairs.
He Tianchu sighed again, unable to find words. The sect guardian was the Jade Cauldron sect's ultimate safeguard, a last resort. Since the departure of the sect's founder, the guardian had refrained from intervening in sect matters, avoiding internal disputes. For him to break his own rules for a young junior like Shen Mo would be unthinkable. Lu Dongxuan added,
I know you have a good relationship with the guardian, and he even granted you a token for access to the valley. But that's not enough. Unless the guardian openly supports you as the young sect master, it's all meaningless.
He Tianchu nodded.
Elder Shen, please listen to us. Take this time to flee to the East Sea.
Shen Mo chuckled but felt a warmth in his heart. He hadn't expected his senior sister and brothers to come to him immediately and even arrange an escape plan. He Tianchu, Yang and others had also shown their goodwill. Looking at the 3 of them, Shen Mo shook his head firmly.
No, I don't need to run. The guardian will support me as the young sect master.
As Shen Mo brushed past the trio, he headed straight for the Hengtai mountain range. Zhao Yelu, Lu Dongxuan, and He Tianchu froze, baffled by Shen Mo's actions.
Isn't that the direction of the valley where the guardian resides?
A glint of realization flickered in Lu Dongxuan's eyes.
Could it be that junior brother has some ace up his sleeve to force the old dragon to support him?
Zhao Yelu said with a hint of surprise. He Tianchu was even more astonished by her words. What could possibly make the guardian willingly break his own rules to intervene in sect affairs? No one could think of an answer.
Let's follow him and see.
Zhao Yelu said, her curiosity tinged with uncertainty. Lu Dongxuan and He Tianchu nodded and quickly followed. Dragon Valley. The old dragon lounged idly on the ground, holding a sharpened tree trunk in its claw and using it as a toothpick. Its demeanor was utterly relaxed, showing no concern for the current chaos in the Jade Cauldron Sect. Grumbling to itself, the dragon muttered.
Why hasn't Shen Mo come to chat with me? Could it be that he's died in the Fire Pill Palace? HMPH, if Li Zhendao let Shen Mo die there, I'll have to give him a good thrashing.
At that moment, a streak of light descended at the valley's entrance. The disciples guarding the valley recognized the familiar figure and immediately allowed him passage with respectful bows. However, their gazes toward Shen Mo were a mix of emotions: admiration, fear, pity, and helplessness. Shen Mo smiled and nodded at them before striding confidently into the valley.
Guardian, I've come to see you.
The old dragon's eyes lit up with joy.
You're here. I've missed you so much.
This whole time, Li Zhendao hasn't visited, Yi Yan hasn't come, and you've been absent too. You have no idea how bored I've been. I'm practically growing mushrooms out here. So, how was your time at the Fire Pill Palace? Did you gain anything? Do you have any treasures for me? Things have been a bit chaotic in the sect lately, but don't worry. As long as you stay here, no one will dare lay a finger on you.
The old dragon chuckled, exuding an air of unshakable confidence. Shen Mo felt a surge of warmth in his heart. The old dragon clearly understood the situation outside, and these words were meant to reassure him.
I did bring a treasure, an extraordinary one at that.
Chapter 282, Shen Mo, you're truly a good man. Chapter 282, Shen Mo, you're truly a good man. The old dragon looked astonished.
My standards are exceptionally high.
It said,
If what you've brought me isn't a real treasure, I'll be very upset.
the old dragon pretended to be angry. Shen Mo smiled slightly and took out a beast-taming pouch. From within, he retrieved a large barrel. Inside the barrel was a massive egg, rapidly cracking apart. The old dragon froze for a moment, then its face lit up with uncontrollable joy.
This aura feels so familiar.
The old dragon shot out of its lair like a bolt of lightning, carefully approaching the barrel, its gaze fixed nervously on the massive egg. Shen Mo smiled warmly.
Yes, this is your child. I promised I'd help you find it, and now I've fulfilled my promise.
The old dragon took a deep breath, releasing visible white mist from its nostrils. It looked at Shen Mo with solemn gratitude, its massive eyes filling with tears before the dragon even spoke. Tears like pearls began to fall.
I'm so moved. You, Shen Mo, you're truly a good man.
The old dragon wept tears of joy. Its massive claw instinctively reached out, as if to embrace Shen Mo. Fortunately, Shen Mo reacted quickly and dodged to the side. Otherwise, he would have ended up crushed, not by his enemies but by the old dragon's overly enthusiastic hug. That would have been a ridiculous way to die. Realizing its excitement had gone too far, the old dragon awkwardly rubbed its claws together.
Sorry, I forgot you're still in the nascent soul realm. That hug could have nearly broken your bones.
Shen Mo waved it off, about to speak, when he noticed the egg cracking even faster. From the bottom of the shell, a hind claw stretched out. The old dragon was ecstatic.
Good, it's about to hatch. Shen Mo, the medicinal liquid you prepared is excellent. It seems to have sped up the hatching process.
Shen Mo chuckled.
I'm an expert in this area.
The old dragon crouched down to watch the hatching process closely, lying flat beside Shen Mo with the intense focus of a child in a school lesson. Outside Dragon Valley, Zhao Yelu and the others finally arrived. Without entry tokens, they couldn't enter the valley and could only peer in from a distance.
What's going on inside?
Lu Dongxuan said, fidgeting as if ants were crawling all over him.
I can't see anything. The old dragon's body is blocking the view.
Zhao Yelu said, scratching her head. He Tianchu sighed.
If we could enter, I'd really love to see what trump card Elder Shen has up his sleeve.
Let's wait.
Zhao Yelu said with a sigh.
But I can't shake the feeling that everything is moving toward a worse outcome.
Lu Dongxuan blinked.
Senior sister, have you forgotten your luck? If your premonition says things are getting worse, it might actually mean they're getting better. Keep thinking pessimistically. The worse it feels, the better it might be.
Zhao Yelu wrinkled her nose.
You must have a screw loose.
Meanwhile, several figures streaked across the sky toward Dragon Valley like a gale. Leading them was Yang Wenyuan. Behind him were Yi Yan, Wang Wu, and other cultivators aligned with Yang Ke's faction.
Did you confirm it? Shen Mo went straight to Dragon Valley.
Yang Wenyuan asked.
Indeed, I figure he's relying on his relationship with the Guardian to beg for his life.
Wang Wu sneered. The others laughed mockingly, their tones full of disdain. At the brink of death, running to beg the old dragon for help. Everyone knew the Guardian had sworn not to meddle in sect affairs unless the sect faced an existential crisis. In the end, Shen Mo was simply wasting precious time. Instead of escaping, he was running to plead with the old dragon. Truly, his brain must have been kicked by a donkey. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yang Wenyuan and his group landed at the entrance of Dragon Valley, immediately spotting Zhao Yelu, Lu Dongxuan, and He Tianchu.
Oh, so you're here too.
Yang Wenyuan sneered, his gaze settling particularly on Lu Dongxuan.
What are you doing here?
Zhao Yelu's face turned grim. Yi Yan produced a token and declared.
We're here to enter the valley and capture Shen Mo. No one's entering today.
Lu Dongxuan flipped his hand, and a long spear appeared in his palm. His murderous aura surged, giving off the impression that he alone could hold off an army of thousands. He Tianchu also unsheathed his weapon, standing ready for battle. After all, Shen Mo had saved his life, not once but several times. Blocking Yi Yan and the others was the least he could do to repay that debt. Zhao Yeilu didn't seem to react outwardly, but her fair palm began to shimmer with dark scales. It was as if something ancient and long sealed within her bloodline was awakening. Yi Yan's expression grew tense. He suddenly felt immense pressure. Both Zhao Yeilu and Lu Dongxuan, elders of the 10th peak, were far stronger than he had anticipated. Yang Wenyuan stepped forward, placing himself before Yi Yan. His eyes were cold.
What now? Are you planning to defy the sect's orders?
Lu Dongxuan sneered.
What a joke. The proposals in the council chamber haven't been resolved yet. Where are these so-called sect orders coming from?
Yang Wenyuan glanced back at his group. Including himself, there were 8 people on his side, compared to only 3 on the other. If it came to a fight, the 3 of them wouldn't stand a chance. Making a quick decision, Yang Wenyuan waved his hand.
Attack! Break into the valley and capture Shen Mo alive.
He charged forward, leading the group with Yi Yan, Wang Wu, and the others following closely behind. The battle was about to erupt when suddenly, a new and vigorous energy surged forth. It felt like the birth of a young sun small, yet radiating intense, scorching heat. The energy emanated from within the valley. In that instant, everyone Yi Yan, Zhao Yeilu, Lu Dongxuan, and the others paused and turned their attention toward the valley. Moments later, a resounding dragon's roar erupted from within. The sound reverberated for 3,000 miles, shaking the heavens. Countless demonic and spiritual beasts fell to the ground, trembling in submission, not daring to make a single sound. This dragon's roar was unlike any before. It was filled with joy, excitement, and pure happiness, the kind that hadn't been felt for over 1,000 years. Inside the council chamber, the elders, who had been in a heated debate, froze at the sound of the dragon's roar.
What's happening to the Guardian? How could there be such a dragon's roar? What's going on? Could it be?
Chapter 283, Shen Mo, the young sect master of the Jade Cauldron Sect. Chapter 283, Shen Mo, the young sect master of the Jade Cauldron Sect. Outside Dragon Valley, Li Zhendao and the 11 elders arrived swiftly at the scene. Yi Yan, Lu Dongxuan, and the others immediately saluted. Li Zhendao frowned.
Why are so many people gathered here?
Yi Yan replied coldly.
Shen Mo is inside Dragon Valley. We must capture him now to prevent his escape.
The 5th elder furrowed his brows.
The council has yet to decide on the matter. Who authorized you to make an arrest, Yi Yan? Who gave you that authority?
Yi Yan answered calmly.
I am an elder of the 2nd peak and a member of the disciplinary hall, appointed by the Grand Elder. Regardless of the council's decision, whether Shen Mo is to be handed over or not, he must be detained temporarily to await judgment. If he learns of the situation and escapes, the responsibility will fall on the disciplinary hall, on me.
The 5th elder hesitated, his brows knit in disapproval. Li Zhendao sighed.
Let's set that aside for now. First, we need to find out what's happening with the Guardian.
Taking a single step forward, he prepared to enter the valley. But in the next instant, an incomparably powerful and majestic aura descended upon them. Everyone present felt as though they were being stared down by a predator at the very top of the food chain, as if their next moment might end in the jaws of a terrifying beast. Even Li Zhendao and the other divine transformation cultivators froze in their tracks. All eyes instinctively turned toward the sky. A colossal black silhouette blotted out the sun, descending like a mountain about to crush them. It was the fire dragon, the guardian of the Jade Cauldron Sect.
Who gave you the nerve to cause such a commotion outside my valley?
The old dragon's icy gaze swept across Yang Wenyuan's group and Lu Dongxuan's party. When his eyes landed on Zhao Yeilu, A hint of apprehension flickered in his expression, lingering on her for a moment longer. Li Zhendao cupped his hands respectfully.
Guardian, we heard your dragon roar and came to check on you. What happened?
The old dragon chuckled lightly.
Oh, nothing major. My child was just born. You're...
Li Zhendao froze, his face quickly giving way to utter astonishment. He wasn't alone, everyone present was stunned. The guardians.
Greetings, Sect Master.
Li Zhendao stared in disbelief. Even a fool could see the small dragon's closeness to Shen Mo, making the situation abundantly clear. Li Zhendao's voice trembled.
Elder Shen, you found the fire dragon's egg and helped it hatch.
The old dragon snorted.
Who else? Do you think I would hatch the egg myself?
Gasp! The sound of people inhaling sharply echoed through the air. Shen Mo had found the fire dragon's egg and even assisted in its hatching. This was nothing short of resolving a lifelong regret for the guardian. What was this? An earth-shattering contribution. Since the departure of the founding patriarch, the Qingxuan Sect hadn't seen such a monumental achievement.
Shen Mo, you...
Li Zhendao was so overwhelmed that he struggled to find the right words. Elders like Wan Mushan, the third elder, and the fifth elder were visibly moved, their eyes glistening with emotion. In stark contrast, Yang Qia's face turned incredibly sour. Even a fool could guess what was about to happen next. Yi Yan's expression darkened to the point that it seemed water might drip from it. He couldn't believe that Shen Mo had accomplished something so significant. Shen Mo spoke calmly, his voice steady and resolute.
I am fully aware of the challenges facing the sect. However, sacrificing our own young sect master to appease our enemies is, in my opinion, a grave mistake.
The fire dragon's gaze swept across Yang Qia and his followers.
What do you think?
At that moment, Yang Qia, a divine transformation cultivator, felt as though he was being stared down by a primordial beast that could crush him at any moment. Even though he was a powerful divine transformation cultivator, the fire dragon's overwhelming presence made it clear that their power was not on the same level. The gap between divine transformation cultivators was vast, and the fire dragon was at the pinnacle of its tier.
I agree.
Yang Ke said with immense difficulty, his voice strained under the oppressive aura. As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt as if a mountain had been lifted from his shoulders and let out a deep sigh of relief. The fourth, seventh, and ninth elders quickly followed suit, bowing their heads in agreement. Li Zhendao, Wan Mushan, and the other elders exhaled deeply, relieved. The fire dragon's words carried two unmistakable messages. First, it fully supported Shen Mo becoming the young sect master of the Qingxuan Sect. Second, it strongly disapproved of the plan to use Shen Mo as a bargaining chip for temporary peace with their enemies. Zhao Yailu, Lu Dongxuan, and He Tianchu finally relaxed, their previously tense expressions easing. All three looked at Shen Mo with newfound admiration and respect. Shen Mo responded with a faint smile.
I never imagined Junior Brother had such a powerful trump card.
Lu Dongxuan muttered, clicking his tongue in amazement.
HMPH, I saw it coming.
Zhao Yailu said smugly, her small face full of pride. Lu Dongxuan chuckled.
Saw it coming. Your premonitions were all doom and gloom earlier. You didn't see anything.
Zhao Yailu glared at him.
Let's spar in the training grounds, and I'll show you.
Lu Dongxuan's face turned pale.
No way, over my dead body.
The fire dragon snorted.
Stop dawdling, get back to your duties. Your enemies are at your doorstep. What are you waiting for? And as for the formal ceremony to appoint the young sect master, pick a time for it soon. Don't bother me with these trivial matters. I never interfere in sect affairs or break the rules.
The fire dragon crouched down, carefully cradled the small dragon, and retreated into Dragon Valley. Before leaving, it glanced back.
Shen Mo, visit often. This little one seems to like you a lot.
I will for sure.
Shen Mo replied with a smile. Li Zhendao and the others bowed respectfully as the fire dragon departed. Inwardly, they couldn't help but think, you claim not to interfere in sect affairs or break rules, yet what were you just doing? Of course, none of them dared voice such thoughts, choosing instead to act as if nothing had happened. Li Zhendao laughed heartily.
Young sect master, let's go. It's time for the formal ceremony.
Shen Mo cupped his hands.
Very well.
Surrounded by the elders, Shen Mo was escorted toward the council hall, leaving behind Yi Yan, Yang Wenyuan, and Wang Wu. Their faces were dark, their expressions filled with frustration and resentment.
Tusk, clashing with the future sect master, isn't a wise move. I hope you're prepared for what's coming.
Zhao Yelu said smugly as she passed them.
Some people are about to have a very bad time.
Lu Dongxuan added with a sly grin. He Tianchu said nothing, but the amused chuckle that escaped his lips stung Yi Yan and the others even more.
Damn it!
Yi Yan clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms. The bones of his knuckles bulged, and blood dripped onto the ground. But he seemed completely oblivious to the pain. Yang Wenyuan glanced at Yi Yan's back before turning to the others.
Let's leave him to cool off. We should head back.
Chapter 284. The Fall of Mist Province, Yu Province Governor's Apology, and Yi Yan's Visit to the 10,000 Demons Nation. Chapter 284. The Fall of Mist Province, Yu Province Governor's Apology, and Yi Yan's Visit to the 10,000 Demons Nation. The next day, the Jade Cauldron Sect held a grand ceremony to officially establish its young sect master. Shen Mo, the young man who had joined the Jade Cauldron Sect only a few years ago from the Qingxuan Sect, became the center of attention during the event. Countless gazes converged on him. Unparalleled glory was bestowed upon him. Every Jade Cauldron Sect cultivator was surprised. It had been many years since the sect formally appointed a young sect master, and the position unexpectedly fell to Shen Mo. However, upon reflection, they realized it was not so surprising after all. Indeed, there was no one in the Jade Cauldron Sect more suitable for the role than Shen Mo. Before long, the news of Shen Mo's appointment as the young sect master spread like wildfire across Yu Province. The Summer Clarity Sect, the Pill River Sect, and the governor's office all received the news. Not only the news itself, but also the reasons behind it. Governor's Office. Yu Province Governor read the report submitted by Wu Renayan, and his heart was unable to calm for a long time.
Despite pressure from three sides, the Jade Cauldron Sect not only refused to hand over Shen Mo, but even made him their young sect master. I truly regret underestimating him back then.
The governor's gaze turned icy. Looking at the water pool before him, he suddenly stomped hard. A bone-chilling cold burst forth, freezing the entire pool into an ice sculpture in an instant. All the fish, shrimp, turtles, and crabs within were extinguished in a moment. Wu Renayan, kneeling on one knee, hastily said,
My lord, please take care of your health and do not let anger harm your body. The battle report from Mist Province has already arrived. Now is the time when your leadership is most needed.
The governor turned around, his gaze sharp as lightning.
What about Mist Province?
Wu Renayan sighed lightly and presented the report with both hands, speaking in a low voice.
The eldest prince of the Demon Emperor led an army of 1,000,000 and launched a direct assault. Mist Province Governor led 3 golden generals and 1,000,000 soldiers to counterattack.
The two sides clashed fiercely at Qingxuan Valley in Mist Province.
Amid the chaos of battle, the Demon Emperor personally led his elite force of 81 Dragonblood guards to attack from the rear of the Mist Province Governor's forces.
Caught in a pincer attack, the Mist Province Governor fell in battle, along with the 3 golden generals. The 1,000,000-strong army was annihilated. Only a few remnants escaped to report the situation. The Yu Province Governor's eyes widened as he hastily unfolded the report to read it carefully. After reading the entire document, his heart was shaken to the core. His body trembled uncontrollably, like a decaying tree swaying precariously. Wu Renayan quickly stepped forward to steady him, helping him to sit on a stone bench. At this moment, the governor seemed to have aged 100 years.
How many days old is this report?
He asked, taking a deep breath. Wu Renayan replied in a low voice.
Qingxuan Valley is hundreds of thousands of miles away. Even using transmission jade to relay the report, It had to be passed through 8 or 9 intermediaries along the way.
When I received this report, at least 3 days had already passed.
The governor muttered.
3 days?
He fell silent. The fall of Mist Province had been too swift. On his side, the task of collaborating with the Summer Clarity Sect and Pill River Sect to destroy the Jade Cauldron Sect had proceeded far too slowly. Now the two matters had collided.
What is your advice, my lord?
Wu Renayan asked respectfully, still kneeling on one knee. The governor took several deep breaths.
First, immediately send the battle report to the capital for submission to His Majesty, Emperor Jing. Second, immediately send the report to the sect leaders of the Summer Clarity Sect, the Pill River Sect, and the Jade Cauldron Sect to convene a meeting. Third, I will write an apology to His Majesty, Emperor Jing.
Wu Renayan was taken aback.
My lord,
The governor smiled bitterly.
if Mist Province had not fallen so quickly, I would still have time to deal with this matter. I could have destroyed the Jade Cauldron Sect sooner or later. But now, that's no longer an option. With the forces of the 10,000 Demons Nation pressing forward, we must unite all the strength within Yu Province. Everything from the past must be discarded. From this day forth, all 4 factions must stand firmly together to resist the 10,000 Demons Nation.
In such circumstances, offending the Jade Cauldron Sect is the greatest obstacle to unity.
His Majesty, Emperor Jing, will not kill me, but I can no longer remain in Yu Province.
Wu Renayan's eyes revealed a trace of confusion. The Yu Province governor patted his shoulder. The governor smiled bitterly. If Mist Province had not fallen so quickly, I would still have time to deal with this matter. I could have destroyed the Jade Cauldron Sect sooner or later. But now, that's no longer an option. With the forces of the 10,000 Demons Nation pressing forward, we must unite all the strength within Yu Province. Everything from the past must be discarded. From this day forth, all 4 factions must stand firmly together to resist the 10,000 Demons Nation. In such circumstances, offending the Jade Cauldron Sect is the greatest obstacle to unity. His Majesty, Emperor Jing, will not kill me, but I can no longer remain in Yu Province. Wu Renayan's eyes revealed a trace of confusion. The Yu Province governor patted his shoulder. You are my trusted aide, but this crime will not implicate you. I expect that the one to replace me in governing Yu Province will be His Majesty's most trusted, Prince Jing. You can push all the blame onto me. When the time comes, fight bravely on the battlefield, earn merit, and redeem yourself. That's what you're best at. Wu Renayan lowered his head. My lord.
I am a sinner of Yu Province and a sinner of the Jing Kingdom. From now on, do not call me governor anymore. My name is Jai Quan.
Wu Renayan bowed his head.
Understood.
In the days that followed, earth-shaking news spread one after another, like a violent storm sweeping through Yu Province and reaching the ears of every cultivator and commoner. The first piece of news: Jai Quan, governor of Yu Province, was found guilty of maliciously attempting to overthrow the Jade Cauldron Sect, a crime deemed unforgivable, and was dismissed by Emperor Jing. The emperor's brother, Prince Jing, was set to take over as Yu Province governor. The second piece of news: the 3 major sects of Yu Province, after abandoning their previous grievances, resumed cooperation and restored harmonious relations. As for the third piece of news, though the 3 sects and the governor's office had not made an official announcement, the warfare in the south was impossible to conceal. The death of Mist Province governor, along with the near-total collapse of Mist Province, had gradually become known. What would happen next in Yu Province was self-evident. For a time, the entire province was filled with unease, as if doomsday was approaching. In comparison, the appointment of Shen Mo as the young sect master of the Jade Cauldron Sect seemed like a trivial matter. Night. At the second peak of the Jade Cauldron Sect, Yi Yan stood alone beneath the starry sky, gazing southward, seemingly deep in thought.
I didn't expect the 10,000 Demons Nation to be this powerful. The strength of the Demon Emperor far exceeds my imagination. He's forced the 3 sects of Yu Province and the governor's office to set aside their grudges and unite against a common enemy. What will become of Yu province in the end?
Countless thoughts swirled in Yi Yan's mind.
Since Shen Mo became the young sect master, my standing has plummeted. Many people now avoid me like the plague, fearing any association with me. And that Wang Wuhi's already cut ties with me, claiming that the trip to Fire Dragon Valley was entirely my decision. I no longer have a place in the Jade Cauldron Sect.
Yi Yan took several deep breaths, solidifying his decision.
But before I leave, I have someone to kill. Not everyone can trample on Yi Yan, especially someone as weak as you.
Yi Yan sneered and approached a residence on the second peak, knocking on the door.
Who is it?
Came Wang Wu's impatient voice from inside.
It's me, Yi Yan. Not interested. I'm leaving the Jade Cauldron Sect. I'll give you all my contributions.
Hurried footsteps echoed as Wang Wu opened the door, his face alight with surprise.
Really?
Yi Yan smiled.
Come on, let's talk inside. Sure.
Chapter 285, Earthrank Low-Grade Treasure Phoenix Perch Parasol Tree. Chapter 285, Earthrank Low-Grade Treasure Phoenix Perch Parasol Tree. Yi Yan traveled south without pause. His speed was swift, and he didn't stop for even a moment. As he approached the border of Taishan Prefecture, he finally came to a halt. Ahead of him was a dormant volcano, once a treasured site for alchemy within the 9 Cycles Alchemy sect. However, the volcano had fallen dormant after being affected by the devastating war of years past. Why did Yi Yan stop here? Even he wasn't entirely sure. Perhaps it was the fleeting shadow of a demonic beast in the forest. Perhaps it was the sight of smoke curling from chimneys in the nearby village. Or perhaps it was a subtle pull of fate guiding him to stop unconsciously. Many actions humans take are not the result of deliberate thought. This sudden halt was no exception for Yi Yan. However, as soon as he stopped, he noticed a familiar figure by the volcanic crater, which had long since transformed into a lake. Dressed in flowing green robes, the figure was none other than Shen Mo, the current young sect master of the Jade Cauldron Sect. Yi Yan's pupils contracted sharply. But he quickly realized that the murder of Wang Wu had likely not yet been discovered. Shen Mo wouldn't be here to pursue him.
Young sect master Shen, what brings you here?
Yi Yan asked cautiously. Shen Mo smiled faintly.
I accepted a mission and came here to complete it. What about you, Elder Yi?
Yi Yan presented a pre-prepared excuse.
I've taken on a mission in the south. I'm heading to Longjiang Prefecture to eliminate invading demons.
Longjiang Prefecture, located south of Taishan Prefecture and bordering Mist Province, shared a similar culture and was plagued by frequent demon and beast activity. It was common for elders to go there on missions. Shen Mo nodded with a slight smile.
I see, Elder Yi, don't mind me. Carry on with your task.
With that, he turned back toward the lake in the volcanic crater, standing quietly. Yi Yan frowned slightly. He had no idea what Shen Mo was doing here. But since Shen Mo showed no hostility, Yi Yan decided it was best to avoid confrontation. Carefully, Yi Yan circled far around Shen Mo, keeping a distance of at least 100 meters, ensuring he never turned his back on the young sect master. Only when they were over a kilometer apart did Yi Yan gradually pick up his pace and resume heading south. Shen Mo watched Yi Yan's departing figure with a faint smile. He already knew what Yi Yan's fate would be. This man had witnessed the overwhelming strength of the 10,000 Demons Nation and the invincible power of the Demon Emperor. Coupled with the exclusion he faced within the Jade Cauldron Sect, Yi Yan would inevitably betray the sect and join the 10,000 Demons Nation. Later, Yi Yan would rise to become one of the Demon Emperor's most trusted lieutenants. Thus, it was inevitable that Yi Yan would leave the Jade Cauldron Sect one day. Back at Fire Dragon Valley, Shen Mo had glimpsed Yi Yan's life trajectory through his unique insight. As expected, he discovered that Yi Yan was destined to leave the Jade Cauldron Sect. Of course, Shen Mo had no intention of stopping him or bidding him farewell. However, Shen Mo had also noticed that on Yi Yan's journey southward, he would pause at this dormant volcano and, by sheer chance, uncover a great opportunity in the lake at its crater. As a righteous and upright cultivator, Shen Mo could not allow such a treasure to fall into the hands of someone destined to join the enemy. Wouldn't that be aiding the enemy? Thus, Shen Mo arrived at this location in advance. Knowing Yi Yan would deem himself weaker and avoid confrontation, Shen Mo was confident the man would leave swiftly. This ensured that the opportunity would fall into Shen Mo's hands instead. Not long after Yi Yan left, the tranquil lake suddenly began to boil as if it had been set aflame. Crabs and shrimp floated to the surface one after another. Without wings, they couldn't escape and soon turned bright red, their lives snuffed out in the process. Deep within the lake, a faint glimmer of light began to shine.
At last,
Shen Mo muttered, his eyes lighting up as he leapt into the lake. Moments later, he burst from the water, holding tightly to a piece of fiery red wood, about the length of a forearm.
an Earth-rank low-grade treasure phoenix perch parasol tree.
Shen Mo's eyes gleamed with joy as he smiled. The parasol tree was ordinarily just a common species of tree. Only those over 500 years old could even be considered spiritual wood, let alone used in constructing sect buildings or crafting treasures. But the phoenix has a special affinity for the parasol tree. It often perches atop its branches, grooming its feathers. An ordinary parasol tree, touched by the phoenix, undergoes a fiery rebirth. Its leaves are consumed by flames. The bark chars to black. The core of the tree is tempered and refined in the intense fire. Ultimately, the tree is reduced to a bare trunk, perpetually surrounded by flames. This is the phoenix perch parasol tree.
This treasure contains the lingering essence of a phoenix. It can help accelerate my mastery of the third and fourth forms of the Nine Suns divine phoenix technique.
Shen Mo thought, his eyes gleaming.
Perhaps I could even comprehend the fifth form on my own with its aid.
Shen Mo smiled. Even with his extraordinary life fate of understanding thousands at a glance, his progress in mastering the Nine Suns divine phoenix technique had been slow. In the current climate, with the 10,000 demons nation poised for invasion and storms brewing on the horizon, slow cultivation was a deadly liability. Thus, Shen Mo was determined to use every possible means to accelerate his progress and increase his strength. This piece of the phoenix perch parasol tree was an opportunity he could not afford to miss.
Now that I have it, it's time to head back. By now, the Supreme Clarity Sect, the Pill River Sect, and the governor's office should have arrived at the Jade Cauldron Sect for the four-party talks.
Shen Mo quickened his pace, returning to the sect. Jade Cauldron Sect Martial Arena. Sect Master Li Zhentao, Shen Mo, and several elders stood silently, waiting. Disciples and stewards gathered outside the arena, curiously peering in.
I heard the Supreme Clarity Sect, the Pill River Sect, and the governor's office are sending people to our sect today. What? Why? Aren't they our mortal enemies? No matter how deep the enmity, we must unite against the demons. That's true.
A wave of excitement rippled through the disciples as they looked toward the sky. A massive flying vessel sped through the air, soon appearing above. The ship was over 100 meters long and more than 30 meters wide. Encased in iron armor, it hovered midair, surrounded by faint glimmers of light evidence of the powerful formations engraved upon it. This was the ironclad cloudship, a masterpiece of human formation engineering.
So that's the ironclad cloudship. I've heard of how impressive it is, but today I finally get to see it. They say the Pill River Sect has a similar vessel. It's a pity we Jade Cauldron Sect don't have one. We'll definitely get one in the future.
The disciples murmured among themselves, barely hiding their envy. Shen Mo and Li Zhentao remained expressionless, while the great elder and others snorted coldly. The Supreme Clarity Sect's flaunting was obvious. Their intention was clear, to assert their influence and gain a stronger voice during the talks. Even as the 10,000 demons nation threatened the human world, they still played such petty games, utterly contemptible. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several streaks of light descended from the ironclad cloudship. A loud, hearty laugh rang out.
Ha ha ha, Sect Master Li, it's been over 300 years since we last met, hasn't it? A pleasure, a pleasure. When we met last, you were just a junior by the old Sect Master's side. Now you've become a sect master yourself.
Chapter 286, The Three Sects and the King's Gathering. Chapter 286, The Three Sects and the King's Gathering. Li Zhendao smiled faintly.
Sect Master Mo is as humorous as ever.
He betrayed not the slightest change in emotion, as though Mo Lingxiao's words had no effect on him. Shen Mo, observing the exchange, smiled inwardly. Mo Lingxiao had clearly begun with an attempt to assert dominance over Li Zhendao, acting as though he were Li's senior, speaking with a lofty air. When Mo Lingxiao saw that his words had failed to evoke any reaction, he smiled faintly and extended a hand to shake Li Zhendao's. The two clasped hands in a superficial gesture, their faces betraying polite yet insincere smiles. Li Zhendao's gaze shifted to the tall young man behind Mo Lingxiao.
I've heard much about the prodigious talent of your sect's young master, but I've never had the chance to meet him until today.
Sect Master Mo is as humorous as ever. He betrayed not the slightest change in emotion, as though Mo Lingxiao's words had no effect on him. Shen Mo, observing the exchange, smiled inwardly. Mo Lingxiao had clearly begun with an attempt to assert dominance over Li Zhendao, acting as though he were Li's senior, speaking with a lofty air. When Mo Lingxiao saw that his words had failed to evoke any reaction, he smiled faintly and extended a hand to shake Li Zhendao's. The two clasped hands in a superficial gesture, their faces betraying polite yet insincere smiles. Li Zhendao's gaze shifted to the tall young man behind Mo Lingxiao. I've heard much about the prodigious talent of your sect's young master, but I've never had the chance to meet him until today. Sect Master Mo has truly hidden him well. Mo Lingxiao laughed heartily.
Of course, if I didn't keep him hidden, he might catch the eye of some unscrupulous individuals.
Sect Master Mo is as humorous as ever. He betrayed not the slightest change in emotion, as though Mo Lingxiao's words had no effect on him. Shen Mo, observing the exchange, smiled inwardly. Mo Lingxiao had clearly begun with an attempt to assert dominance over Li Zhendao, acting as though he were Li's senior, speaking with a lofty air. When Mo Lingxiao saw that his words had failed to evoke any reaction, he smiled faintly and extended a hand to shake Li Zhendao's. The two clasped hands in a superficial gesture, their faces betraying polite yet insincere smiles. Li Zhendao's gaze shifted to the tall young man behind Mo Lingxiao. I've heard much about the prodigious talent of your sect's young master, but I've never had the chance to meet him until today. Sect Master Mo has truly hidden him well. Mo Lingxiao laughed heartily. Of course, if I didn't keep him hidden, he might catch the eye of some unscrupulous individuals. Yu province isn't exactly safe. Shen Mo also turned to examine the young man. With sharp brows, bright eyes, and a tall, commanding presence, the youth resembled a sword drawn from its sheath. Even without speaking, his demeanor was overbearing, radiating an air of arrogance that kept others at bay. This was none other than Qingxuan, the young master of the Qingxuan Sect. However, after a glance at Qingxuan's life panel, Shen Mo lost interest. His destiny couldn't compare to that of Yi Yan, and was far inferior even to Xiao Fan's. The only notable aspects were the fortune's favor and
Turning calamity into blessing.
attributes which were just barely acceptable. The rest of his life traits were merely of purple-grade significance. Qingxuan had been sizing up Shen Mo, harboring thoughts of a subtle contest of dominance. But when Shen Mo abruptly shifted his gaze away, as though losing interest, Qingxuan's irritation flared. What is this? Am I Qingxuan, unworthy of being your opponent? Mo Lingxiao's smiling gaze turned toward Shen Mo.
This must be the newly appointed young master of your sect. Shen Mo, I've heard many stories about him.
Shen Mo merely nodded slightly, his expression calm. Tensions between the two sides had been high recently, with the Qingxuan Sect even surrounding 3 of the Yuding Sect's industries, including the Golden Iron Valley. They had come close to an outright confrontation. If Shen Mo were to act overly polite, it would only make him appear weak.
Such character, I like it.
Mo Lingxiao said with a hearty laugh, amused by Shen Mo's cold reaction.
Elder, please escort Sect Master Mo and his party to the council hall to rest.
Li Zhendao said casually.
Certainly.
The elder replied with a nod.
Everyone, please follow me. Don't keep me waiting too long.
Mo Lingxiao remarked lightly as he departed. Not long after Mo Lingxiao and his group entered the council hall, another cloud ship appeared on the horizon. This ship was smaller than the armored cloud ship, its surface lacking armor, and its emitted glow was faint. It resembled a merchant vessel more than a warship. From the ship, two figures descended. Leading the way was a rotund middle-aged man, followed closely by an equally rotund younger man. Their smiles and movements were eerily identical, as if cast from the same mold.
Sect Master Hai, a pleasure to meet you.
Li Zhendao said with a smile, clasping his hands in greeting. Hai Qiankun laughed heartily in response.
A pleasure indeed. It's been years, yet Sect Master Li is as distinguished as ever. You flatter me.
Li Zhendao replied with a polite smile. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Hai Qiankun's gaze naturally fell on Shen Mo.
You must be Shen Mo. The Qingxuan Sect was once under the banner of the Danhe Sect.
Why did you choose to join the Yuding sect instead?
His small eyes gleamed with a dangerous light.
Shen Mo answered calmly.
The Qingxuan Sect was abandoned by the Danhe Sect long ago, wasn't it?
Hai Qiankun's eyes flickered, and then he burst into laughter.
What sharp words! Sect Master Li, you've found a treasure. It's a shame he isn't a disciple of the Danhe Sect.
Li Zhendao chuckled with a hint of pride.
Sect Master Hai overpraises him.
At that moment, a massive shadow loomed in the sky, drawing everyone's attention upward. A massive cloud ship appeared in the sky. Its surface gleamed with iron armor, and at its bow was a golden dragon ram, exuding an air of majesty. Lavish and resplendent, it resembled a true dragon on parade.
The Golden Dragon Cloud Ship, it's a royal vessel.
Some well-informed disciples exclaimed in hushed voices. Shen Mo gazed at the cloud ship, every inch of its deck brimming with royal grandeur, deep in thought. By protocol, a prince was entitled to no more than a golden python cloud ship. However, Emperor Jing had specially gifted a golden dragon cloud ship to Prince Jing, a display of his favoritism toward his younger brother. The differences between the golden dragon and golden python cloud ships were not merely cosmetic. In terms of attack, defense, and speed, the golden dragon far surpassed the golden python. The value of this single ship alone was enough to purchase several smaller sects outright.
Ha ha ha, it seems this prince is still late despite rushing over. My apologies.
A clear and hearty laugh echoed from the cloud ship. Moments later, a figure descended gracefully from the vessel, landing in the center of the martial arena. The man wore a golden python robe, a jade belt at his waist, and carried a sandalwood folding fan. With sharp brows, bright eyes, a handsome face, and an upright bearing, he exuded nobility. Even a casual glance revealed his extraordinary status.
Greetings, Prince Jing.
Li Zhendao, Hai Qiankun, and the elders all cupped their hands in respect toward the young man. As sect masters, Li Zhendao and Hai Qiankun were not required to perform a full bow. Shen Mo, being a young sect master, along with elders like the Grand Elder, Yang Ke, and Wan Mushan, who were in the nascent soul realm, were similarly exempt. The Yuanying elders, deacons, and disciples of the Yuding sect, given their long-standing defiance of the imperial court, naturally did not kneel. At most, they called out Your Highness Prince Jing as a token of respect. Prince Jing seemed unfazed by this and wore a warm smile as he approached Li Zhendao and Hai Qiankun.
I've long heard of Sect Master Li and Sect Master Hai's illustrious reputations. Meeting you today, I see the truth in the legends.
He cupped his hands slightly toward them, showing the proper demeanor of a younger generation.
From now on, I will be acting as the governor of Yu Province.
Sect Master Mo is as humorous as ever. He betrayed not the slightest change in emotion, as though Mo Lingxiao's words had no effect on him. Shen Mo, observing the exchange, smiled inwardly. Mo Lingxiao had clearly begun with an attempt to assert dominance over Li Zhendao, acting as though he were Li's senior, speaking with a lofty air. When Mo Lingxiao saw that his words had failed to evoke any reaction, he smiled faintly and extended a hand to shake Li Zhendao's. The two clasped hands in a superficial gesture, their faces betraying polite yet insincere smiles. Li Zhendao's gaze shifted to the tall young man behind Mo Lingxiao. "I've heard much about the prodigious talent of your sect's young master, but I've never had the chance to meet him until today. Sect Master Mo has truly hidden him well." Mo Lingxiao laughed heartily. "Of course, if I didn't keep him hidden, he might catch the eye of some unscrupulous individuals. Yu province isn't exactly safe." Shen Mo also turned to examine the young man. With sharp brows, bright eyes, and a tall, commanding presence, the youth resembled a sword drawn from its sheath. Even without speaking, his demeanor was overbearing, radiating an air of arrogance that kept others at bay. This was none other than Qingxuan, the young master of the Qingxuan Sect. However, after a glance at Qingxuan's life panel, Shen Mo lost interest. His destiny couldn't compare to that of Yi Yan, and was far inferior even to Xiao Fan's. The only notable aspects were the fortune's favor and turning calamity into blessing attributes which were just barely acceptable. The rest of his life traits were merely of purple-grade significance. Qingxuan had been sizing up Shen Mo, harboring thoughts of a subtle contest of dominance. But when Shen Mo abruptly shifted his gaze away, as though losing interest, Qingxuan's irritation flared. "What is this? Am I Qingxuan, unworthy of being your opponent?" Mo Lingxiao's smiling gaze turned toward Shen Mo. "This must be the newly appointed young master of your sect. Shen Mo, I've heard many stories about him." Shen Mo merely nodded slightly, his expression calm. Tensions between the two sides had been high recently, with the Qingxuan Sect even surrounding 3 of the Yuding Sect's industries, including the Golden Iron Valley. They had come close to an outright confrontation. If Shen Mo were to act overly polite, it would only make him appear weak. "Such character, I like it," Mo Lingxiao said with a hearty laugh, amused by Shen Mo's cold reaction. "Elder, please escort Sect Master Mo and his party to the council hall to rest," Li Zhendao said casually. "Certainly," the elder replied with a nod. "Everyone, please follow me." "Don't keep me waiting too long," Mo Lingxiao remarked lightly as he departed. Not long after Mo Lingxiao and his group entered the council hall, another cloud ship appeared on the horizon. This ship was smaller than the armored cloud ship, its surface lacking armor, and its emitted glow was faint. It resembled a merchant vessel more than a warship. From the ship, 2 figures descended. Leading the way was a rotund middle-aged man, followed closely by an equally rotund younger man. Their smiles and movements were eerily identical, as if cast from the same mold. "Sect Master Hai, a pleasure to meet you," Li Zhendao said with a smile, clasping his hands in greeting. Hai Qingxuan laughed heartily in response. "A pleasure indeed. It's been years, yet Sect Master Li is as distinguished as ever." "You flatter me," Li Zhendao replied with a polite smile. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Hai Qingxuan's gaze naturally fell on Shen Mo. "You must be Shen Mo. The Qingxuan Sect was once under the banner of the Danhe Sect. Why did you choose to join the Yuding Sect instead?" His small eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. Shen Mo answered calmly, "The Qingxuan Sect was abandoned by the Danhe Sect long ago, wasn't it?" Hai Qingxuan's eyes flickered, and then he burst into laughter. "What sharp words, Sect Master Li, you've found a treasure. It's a shame he isn't a disciple of the Danhe Sect." Li Zhendao chuckled with a hint of pride. Sect Master Hai overpraises him. At that moment, a massive shadow loomed in the sky, drawing everyone's attention upward. A massive cloud ship appeared in the sky. Its surface gleamed with iron armor, and at its bow was a golden dragon ram, exuding an air of majesty. Lavish and resplendent, it resembled a true dragon on parade. "The Golden Dragon cloud ship, it's a royal vessel," some well-informed disciples exclaimed in hushed voices. Shen Mo gazed at the cloud ship, every inch of its deck brimming with royal grandeur, deep in thought. By protocol, a prince was entitled to no more than a golden python cloud ship. However, Emperor Jing had specially gifted a golden dragon cloud ship to Prince Jing, a display of his favoritism toward his younger brother. The differences between the Golden Dragon and Golden Python cloudships were not merely cosmetic. In terms of attack, defense, and speed, the Golden Dragon far surpassed the Golden Python. The value of this single ship alone was enough to purchase several smaller sects outright. Ha ha ha, it seems this prince is still late despite rushing over. My apologies. A clear and hearty laugh echoed from the cloudship. Moments later, a figure descended gracefully from the vessel, landing in the center of the martial arena. The man wore a golden python robe, a jade belt at his waist, and carried a sandalwood folding fan. With sharp brows, bright eyes, a handsome face, and an upright bearing, he exuded nobility. Even a casual glance revealed his extraordinary status. Greetings, Prince Jing. Li Zhendao, Hai Qiangkun, and the elders all cupped their hands in respect toward the young man. As sect masters, Li Zhendao and Hai Qiangkun were not required to perform a full bow. Shen Mo, being a young sect master, along with elders like the Grand Elder, Yang Ke, and Wan Mushan, who were in the nascent soul realm, were similarly exempt. The Yuanying elders, deacons, and disciples of the Yuding sect, given their long-standing defiance of the imperial court, naturally did not kneel. At most, they called out Your Highness Prince Jing as a token of respect. Prince Jing seemed unfazed by this and wore a warm smile as he approached Li Zhendao and Hai Qiangkun. I've long heard of Sect Master Li and Sect Master Hai's illustrious reputations. Meeting you today, I see the truth in the legends. He cupped his hands slightly toward them, showing the proper demeanor of a younger generation. From now on, I will be acting as the governor of Yu Province. The previous governor, Jai Quan, acted recklessly, sowing discord among the three sects and even attempting to harm the Yuding sect. Such actions are unforgivable. Rest assured, Sect Master Li, His Majesty has exiled Jai Quan to Heiju, where he can endure the harsh, humid sea winds as punishment.
This prince is different. My arrival in Yu Province is to unite the three sects against a common enemy, the armies of the 10,000 Demons nation.
Prince Jing's smile was radiant, but his true thoughts remained hidden. Li Zhendao nodded slightly. Prince Jing had shown ample respect and proper conduct, making it clear he wasn't here to disrupt Yu Province but was earnest in his intention to keep the 10,000 Demons nation at bay.
In that case, I invite Prince Jing and Sect Master Hai to join me. Sect Master Mo has already arrived, and we can begin discussions on countering the 10,000 Demons nation.
Li Zhendao smiled.
Excellent!
Chapter 287. The Mist State Expeditionary Army merges with Eternal Flames. Chapter 287. The Mist State Expeditionary Army merges with Eternal Flames. 5 days later. The list of cultivators for the expedition to Mist State was finally finalized. The 3 sects and 1 king, representing 4 major powers, contributed a total of 8 divine transformation cultivators, 70 nascent soul cultivators, and 300 core formation cultivators. Lower realm cultivators were deemed unnecessary for the journey to Mist State. After all, those with lower cultivation levels would have no opportunity to showcase their strength in Mist State. Moreover, the number of armored cloudships was limited, and so was the capacity they could carry. Naturally, priority was given to cultivators capable of fighting. Core formation was set as the absolute minimum threshold. The Supreme Purity Sect, known for its superior individual combat strength and expertise in artifact crafting, sent more people and sold spiritual artifacts at a discount to those going to Mist State. The Pill River Sect, whose cultivators were slightly weaker in combat but skilled in alchemy, sent fewer people but provided a large number of pills as gifts to those participating in the expedition. The Jade Cauldron Sect, being more balanced but excelling in no particular area, contributed both cultivators and resources in substantial amounts. As for King Jing, he demonstrated his sincerity by providing 4 armored cloudships. Thus, a grand expeditionary force was assembled. As the young sect master, Shen Mo naturally could not participate in this expedition. However, people Shen Mo was acquainted with such as Zhao Yeilu, Lu Dongxuan, and Aoyang Wei joined the expedition. Zhao Yeilu and Lu Dongxuan didn't have to go, they volunteered. Shen Mo had already reviewed their life panels in advance. Although fraught with danger, they showed no signs of mortal peril, which reassured him.
I hope they all stay safe and return alive.
Shen Mo murmured. Li Zhendao stood at the mountain gate, watching the Qingxuan Sect cultivators board the armored cloudships in an orderly manner, and sighed. Beside him, Wan Muchen also sighed deeply. No one knew what fate awaited them in Miss State. Within the Qingxuan Sect, only Elder 8 had volunteered to go. As for the second candidate, after much deliberation, Elder 7 was selected. After all, Elder 7's repeated failures in crafting spirit-refining pills in the Fire Pill Palace had drawn dissatisfaction from other elders, causing his reputation to plummet.
How could you let Zhao Yelu and Lu Dongshuan go to Miss State as well?
Li Zhendao asked. Wan Muchen replied gravely.
Yaelu's family resides in the 10,000 Demon Kingdom. She wants revenge, and I couldn't stop her. I just hope she doesn't expose her identity as a Heaven Ghost clan member too early.
As for Dongshuan,
He chuckled wryly, his tone filled with helplessness. Li Zhendao furrowed his brows.
I have a bad feeling about this expedition. It's likely to end in defeat. Elder Wan, how are the spirit beasts progressing?
Wan Muchen chuckled.
Thanks to Shen Mo, the spirit beasts of Dragon Snake Mountain require very little effort to cultivate and already provide formidable combat strength. Additionally, I've selected a group of disciples with beast-taming talents, training them to abandon other techniques in favor of beast-taming skills. Within 5 years, we'll have a powerful beast-based combat force.
Li Zhendao nodded repeatedly.
Excellent!
After a moment of contemplation, he sighed.
I hope Shen Mo makes progress during this time. If he can reach the divine transformation stage within 20 years, it would be fantastic news for the Qingxuan Sect.
Wan Muchen laughed heartily.
20 years? Sect Master, you're underestimating Shen Mo. I predict he'll be ready to break through within 15 years.
Li Zhendao smiled and nodded.
Good. You've spent more time with him and know him better than I do. I look forward to that day.
By the way, I recall Shen Mo is from the Qingxuan Sect in Xuanjing Prefecture. That's dangerously close to Miss State. If the demon clans invade, Xuanjing Prefecture will bear the brunt.
If that happens, Shen Mo won't be able to focus on cultivating. Send some trusted people to Qingxuan Sect to maintain a presence there.
Wan Muchen agreed.
I'll send Aoyang Wei with a few core formation deacons. His strength should be sufficient to protect Qingxuan Sect. Very well,
Li Zhendao affirmed. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. On the Dragon Snake Mountain Wilderness, a bare-chested figure was controlling 2 eternal flames, conducting his 9th fusion attempt of the day. The surrounding ground, scarred by countless explosions and scorched by the flames, had become a barren wasteland. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but charred earth, devoid of any vegetation. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that even insect eggs and grass seeds buried deep within the soil had completely lost their vitality. Eternal flames truly domineering. Not far away, a small crimson flood dragon, about 10 zhang, approximately 33 meters in length, flitted about freely in the air, twisting and turning with unrestrained joy. Occasionally, it would glance toward the bare-chested figure in the distance, its eyes brimming with both affection and reverence. This was the young flood dragon. Due to its mischievous nature, constantly attempting to sneak away, the old flood dragon, being a doting father in his twilight years, found it hard to discipline him with harsh scoldings or punishments. In the end, the old flood dragon decided to let him stay by Shen Mo's side. Since following Shen Mo, the young flood dragon had become far more obedient. Of course, this change wasn't because the young flood dragon had turned over a new leaf. It was primarily out of fear of the eternal flames. The essence of eternal flames was too noble and overwhelmingly powerful, far beyond what a crimson fire flood dragon could contend with. Seeing Shen Mo, a mere human, command such flames inspired a deep sense of awe in the young flood dragon. Naturally, during his time with Shen Mo, He hadn't missed the opportunity to absorb traces of eternal flame energy that occasionally drifted away. As a result, his growth had become astonishingly rapid. Now, his cultivation had reached the fourth rank at its entry-level equivalent to a core formation cultivator among humans. This rate of growth was so astonishing that even the old flood dragon, who occasionally visited, was left speechless. On multiple occasions, the old flood dragon openly admitted,
He's growing just a smidge faster than I did back in my day.
However, every time Shen Mo heard the old flood dragon say,
Just a smidge.
he couldn't shake the feeling that the elder was being a bit modest. At this moment, Shen Mo was seated cross-legged in the wilderness. In his palms, two eternal flames, the golden solar essence flame and the crimson red lotus flame, were slowly merging and intertwining. For the first time in a long while, Shen Mo's usually calm face showed a trace of delight.
It's almost done.
Chapter 288. How could such a treasure be handed to someone who betrayed the sect? Chapter 288. How could such a treasure be handed to someone who betrayed the sect?
Phew.
Shen Mo said as he admired the 10-jang-long golden flame spear in his hand, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. This technique was a signature move that could only be comprehended upon mastering the second level of the Great Wilderness Flame art. Yet it had no official name. The creator of the technique, the Great Wilderness Sovereign, had forged a two-colored flame lotus and named it Divine Wrath Flame Lotus, implying that even gods would tremble with fury upon witnessing its might. However, the Great Wilderness Sovereign believed that the creations formed by merging eternal flames would vary from person to person. He instructed future generations not to imitate him, but instead to forge their own unique paths. Following this guidance, Shen Mo did not intentionally shape the fused golden flames into a lotus. Instead, he allowed the process to follow its natural course, guided by a mysterious will, which ultimately forged the flames into a massive spear.
Calling it Divine Wrath Flame Lotus wouldn't be fitting. Divine Wrath Flame Spear.
Shen Mo decided with a slight smile. This technique had unparalleled attack range and destructive power. Additionally, being a fire-based martial art, it could synergize perfectly with his nascent soul techniques. Its only drawbacks were the long charging time and high spiritual energy consumption. But as long as it hit its target, even foes below the divine transformation stage would face certain death. The name Great Wilderness Starfall suited it perfectly.
Go!
Shen Mo aimed at a small mountain in the distance. The cultivators and mortals living near Dragon Snake Mountain had long been relocated under his orders, ensuring he could freely test the power of his martial techniques. With a sharp gleam in his eyes, he suddenly hurled the massive spear. Boom! The stone mountain, 100 li away, was instantly pierced by the spear. In an instant, grass and trees were reduced to ash, and rocks melted into liquid. With one strike, the entire mountain evaporated. The deafening explosion reverberated far and wide, scattering nearby demonic beasts in terror. The sheer noise sent waves of fear through the deacons and disciples stationed around Dragon Snake Mountain, nearly causing them to kneel. However, once they realized the attack originated from the wilderness, they sighed in relief. It was just the young sect master honing his martial arts. No big deal. Why make a fuss? It was only natural for the young sect master to be this powerful.
Roar!
The young flood dragon let out an excited cry and darted toward the demolished mountain. Shen Mo chuckled. The lingering aura of eternal flames was simply too enticing for the young flood dragon. Clearly, it was eager to absorb the residual energy from the strike.
Young sect master, young sect master.
A joyful voice echoed from afar. Shen Mo turned to see Mei He running over, puffing and panting. Casually pulling on a simple robe, Shen Mo smiled and said,
Old Mei, what's got you so excited?
Mei He burst into laughter.
Young sect master, great news.
Your senior brother and sister elder Zhao and elder Lu led our Jade Cauldron sect cultivators to a major victory against the wolf demon army. They killed over 100,000 enemies and even slew a silver-crested demon king.
Shen Mo raised an eyebrow in surprise and quickly took the battle report. The ranking system of the 10,000 demon kingdom differed significantly from that of humans and demonic beasts. Their hierarchy was divided into demon folk, demon soldiers, demon generals, demon marshals, demon kings, and demon emperors. These corresponded to the human realms of body refinement, chi condensation, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, and divine transformation. Among demon kings, there were further distinctions: ordinary demon kings, silver-crested demon kings, and gold-crested demon kings. Each silver-crested demon king was at least equivalent to a nascent soul advanced stage cultivator and commanded over 200,000 demons.
To achieve such a remarkable feat,
Shen Mo smiled and nodded. When Zhao Yaelu and Lu Dongxuan departed for Mist State with the expeditionary army, he had already glimpsed this opportunity on their life panels. So Shen Mo was mentally prepared for this outcome. However, seeing Mei He so thrilled, it wouldn't do to act as if he already knew. He decided to show a hint of surprise.
By the way, there's another important matter. You asked me to keep an eye out for the Void Spring and the Soul Abyss spikes. There's news.
Mei He added excitedly. Shen Mo's eyes lit up. This was the matter he cared about the most. After all, his cultivation path was clear. By refining the pure nascent transformation pill, he could reach the peak of the nascent soul stage within 3 years at most. But the 3 essential items needed to forge a supreme-grade divine soul were not yet fully assembled. That was the truly critical step.
how did it come about?
Shen Mo asked eagerly. Mei He chuckled.
It's thanks to Elder Zhao and Elder Lu's achievements.
After they slew the silver-crested Demon King, they found 3 Soul Abyss spikes in the Demon King's storage treasure.
Elder Zhao and Elder Lu each kept one and entrusted the third to Elder He Tianchu, who rushed it back to the sect's treasure vault at top speed. They even specifically instructed that it be reserved for you.
Warmth filled Shen Mo's heart. He hadn't expected those 2, far away in Mist State, to still think of him.
I'll head to the treasure vault immediately.
Shen Mo rose into the air, using his energy to fly toward the Jade Cauldron Sect's mountain gate. At the treasure vault, Yang Ke glared with wide eyes.
Since this Soul Abyss spike is the sect's spoils of war, anyone who meets the requirements should be able to exchange for it. I'm meeting the conditions, so why can't I exchange for it?
The treasure vault deacon standing before him shrank his neck, sweat pouring down as he replied in a trembling voice.
Second Elder, this Soul Abyss spike was explicitly delivered by Elder He on behalf of Elder Zhao and Elder Lu. They personally stated that it was reserved for the young sect master. No one is permitted to exchange for it.
Around them, cultivators were watching the scene with interest, whispering among themselves. The second elder is really overbearing. Even something left for the young sect master he wants to intercept.
He probably wants to exchange the Soul Abyss spike for Yi Yan, his favored disciple. Makes sense, I suppose. Yi Yan is his pride and joy. I wonder what the other elders will think about this.
The murmurs of the crowd were unrelenting. Most gazes toward Yang Ke were cold. Yang Ke was notorious for his domineering ways, and many Jade Cauldron Sect cultivators feared him greatly. However, his recent push to abandon the beast-taming industry in favor of establishing long-term trade relations with the State Overseer's office had made many suspect he had deep connections with that office. On top of that, Yang Ke's poor relationship with Shen Mo contrasted sharply with Shen Mo's growing popularity, thanks to his string of significant achievements. In comparison, Yang Ke's reputation had plummeted, making him increasingly unpopular. The whispered remarks only fueled Yang Ke's anger. If it had been just 1 or 2 people, he could have easily detained them to make an example. But with so many speaking against him, he couldn't possibly round them all up.
You will hand over the Soul Abyss spike today. I am the second elder of the sect, and I have the authority to make unilateral decisions. If you disobey, I'll charge you with defying orders.
Yang Ke took a deep breath and spoke sternly. The treasure vault deacon, trembling and breaking into a cold sweat, reluctantly retrieved a jade box. Yang Ke's eyes gleamed with joy as he eagerly reached for it. But just then, a calm voice spoke from behind him.
The Soul Abyss Spike is an exceptional treasure for breaking through the nascent soul stage.
Such a rare and precious item. How can it be handed to someone who has betrayed the sect?
Chapter 289. One of the three treasures for unlocking a heavenly grade soul, the Soul Abyss Spike. Chapter 289. One of the three treasures for unlocking a heavenly grade soul, the Soul Abyss Spike. Yang Ke was both shocked and furious as he looked at the newcomer. This voice was one he was all too familiar with. It was Shen Mo.
Shen!
He locked eyes with Shen Mo, clearly demanding an explanation. Shen Mo smiled faintly.
Yi Yan claimed he was going to Longjiang Prefecture on a mission. I investigated. The mission he took was to eliminate a group of rampaging demon generals in Longjiang Prefecture. The mission wasn't particularly difficult, nor were the rewards significant. With Yi Yan's vision, there's no way he'd have chosen such a task. Yet he did. He went to the southern Longjiang Prefecture.
Yang Ke frowned.
So what? He had a sudden whim to take that mission. Is that not allowed?
Shen Mo didn't answer directly but continued.
From the sect to the mission location in Longjiang Prefecture, with Yi Yan's cultivation level, it would take at most 10 days.
Even accounting for the time to hunt the demon clan and the round trip, it wouldn't exceed a month. But now it's been 3 years since he left the sect. Do you think he's still coming back?
Yang Ke's expression froze. Shen Mo continued.
Moreover, a few days ago, Elder Wang Wu from the Second Peak sent someone to collect a debt from Yi Yan. No matter what they did, they couldn't break through the formation protecting his residence.
Later, with the Grand Elder's permission, the disciplinary hall sent people to crack the formation. What they discovered was that Wang Wu had long disappeared, leaving behind an empty residence. Yang Ke frowned deeply.
What does that have to do with Yanner?
Shen Mo smiled faintly.
Have you forgotten? Wang Wu used to be Yi Yan's staunch supporter. However, ever since the Protector endorsed me as the young sect master, Wang Wu hastily severed ties with Yi Yan and even went out of his way to avoid him. With Yi Yan's temperament, how do you think he would have handled Wang Wu?
As soon as Shen Mo finished speaking, the surrounding Jade Cauldron sect disciples began to murmur among themselves, their discussions growing louder.
No way could Yi Yan have left the sect, and before he left, killed Wang Wu.
If he killed someone, why is there no corpse or signs of a struggle? Idiot, both Yi Yan and Wang Wu are nascent soul cultivators, but Yi Yan is far stronger. If he caught Wang Wu off guard, killing him instantly wouldn't be difficult. Exactly, that way there wouldn't be any traces of a fight. He could have even stashed the corpse in a storage ring and taken it with him.
Tusk, who would have thought Yi Yan would turn out to be such a person?
The cultivators shook their heads in amazement, clearly surprised that Yi Yan might one day betray the sect and flee. Listening to their discussions, Yang Ke felt his head spinning. It's true. Over the past 3 years, he had considered the possibility. But he never dared to believe it. The disciple he had painstakingly nurtured, his most beloved student, could one day abandon him. Could it be that in Yi Yan's heart he, as a master, held no weight at all? For the first time, Yang Ke felt as though his body might collapse. His reputation in the Jade Cauldron Sect had already plummeted. Out of fear of the old Flood Dragon's power, the 4th, 7th, and 9th elders had distanced themselves from him, maintaining only superficial ties. And now, even his beloved disciple had forsaken him. Who could he trust from now on?
Second Elder, continue to fulfill your duties. You are still the Second Elder.
Shen Mo met Yang Ke's gaze and spoke calmly. At first, Yang Ke could hold his ground, but Shen Mo's eyes remained as calm as still water, radiating an undeniable authority. Eventually, Yang Ke had no choice but to look away. Even as a soul transformation cultivator, he dared not meet Shen Mo's gaze any longer. Drip drip. Yang Ke turned around and walked out of the treasure pavilion. The crowd instinctively parted, making way for him. Shen Mo watched his retreating figure, which seemed desolate and lonely. The second elder had clearly recognized his predicament. If this person were not a divine transformation cultivator but a nascent soul cultivator, there would be no need for Li Zhendao, the sect master, to speak up. With just one order from Shen Mo, they could be thrown into prison and subjected to a thorough interrogation. However, Yang Ke was a divine transformation cultivator. Every divine transformation cultivator possesses immense power. Moreover, the sect's highest combat strength also lies with its divine transformation cultivators. Losing even one of them would be a significant loss. Therefore, even if they could not be befriended, at the very least, they should not be made into enemies. Since Yang Ke had not overtly betrayed the sect, things would remain as they were. He would still be the second elder of the Jade Cauldron Sect.
Where is the Soul Abyss spike?
Shen Mo approached the treasure pavilion steward. The steward respectfully handed over a jade box to Shen Mo.
Young sect master, this item was specifically reserved for you by Elder Zhao and Elder Lu. You do not need to contribute any points.
Shen Mo nodded slightly. This item was incredibly valuable. He estimated it would take at least 4 grade A contributions to exchange for it. Fortunately, no contribution points were required this time. It was a win for everyone. The surrounding cultivators watched Shen Mo leave with expressions full of envy.
I heard that the Void Spring and the Soul Abyss spike are 2 of the most extraordinary treasures for breaking through the nascent soul stage. Obtaining even one can potentially open up an Earth-grade soul. The young sect master is truly blessed by fortune, acquiring a Soul Abyss spike without any effort. Exactly, if only I had luck like the young sect masters. Now that Yi Yan has betrayed the sect, the young sect master is the sole unparalleled genius of the Jade Cauldron Sect. That's not necessarily a bad thing. True, it eliminates internal strife. Besides, someone as domineering and cold as Yi Yan could never compare to the young sect master.
Meanwhile, Shen Mo returned to Dragon Snake Mountain. There he began to closely examine the small black spike, about the length of a forearm, in his hand. It seemed to be made from some sort of bone, yet it was surprisingly heavy and had a metallic texture. What made it even more remarkable was that staring at the Soul Abyss spike for an extended period made one feel as if countless long needles were piercing into their mind. The pain was so excruciating that one would feel like rolling on the ground in agony. However, the moment the gaze shifted away, the strange pain would completely vanish. As if it had never existed. Shen Mo clicked his tongue in amazement. The mysterious properties of this item were evident after just a few glances.
Out of the 3 items required to unlock a heavenly grade soul, I have already obtained 2, the remnants of the sky-hanging whisker and the Soul Abyss spike. The only thing left is the divine lightning of the suppressing demon sea. But the suppressing demon sea is far beyond the eastern sea, and I don't even know how to get there. How am I supposed to obtain the divine lightning?
Shen Mo pondered deeply. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind.
Perhaps I don't need the actual divine lightning. Just the lingering aura of the divine lightning might be enough. I must keep an eye out for any news related to this in the future. The demon clans might have something related to it.
Chapter 290. Not out of desire but to prevent treasure from gathering dust. Chapter 290. Not out of desire but to prevent treasure from gathering dust. Shen Mo gazed eastward, deep in thought.
If I remember correctly, Yi Yan left behind several fortuitous opportunities in Yu Prefecture.
Originally, before Yi Yan could reach the divine transformation stage, he would remain in the Jade Cauldron Sect, competing with Xiao Fan for the position of young sect master. After his defeat, realizing the immense power of the 10,000 Demon Nation, he betrayed the Jade Cauldron Sect and joined their ranks. During that time, Yi Yan stayed in Yu Prefecture, reaping various opportunities. Now, however, his predetermined fate had been altered by Shen Mo. Xiao Fan had not become a disciple of the Jade Cauldron Sect. Yi Yan had also betrayed the Jade Cauldron Sect and headed south to the 10,000 Demon Nation before reaching the divine transformation stage. As a result, those opportunities were now unclaimed. As Yi Yan's close friend, Shen Mo certainly wouldn't let those treasures go to waste. Yes, it was mainly to prevent them from gathering dust. Absolutely not because he wanted them for himself.
However, these opportunities will only appear at specific times. I'll have to wait a bit.
Shen Mo composed himself and returned to his residence, beginning a secluded session to refine the pure nascent soul transformation pill. A year later, Shen Mo left the Jade Cauldron Sect and traveled to Qingxuan Prefecture, east of Taishan Prefecture. Qingxuan Prefecture was home to a picturesque lake called Qingxuan Lake. Just days before Shen Mo's arrival, a brilliant light emanated from the lake's depths, its shimmering waves attracting many cultivators in search of treasure. Among them were disciples from the 3 sects and 1 king. Shen Mo, donning a mask to conceal his identity, blended into the crowd. Using his life panel, he managed to enter the ruins beneath Qingxuan Lake ahead of everyone else. Deep in the ruins, he found a pure yang fruit that had just ripened. Although it was a fruit, its temperature was so extreme that even divine transformation cultivators found it difficult to consume. Shen Mo didn't intend to use the pure yang fruit for himself. Instead, it was meant to aid in refining the solar essence fire. Recently, the solar essence fire had already refined the 1,000-year core of earth fire and the solar essence stone. Its size and intensity had grown significantly, but it was still just a flame and far from the blazing fire. Chapter 291. When this emperor rules the world, you shall be the king of humanity. Chapter 291. When this emperor rules the world, you shall be the king of humanity. In Mist Province, the land was engulfed in the flames of war, with smoke rising everywhere. Corpses were being cleared from the battlefield, piled carelessly by the roadside, their stench of decay permeating the air. At the end of this long road stood a massive fortress. 2 enormous rock creatures, each over 5 zhang tall, stood guard at the fortress entrance, wielding giant clubs like fearsome gatekeepers. Not far away, numerous wolf demons patrolled the area, riding on giant wolves. Occasionally, bold wild beasts crept closer to gnaw on the corpses. In the distance, faint sobs echoed. On the main road, a group of wolf demons was escorting a procession of humans toward the fortress. Leading the group was a hulking wolf demon, exuding an aura of dominance. It was clearly a demon commander, comparable in strength to a human core formation cultivator. The humans, overwhelmed by the stench of blood and decay, were on the verge of retching. Yet none dared stop. Stopping would mean ending up like the bodies lining the road. Among the captives was a fair-faced woman holding her young daughter's hand. The little girl's eyes sparkled as she stole glances at the rough and terrifying fortress. Suddenly, she noticed a figure standing atop the fortress wall, clad in crimson robes. She whispered,
Mother, why is there a Taoist up there?
The woman froze and looked up. Indeed, a young man with sword-like eyebrows and a cold expression stood on the fortress wall. But wasn't this the fortress of the demon race? Why was a human cultivator standing there unharmed, unchallenged by any demons? On the fortress wall, Yi Yan's gaze lingered on the group of humans for only a moment before shifting toward the smoke-shrouded north.
What are you looking at?
A deep and commanding voice came from behind him. The voice carried an accent unlike any found in Jing Kingdom's provinces, yet it seemed to blend elements from all across the 9 provinces. It was rich, resonant, and imbued with the majesty and dominance of an emperor. It made one instinctively want to kneel and pay homage. Yi Yan knew who was speaking. He resisted the urge to kneel, suppressing his instincts, and replied,
I'm not looking, I'm thinking. Oh, then tell this emperor, what are you thinking about? I'm thinking about when the 10,000 demons nation will suffer a crushing defeat.
Yi Yan replied calmly.
Ha ha ha.
The voice behind him burst into hearty laughter. Yi Yan turned around. Standing before him was a towering figure over 1 zhang tall. The figure was entirely clad in golden armor, thick and radiant. Only the eye sockets were uncovered, revealing a pair of crimson eyes. Though his entire body was encased in armor, Yi Yan could still discern features characteristic of the demon race. Not of a single species, but rather a fusion of several.
Yi Yan, you're not afraid of death.
The figure remarked with a faint smile.
I fear death.
Yi Yan replied calmly.
But I know the demon emperor won't kill me because I'm speaking the truth.
The demon emperor laughed even louder. His crimson eyes seemed to glimmer with amusement.
This emperor appreciates clever people. The 10,000 demons nation lacks people like you.
The demon emperor spoke lightly.
Yi Yan, would you like to become one of this emperor's dragonblood guards?
Yi Yan shook his head. The demon emperor's smile deepened.
Why refuse? Those who refuse this emperor, human or demon, without exception perish.
Yi Yan remained calm.
I've heard the dragonblood guards undergo body refinement with flood dragon blood, but it can cause irreversible damage to one's mind. Therefore, I refuse.
The demon emperor laughed even more heartily.
Then what do you want? I want the demon emperor's essence blood.
Yi Yan replied seriously. The crimson eyes beneath the golden armor grew sharp.
Oh, do you realize that refining this emperor's essence blood is equivalent to becoming this emperor's offspring? I've already witnessed the strength of the demon emperor and the 10,000 demons nation.
Yi Yan said calmly.
So what harm is there in becoming the demon emperor's offspring?
The demon emperor fell silent for a moment before erupting into loud laughter.
Good, very good. However, this drop of essence blood cannot be given to you so easily.
The demon emperor extended a finger, pointing toward the group of humans who had just been escorted into the fortress by the wolf demons.
Kill them all, and I will grant you a drop of my essence blood.
Without hesitation, Yi Yan unleashed a blazing palm strike. The group of humans, including the mother and her child, were instantly engulfed by the fiery attack. Pain, wails, and torment. Even the wolf demon commander and its subordinates were obliterated in the inferno. Roar, roar, roar. The surrounding wolf demons erupted in furious howls. Spears and arrows, primitive in design yet gleaming with a cold, eerie light, were aimed at Yi Yan from a distance. These weapons, though crude in appearance, were potent against spiritual power. With just one command from the demon emperor, they would launch a full-scale assault and kill Yi Yan on the spot. The demon emperor raised an eyebrow.
You killed my subordinates.
Yi Yan replied calmly.
That demon commander and his subordinates repeatedly insulted me, even threatening to twist off my head and use it as a food bowl. I simply repaid their actions in the way of the demon race.
The demon emperor chuckled in satisfaction and lowered his hand. Immediately, all the wolf demons withdrew their weapons and began cleaning up the scene.
Not bad, you've only been here a year, yet you've already learned the ways of the demon race. If you hadn't killed him, this emperor would have been displeased.
The demon emperor smiled faintly. At that moment, a wolf demon clearing the remains suddenly let out a cry and collapsed. A fiery figure burst forth like a streak of lightning, dashing toward the north. None of the surrounding demons could react in time, and they could only watch as the figure disappeared into the distance. Yi Yan froze. Someone had survived his attack, and with such speed and strength, they were clearly at least a nascent soul stage cultivator. Among that group of humans, there had been a nascent soul expert in hiding. Yi Yan turned to look at the demon emperor. But the demon emperor didn't even lift a finger, allowing the person to leave unimpeded. A deep fear suddenly welled up within Yi Yan. He understood now. This had all been a trap orchestrated by the demon emperor.
That person is an elder of the Qingxuan Sect. I believe his name is He Tianchu. He will return safely to Yuzhou, to the Qingxuan Sect. And from now on, you will be known as a traitor to the Qingxuan Sect, a traitor to humanity.
The demon emperor's calm laughter echoed from beneath the golden armor. But to Yi Yan, the sound was like a bucket of ice water poured over his entire being. It was clear soon his name would be infamous across Yuzhou. Everyone would know him as a turncoat, a human traitor. This thought, however, lasted only a moment. Yi Yan dropped to one knee and said calmly,
Thank you, Your Majesty, for severing my ties of worry.
The demon emperor smiled slightly.
It's good that you understand this emperor's painstaking efforts. Rise. With your talent, you will undoubtedly become one of this emperor's most trusted aides in the future. When this emperor rules the world, you shall be the king of humanity.
Yi Yan bowed respectfully.
Yes, I am willing to serve your majesty with all my strength. And now, I offer a strategy for your majesty.
The demon emperor spoke lightly.
Speak.
Yi Yan said.
Currently, the 3 sects and 1 king are united in harmony, jointly resisting the 10,000 demons nation's army, making it difficult for us to advance.
My suggestion is to temporarily halt the northern campaign and spread rumors of internal power struggles among the races. This way, without us lifting a finger, the 3 sects and 1 king in Yuzhou will fall into internal strife and begin to consume themselves.
Chapter 292. This time, the Jade Cauldron Sect's young master Qingxuan will be captured alive. Chapter 292. This time, the Jade Cauldron Sect's young master Qingxuan will be captured alive. The demon emperor smirked faintly.
Continue.
Yi Yan spoke earnestly.
Don't be fooled by the apparent unity of the 3 sects and 1 king. Their bond might seem close-knit now, but their enmity runs deeper than the hatred between the humans and the demon clans. After all, for centuries, the 3 sects of Yu Prefecture have never gone a single day without conflict. Similarly, the governor's mansion has never ceased its ambition to unify Yu Prefecture.
Suspicion and mistrust have always been rife among the 3 sects and 1 king. It's only the strength of the 10,000 demon nation that has forced them to join hands against the demon race.
If your majesty advances too quickly, it will alarm the Jing emperor, forcing him to abandon his suppression of the major sects within his borders and turn his focus to you. At that point, the 10,000 demon nation will face a devastating defeat.
The demon emperor nodded with satisfaction.
Not bad, you're indeed more intelligent than most demons. However, your strategy is now useless.
Yi Yan froze.
Useless?
He had intended to gain the demon emperor's trust quickly by presenting this strategy. The demon emperor said calmly.
5 days ago, I already issued orders to halt the advance and focus on local recovery and resource consolidation. Without my explicit command, no one is to step a foot beyond the Yu-Mist border.
Yi Yan was stunned. He hadn't expected the demon emperor to possess such foresight. Of course. The rumors were true. The demon emperor was not born into noble blood, but had clawed his way to power as an ordinary wolf demon of lowly lineage. To achieve his current position, the demon emperor relied not only on the opportunities he encountered along the way, but also on his intelligence and wisdom. Yi Yan couldn't help but feel admiration.
Even though I have already issued this decree, the fact that you offered this plan still pleases me,
said the demon emperor. He continued.
I promised you a reward, and I shall grant it now.
The demon emperor removed his gauntlet, revealing a hand resembling a human's but with longer fingers and more pronounced joints. With a slight motion of his mind, a single drop of golden blood welled up from his fingertip. Yi Yan's eyes widened as he quickly produced a jade vial and carefully collected the drop.
Thank you, Your Majesty, for this generous reward,
he exclaimed, bowing deeply. The demon emperor smiled.
Go now and refine this blood carefully. I look forward to witnessing your transformation. Do not forget my words. When I reign over all under heaven, you shall be the king of men. Yes, Your Majesty,
Yi Yan replied with utmost reverence. North of the demon emperor's encampment, a network of fortresses sprawled across the land. 1,200 miles to the north stood a small fortress. Despite its size, its air of brutality and savagery rivaled that of the demon emperor's main stronghold. At the highest point of the fortress sat a towering figure covered in golden fur, lounging restlessly on a throne. In his hand, he held a crude, yet massive goblet filled with crimson liquid. In front of him knelt a woman, her face streaked with tears as she played the zither. The oppressive aura radiating from the golden-furred figure was so overwhelming that, Despite her efforts to suppress her fear, her trembling hands kept striking the wrong notes. The once elegant and melodious music had devolved into a series of discordant, jarring sounds.
What trash are you playing?
The golden-furred figure roared.
Take her away and cook her.
The moment he finished speaking, two lion demons rushed forward, one grabbing each of the woman's arms. They dragged her roughly toward a cauldron of boiling oil not far away. The woman screamed in terror, but as a mere foundation establishment cultivator, she was no match for the two core formation-level lion demons. No matter how she struggled, escape was impossible. Moments later, the screams abruptly ceased. The oil cauldron, however, continued to bubble furiously.
Your Highness, shall we bring another human woman to play the zither?
The lion demon on the left asked in a gruff voice. The ninth prince waved his hand irritably.
No, I don't want to listen anymore. I just want to kill.
The lion demon on the right clapped his hands.
That's simple. I'll release the human prisoners from the cages. You can kill to your heart's content.
The ninth prince glared at him.
Fool, I want to kill on the battlefield.
Both lion demons shrank back, their heads lowered.
But His Majesty has decreed that no one is to cross the U-Mist border without his explicit command.
Even the other princes have halted their movements, remaining within their strongholds.
Added the one on the left. The ninth prince's expression grew dark with frustration.
What is Father thinking? Why are we not pressing our advantage? These humans are no match for us.
The lion demon on the right rolled his eyes and leaned closer.
Your Highness, I have an idea that might let you kill on the battlefield. Speak!
Grinning slyly, the lion demon whispered.
We can stage a riot by releasing some human prisoners and letting them flee. You can then personally lead the pursuit. During the chase, no one will know where you've gone.
Continue. Yan spoke earnestly. Don't be fooled by the apparent unity of the three sects and one king. Their bond might seem close-knit now, but their enmity runs deeper than the hatred between the humans and the demon clans. After all, for centuries, the three sects of Yu Prefecture have never gone a single day without conflict. Similarly, the governor's mansion has never ceased its ambition to unify Yu Prefecture. Suspicion and mistrust have always been rife among the three sects and one king. It's only the strength of the 10,000 demon nation that has forced them to join hands against the demon race. If your majesty advances too quickly, it will alarm the Jing emperor, forcing him to abandon his suppression of the major sects within his borders and turn his focus to you. At that point, the 10,000 demon nation will face a devastating defeat. The demon emperor nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, you're indeed more intelligent than most demons. However, your strategy is now useless. Yi Yan froze, useless. He had intended to gain the demon emperor's trust quickly by presenting this strategy. The demon emperor said calmly, 5 days ago, I already issued orders to halt the advance and focus on local recovery and resource consolidation. Without my explicit command, no one is to step a foot beyond the U-Mist border. Yi Yan was stunned. He hadn't expected the demon emperor to possess such foresight. Of course. The rumors were true. The demon emperor was not born into noble blood, but had clawed his way to power as an ordinary wolf demon of lowly lineage. To achieve his current position, the demon emperor relied not only on the opportunities he encountered along the way, but also on his intelligence and wisdom. Yi Yan couldn't help but feel admiration. Even though I have already issued this decree, the fact that you offered this plan still pleases me, said the demon emperor. He continued, I promised you a reward and I shall grant it now. The demon emperor removed his gauntlet, revealing a hand resembling a human's but with longer fingers and more pronounced joints. With a slight motion of his mind, a single drop of golden blood welled up from his fingertip. Yi Yan's eyes widened as he quickly produced a jade vial and carefully collected the drop. Thank you, Your Majesty, for this generous reward, he exclaimed, bowing deeply. The demon emperor smiled. Go now and refine this blood carefully. I look forward to witnessing your transformation. Do not forget my words. When I reign over all under heaven, you shall be the king of men. Yes, Your Majesty, Yi Yan replied with utmost reverence. North of the Demon Emperor's encampment, a network of fortresses sprawled across the land. 1,200 miles to the north stood a small fortress. Despite its size, its air of brutality and savagery rivaled that of the Demon Emperor's main stronghold. At the highest point of the fortress sat a towering figure covered in golden fur, lounging restlessly on a throne. In his hand, he held a crude, yet massive goblet filled with crimson liquid. In front of him knelt a woman, her face streaked with tears as she played the zither. The oppressive aura radiating from the golden-furred figure was so overwhelming that, despite her efforts to suppress her fear, her trembling hands kept striking the wrong notes. The once elegant and melodious music had devolved into a series of discordant, jarring sounds. "What trash are you playing?" the golden-furred figure roared. "Take her away and cook her." The moment he finished speaking, two lion demons rushed forward, one grabbing each of the woman's arms. They dragged her roughly toward a cauldron of boiling oil not far away. The woman screamed in terror, but as a mere foundation establishment cultivator, she was no match for the two core formation-level lion demons. No matter how she struggled, escape was impossible. Moments later, the screams abruptly ceased. The oil cauldron, however, continued to bubble furiously. "Your Highness, shall we bring another human woman to play the zither?" the lion demon on the left asked in a gruff voice. The ninth prince waved his hand irritably. "No, I don't want to listen anymore, I just want to kill." The lion demon on the right clapped his hands. "That's simple, I'll release the human prisoners from the cages. You can kill to your heart's content." The ninth prince glared at him. "Fool, I want to kill on the battlefield." Both lion demons shrank back, their heads lowered. But His Majesty has decreed that no one is to cross the U-Mist border without his explicit command. Even the other princes have halted their movements, remaining within their strongholds, added the one on the left. The ninth prince's expression grew dark with frustration. "What is father thinking? Why are we not pressing our advantage? These humans are no match for us." The lion demon on the right rolled his eyes and leaned closer. "Your Highness, I have an idea that might let you kill on the battlefield." "Speak." Grinning slyly, the lion demon whispered, "We can stage a riot by releasing some human prisoners and letting them flee. You can then personally lead the pursuit. During the chase, no one will know where you've gone. You could cross into Yu Prefecture and enjoy a real battle."
With your strength, Your Highness, unless you encounter a divine transformation cultivator, no one will be able to stop you. And even if His Majesty learns of it later, you can present the achievements of your raid. With such merits, His Majesty is unlikely to punish you, he might even commend you. After all, you are the most talented of His Majesty's over 30 princes. I've heard even the first prince is envious of you.
The ninth prince slammed his armrest with excitement and stood.
Well said, let's do it. Bring me the map of Yu Prefecture.
The two lion demons unrolled a massive beast-hide map, which detailed the northern part of the Mist Province and the entirety of Yu Prefecture. Such detailed maps were rare in the 10,000 demon nation, with only a handful in existence. This particular map had been a reward from the Demon Emperor to the ninth prince, a privilege shared only by the first, fourth, and ninth princes. This demonstrated the Demon Emperor's special favor toward the ninth prince. The ninth prince studied the map intently.
Yu Prefecture and Mist Province share borders in 3 regions: White Crane Prefecture, Giant Prefecture, and Qingxuan Prefecture. Qingxuan Prefecture.
He muttered the name, his expression sharpening.
I remember now, the Jade Cauldron Sect's young master, that prodigious genius Shen Mo, hails from the Azure Profound Gate in Qingxuan Prefecture. If I were to raid the Azure Profound Gate, Shen Mo would surely rush to its defense in desperation. That would be my chance to capture him alive. Even if father learns of it, he wouldn't punish me. On the contrary, he would heap praise upon me.
A sinister grin spread across the ninth prince's face, as if he could already see the Demon Emperor's approval.
I have 30,000 demon troops under my command, just perfect. In 5 days, Shi Meng, you will lead 10 demon generals and 10,000 troops to launch a swift assault on White Crane Prefecture. Continue harassing it with rotating attacks. In 10 days, Shiqiang, you will do the same with Jian Prefecture. Harass them endlessly as well. This will draw the attention of the 3 sects and 1 king. Their forces will be redirected to defend these regions, and our informants within their ranks will provide updates. At that point, you can retreat. Meanwhile, I will personally lead the remaining demon generals and soldiers to launch a surprise attack on Qingxuan Prefecture. This time, I will definitely capture Shen Mo, the young master of the Qingxuan Sect, alive.
The 2 lion demons roared excitedly in unison.
Yes, Your Highness, we obey your command.
Dragon Snake Mountain Wasteland. Shen Mo, as always, was honing his martial skills. Black and white sword energy surged around him, turning the entire area into a monochromatic void devoid of other colors. A small flood dragon lurked nearby, sneaking around him and occasionally snatching bits of residual energy from the extraordinary flames Shen Mo emitted. Its tail wagged joyfully with each bite. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps came from the distance.
Young master, something major has happened.
Chapter 293. He appears to be a genius with an extraordinary fate. Chapter 293. He appears to be a genius with an extraordinary fate. Shen Mo sheathed his dual polarity sword and looked toward the approaching figure. It was Mei He.
Old Mei, what's the matter?
Shen Mo channeled his spiritual energy, instantly evaporating the sweat on his body, and asked casually. Mei He spoke in a low voice.
Hall Master, he was defeated and captured some time ago, but later escaped death by a stroke of luck.
Old Mei, what's the matter? Shen Mo channeled his spiritual energy, instantly evaporating the sweat on his body, and asked casually. Mei He spoke in a low voice. Hall Master, he was defeated and captured some time ago, but later escaped death by a stroke of luck. He sent back an important message via a transmission jade, and now the entire sect knows about it.
Yi Yan.
Shen Mo's expression remained calm.
Oh, is that all? I already suspected as much.
With his personality, once he recognized the strength of the 10,000 demon nation, this was an inevitable choice.
Mei He was astonished. He hadn't expected Shen Mo to be completely unsurprised, as if he had foreseen this outcome long ago. His respect for Shen Mo deepened. The young master's insight was truly sharp. He had seen through Yi Yan's nature with just one look. Mei He hesitated for a moment before continuing.
There's something else. Recently, the demons, who had been lying low, suddenly sent over 10,000 lion demons to attack White Crane Prefecture. They say those lion demons are all at least at the demon general level, equivalent to Foundation establishment cultivators. Many of them are led by demon commanders, and at the forefront is a powerful lion demon king.
The sects in White Crane Prefecture were completely unable to resist. The casualties were severe, with corpses strewn across the land, an utterly tragic sight. Jian Prefecture has also suffered repeated attacks from lion demons.
However, not only have we dispatched reinforcements, but so have the Qingxuan Sect, the Danhe Sect, and the Governor's Mansion. I believe we'll soon drive those marauding lion demons out.
Shen Mo raised an eyebrow. White Crane Prefecture.
Young master, there hasn't been any news of an attack in Qingxuan Prefecture yet. It should be safe for now.
Old Mei, what's the matter? Shen Mo channeled his spiritual energy, instantly evaporating the sweat on his body, and asked casually. Mei He spoke in a low voice. Hall Master, he was defeated and captured some time ago, but later escaped death by a stroke of luck. He sent back an important message via a transmission jade, and now the entire sect knows about it. Yi Yan.
Should be safe doesn't mean it is safe. This is not a risk I'm willing to take. You'll take care of matters at Dragon Snake Mountain for now. I'll head to Qingxuan Prefecture.
Mei He nodded.
Understood.
Shen Mo seemed deep in thought as he instinctively glanced at his destiny panel. Whenever he made a significant decision, the panel would reveal the corresponding trajectory of his fate. Recent turn of events. Today, sensing a potential crisis in Qingxuan Prefecture, you decide to head there immediately. Upon arriving at Qingxuan Prefecture, You fall into a trap set by the ninth prince of the 10,000 demon nation, facing an ambush by 4 lion demon kings. Murong Yue and Aoyang Wei sacrifice their nascent souls to protect you, allowing you to escape with severe injuries. However, this ordeal leaves a scar on your state of mind, preventing you from entering an epiphany state for a long time. Your cultivation speed significantly decreases. Shen Mo's eyebrows rose. The ninth prince of the 10,000 demon nation. He had some impression of him. Thanks to the intelligence sharing among the 3 sects and 1 king, Shen Mo had access to a wealth of information from the Qingxuan Sect, Danhe Sect, and the governor's mansion. The demon emperor had many sons. Anyone who received his blood essence could claim the title of prince. Among them, 3 were especially renowned. The first prince, an elephant demon known for his immense strength and outstanding military achievements. Despite his rough appearance, he was cunning and deeply trusted by the demon emperor. The fourth prince, an ape demon with exceptional intelligence, who often devised strategies for the demon emperor. The ninth prince, a lion demon with remarkable talent, who had been praised by the demon emperor on numerous occasions, but was known for his impatience and eagerness for quick results. The one attacking Qingxuan Prefecture must be the ninth prince.
I see. The assaults on White Crane Prefecture and Giant Prefecture were mere feints to draw the cultivators of Yu Prefecture into a trap and scatter their forces.
Shen Mo muttered.
The ninth prince's real target is Qingxuan Prefecture, the Qingxuan Sect.
Shen Mo chuckled softly. Interesting. Without the destiny panel, he might have indeed fallen into the trap set by the ninth prince of the 10,000 demon nation. But now that he was aware of the plan, the situation was much easier to handle.
Still, I didn't expect Murong Yue to have reached the nascent soul stage as well.
She must have only recently advanced, and hasn't had the chance to inform the Jade Cauldron Sect yet.
Shen Mo smiled in relief. It had been a long time since he last saw Murong Yue. He wondered what she looked like now. It was time to return and see for himself. That ninth prince seemed to be a prodigy with extraordinary talent and a strong fate. Perhaps he could even reap some benefits from this encounter.
It's a pity Yi Yan ran off, losing such a fat sheep all of a sudden.
Shen Mo muttered as he smacked his lips, then set off for Qingxuan Prefecture. Qingxuan Prefecture, Qingxuan Sect. The sect was bustling with activity. The martial arena was filled with long tables, laden with a variety of delicacies and fine wines. Numerous cultivators gathered around, enjoying the rare feast. Above them stood a beautiful woman dressed in a long purple gown that reached the floor. She was Murong Yue. Just 2 days ago, she had successfully formed her nascent soul, stepping into a higher realm.
Congratulations, Sect Master Murong.
A hearty voice called out as a burly figure approached, holding 2 wine cups with a broad smile. Murong Yue returned the smile and nodded.
Thank you.
Sect Master Murong, once you leave for the Jade Cauldron Sect, the Grand Qingxuan Sect will be entrusted to me,
said Mo Hanshin, patting his chest confidently.
Don't worry, I'll take good care of it. Perhaps one day, I'll also step into the nascent soul stage, and we can meet again at the Jade Cauldron Sect.
Murong Yue chuckled.
Good, I'll be waiting for you at the Jade Cauldron Sect.
And me, Sect Master Murong.
Wei Qingtai, holding a wine cup, joined in with a hearty laugh.
Don't forget about me when you're at the Jade Cauldron Sect,
added Elder Li, a kindly old woman. Murong Yue felt a warmth in her heart.
Don't worry, everyone, I won't forget you.
At that moment, another tall figure approached, also holding a wine cup. The crowd immediately fell silent and respectfully greeted him. Greetings, Elder Aoyang. It was Aoyang Wei, who had been stationed here by Li Zhendao's orders. Aoyang Wei laughed heartily.
We've spent quite some time together now. No need to stand on ceremony.
The crowd relaxed slightly at his words. After all, Aoyang Wei was a legitimate elder of the Jade Cauldron Sect. His cultivation and status far surpassed theirs, naturally commanding a sense of awe and reverence. As the feast progressed, the conversation became more relaxed and lively. Wei Qingtai downed an entire jar of wine in one gulp, smacking his lips.
I wonder how Shen Mo is doing at the Qingxuan Sect. Who would have thought he'd become their young master? Exactly, it's unbelievable.
Elder Li and Mo Hanshin echoed, sighing with emotion. Ouyang Wei laughed.
If you didn't expect it, neither did I.
When he first joined the Qingxuan Sect, it was only a few years ago. He rapidly climbed the ranks, and before we knew it, he became the young master. Murong Yue sighed softly.
I really want to know how Shen Mo is doing now.
Wei Qingtai and the others couldn't help but share the sentiment.
Who doesn't? We all want to know.
Especially the day he was officially named Young Master. Ah, what a pity we couldn't witness such a grand occasion with our own eyes.
Chapter 294, Unexpected Genius in an Unexpected Place. Chapter 294, Unexpected Genius in an Unexpected Place. Elder Li sighed softly.
It's a pity that getting news from the Qingxuan Sect is so difficult, while our reports can easily reach them.
Murong Yue nodded.
Indeed, that's because we have a subordinate-superior relationship.
Wei Qingtai added.
By the way, the neighboring Bei Prefecture and Jian Prefecture were both attacked by the demon clans recently. I have a strong feeling that our Qingxuan Prefecture will be attacked sooner or later. Yes, Sect Master, when you go to the Qingxuan Sect, you must raise this concern. The tragedies in Bei Prefecture and Jian Prefecture should serve as a warning for us here in Qingxuan Prefecture.
Elder Li said with a heavy sigh, worry evident in his tone.
Rest assured, I will make sure the Qingxuan Sect is informed of this matter.
Murong Yue said resolutely. Ouyang Wei smiled.
Everyone can rest easy. While Murong Yue goes to the Qingxuan Sect, I will remain stationed at the Qingxuan Sect.
It's a pity that getting news from the Qingxuan Sect is so difficult, while our reports can easily reach them. Murong Yue nodded. Indeed, that's because we have a subordinate-superior relationship. Wei Qingtai added, by the way, the neighboring Bei Prefecture and Jian Prefecture were both attacked by the demon clans recently. I have a strong feeling that our Qingxuan Prefecture will be attacked sooner or later. Yes, Sect Master, when you go to the Qingxuan Sect, you must raise this concern. The tragedies in Bei Prefecture and Jian Prefecture should serve as a warning for us here in Qingxuan Prefecture, Elder Li said with a heavy sigh, worry evident in his tone. Rest assured, I will make sure the Qingxuan Sect is informed of this matter, Murong Yue said resolutely. Ouyang Wei smiled. Everyone can rest easy. While Murong Yue goes to the Qingxuan Sect, I will remain stationed at the Qingxuan Sect. As long as we don't face a particularly powerful demon king, there shouldn't be any major issues. Wei Qingtai and the others finally relaxed.
That's reassuring.
They had immense trust in Ouyang Wei's strength. Just then, a bloodied figure stumbled onto the training field. Weakly, he uttered a warning.
Lion demons!
With that, he breathed his last. The disciples widened their eyes in shock and rushed forward. Murong Yue, Ouyang Wei, and the others were also startled, immediately moving to investigate.
It's Elder Sun, who was guarding the Eshin medicinal fields.
Wei Qingtai exclaimed, his heart trembling with shock.
What's going on? Are the demon clans attacking?
Mo Hanshin's expression turned grim.
Look to the sky, quickly.
Ouyang Wei, sensing danger, instinctively looked upward. A multitude of black shadows appeared, almost blocking out the sunlight. It was an army of lion demons. At the forefront was a massive lion demon with golden fur that flowed like a banner, exuding an unparalleled aura of dominance. The presence emanating from his body was terrifying. His blood energy surged like flames into the sky. He was clearly a powerful lion demon king. Even more alarming, 4 other lion demons beside him radiated similarly overwhelming blood energy and flames. Ouyang Wei's expression darkened slightly. A demon king of this caliber was someone he could at best fight to a standstill, but saving the others would be nearly impossible.
So this is the Qingxuan Sect. How unimpressive! To think a place like this could produce a peerless genius like Shen Mo.
The 9th prince surveyed the Qingxuan Sect with a mocking smile.
Hey!
Wei Qingtai froze in surprise. Yang Wei spoke in a grave tone.
The young sect master has gained great fame through his battle achievements. If the myriad demon nation plans to conquer Yuzhou, they would certainly have detailed intelligence on the experts and geniuses of the three sects and one king factions. I see what they're doing. They plan to capture the Qingxuan Sect and use us as hostages to lure the young sect master here.
With Bei Prefecture and Giant Prefecture already ravaged by the demon clans, most nearby cultivators have been drawn to those regions.
There's no one nearby who can aid us. We must wait for reinforcements from the Jade Cauldron Sect.
Murong Yue's face turned cold. To think such a ruthless plan was aimed at Shen Mo.
I enjoy killing, but if you surrender obediently, I might spare your lives for a little while longer.
The ninth prince scanned the crowd with a twisted smile, as though he already held their lives in his hands.
Never. I would rather die with dignity than live in disgrace.
Murong Yue stepped forward, her gaze icy as she stared directly at the ninth prince in midair.
A nascent soul cultivator. You must be the sect master of this Qingxuan sect.
How stubborn! Don't you know how many human cultivators are begging to become slaves of the demon emperor?
The ninth prince sneered disdainfully. Murong Yue took a deep breath and shouted.
All Qingxuan sect cultivators retreat immediately. Wei Qingtai, Mo Hanshan, protect the disciples. Elder Li, activate the mountain protection array.
Yes.
Wei Qingtai and Mo Hanshan responded with utmost seriousness, guiding the disciples to safety. Elder Li retrieved a jade token and poured 90% of his spiritual energy into it without hesitation. Buzz! A massive protective barrier, glowing faintly, suddenly rose around the mountain. The entire Qingxuan Sect's mountain gate was enveloped by the protective barrier. This provided a fleeting sense of security. The ninth prince sneered disdainfully.
You humans always rely on these flashy, yet useless arrays to comfort yourselves.
It's a pity that getting news from the Jade Cauldron Sect is so difficult, while our reports can easily reach them. Murong Yue nodded. Indeed, that's because we have a subordinate-superior relationship. Wei Qingtai added, by the way, the neighboring Bei Prefecture and Giant Prefecture were both attacked by the demon clans recently. I have a strong feeling that our Xuanjiang Prefecture will be attacked sooner or later. Yes, Sect Master, when you go to the Jade Cauldron Sect, you must raise this concern. The tragedies in Bei Prefecture and Giant Prefecture should serve as a warning for us here in Xuanjiang Prefecture, Elder Li said with a heavy sigh, worry evident in his tone. Rest assured, I will make sure the Jade Cauldron Sect is informed of this matter, Murong Yue said resolutely. Ouyang Wei smiled. Everyone can rest easy. While Murong Yue goes to the Jade Cauldron Sect, I will remain stationed at the Qingxuan Sect. As long as we don't face a particularly powerful demon king, there shouldn't be any major issues. Wei Qingtai and the others finally relaxed. That's reassuring. They had immense trust in Ouyang Wei's strength. Just then, a bloodied figure stumbled onto the training field. Weakly, he uttered a warning. Lion demons.
Destroy it.
The 4 lion demon kings behind him instantly charged forward. Blood energy surged from their bodies, accompanied by a burst of spiritual power as they struck with full force. Boom, boom, boom. Ripples immediately formed across the surface of the barrier, violently shaking for a long time without stabilizing. The light of the protective barrier began to dim at an alarming speed faster than Murong Yue had anticipated.
This array is surprisingly resilient.
The ninth prince remarked with a slight smile, then he ordered. Wei Qingtai and Mo Hanshan responded with utmost seriousness, guiding the disciples to safety. Elder Li retrieved a jade token and poured 90% of his spiritual energy into it without hesitation. Buzz! A massive protective barrier, glowing faintly, suddenly rose around the mountain. The entire Qingxuan Sect's mountain gate was enveloped by the protective barrier. This provided a fleeting sense of security. The ninth prince sneered disdainfully. You humans always rely on these flashy yet useless arrays to comfort yourselves. Little do you know, they are completely ineffective. With a sudden swipe of his claw, he commanded, destroy it. The 4 lion demon kings behind him instantly charged forward. Blood energy surged from their bodies, accompanied by a burst of spiritual power as they struck with full force. Boom, boom, boom. Ripples immediately formed across the surface of the barrier, violently shaking for a long time without stabilizing. The light of the protective barrier began to dim at an alarming speed faster than Murong Yue had anticipated. This array is surprisingly resilient, the ninth prince remarked with a slight smile. Then he ordered, use the blood energy spear. Yes. The 10,000 lion demon soldiers behind him roared in unison. Led by 50 lion demon captains, the army surged with blood energy, their roars like furious lions echoing in the heavens. Massive amounts of blood energy coiled and rose into the air. In an instant, it condensed into a colossal blood energy spear, dozens of meters in length.
Kill!
The roar of over 10,000 lion demons thundered as the blood energy spear shot forth. The 4 lion demon kings immediately retreated to make way. The next moment, the blood energy spear pierced through the protective barrier. Its momentum remained unchecked as it plunged into the training grounds below. Those disciples who failed to evade were instantly killed by the terrifying power, without even having the chance to scream. The once solid blue stone of the training grounds shattered into fragments, scattering like a storm of debris. Murong Yue, Wei Qingtai, and the others stared in wide-eyed shock. None of them had expected their enemy's attack to be so overwhelmingly powerful. They didn't even have time to rely on the array for a counterattack or to wait for reinforcements. Yang Wei muttered in disbelief.
Such a powerful blood energy combat technique.
Royal Guards, are you saying that the leading lion demon is a prince of the 10,000 demon nation?
Murong Yue gritted her teeth. Yang Wei nodded grimly. When large numbers of demons who practice the same cultivation method gather, they can unleash a blood energy combat technique. But the average demon's blood energy technique would never have such destructive power.
That these lion demons can condense a blood energy spear powerful enough to shatter a mid-tier Earth-grade array proves they are elite royal guards, carefully cultivated. I can't believe.
The ninth prince overheard their conversation and burst into laughter. Wei Qingtai and Mo Hanshan responded with utmost seriousness, guiding the disciples to safety. Elder Li retrieved a jade token and poured 90% of his spiritual energy into it without hesitation. Buzz! A massive protective barrier, glowing faintly, suddenly rose around the mountain. The entire Qingxuan Sect's mountain gate was enveloped by the protective barrier. This provided a fleeting sense of security. The ninth prince sneered disdainfully, "You humans always rely on these flashy yet useless arrays to comfort yourselves. Little do you know, they are completely ineffective." With a sudden swipe of his claw, he commanded, "Destroy it." The 4 lion demon kings behind him instantly charged forward. Blood energy surged from their bodies, accompanied by a burst of spiritual power as they struck with full force. Boom, boom, boom. Ripples immediately formed across the surface of the barrier, violently shaking for a long time without stabilizing. The light of the protective barrier began to dim at an alarming speed faster than Murong Yue had anticipated. This array is surprisingly resilient, the ninth prince remarked with a slight smile. Then he ordered, use the blood energy spear. Yes. The 10,000 lion demon soldiers behind him roared in unison. Led by 50 lion demon captains, the army surged with blood energy, their roars like furious lions echoing in the heavens. Massive amounts of blood energy coiled and rose into the air. In an instant, it condensed into a colossal blood energy spear, dozens of meters in length. Kill! The roar of over 10,000 lion demons thundered as the blood energy spear shot forth. The 4 lion demon kings immediately retreated to make way. The next moment, the blood energy spear pierced through the protective barrier. Its momentum remained unchecked as it plunged into the training grounds below. Those disciples who failed to evade were instantly killed by the terrifying power, without even having the chance to scream. The once solid blue stone of the training grounds shattered into fragments, scattering like a storm of debris. Murong Yue, Wei Xingtai, and the others stared in wide-eyed shock. None of them had expected their enemy's attack to be so overwhelmingly powerful. They didn't even have time to rely on the array for a counterattack or to wait for reinforcements. Ouyang Wei muttered in disbelief, such a powerful blood energy combat technique.
Lock them all up
The ninth prince commanded coldly.
and get me a communication jade. Immediately send a message to the Qingxuan Sect.
The ninth prince let out a sinister laugh.
Tell them that the Qingxuan Sect is under attack by demons and is holding out using the Mountain Gate array. Urge them to send reinforcements at once. And once we capture Shen Mo, take these people back to Mist Province. This prince would like to cultivate a few human slaves for my amusement.
Chapter 295, Capturing Shen Mo will be a sure victory. Chapter 295, Capturing Shen Mo will be a sure victory. In Mist Province within the Demon Emperor's stronghold, the Demon Emperor sat cross-legged on a massive stone bed, calmly cultivating. His entire body exuded a volcanic surge of blood energy, roaring and churning endlessly. Not far away, Yi Yan endured the relentless waves of blood energy, standing firm without retreating. His body now bore evident traits of the demon clan: golden fur, hardened scales, sharp claws, and mesmerizing vertical pupils.
Not bad, it seems you've fully refined that drop of essence blood.
The Demon Emperor said with a faint smile, looking at Yi Yan with approval. Yi Yan nodded respectfully. His cultivation had now soared to the peak of the nascent soul stage. Even without using spiritual energy, the sheer strength of his blood energy alone was enough to overwhelm an entry-level nascent soul cultivator.
Humans primarily cultivate spiritual energy, while we demons cultivate blood energy.
The Demon Emperor said.
For centuries, there have been attempts to cultivate both spiritual energy and blood energy simultaneously, but I am the first demon in history to master both. Perhaps you will become the first human to do the same.
The Demon Emperor smiled. Yi Yan was overwhelmed with excitement and bowed even more reverently.
Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty.
He now understood why the Demon Emperor was so powerful, able to crush human cultivators of the same rank with ease. At that moment, a dragon-blood guard entered, kneeling on one knee, about to report. However, upon seeing Yi Yan present, he hesitated. The Demon Emperor chuckled.
Yi Yan is now my prince. There is no need to avoid him.
The dragon-blood guard relaxed and reported.
Your Majesty, the items from the Eastern Sea have arrived.
The Demon Emperor nodded.
Let them in.
Yi Yan was slightly startled. The Eastern Sea. Had the 10,000 demon nations' influence already extended to the Eastern Sea? Wasn't that the territory of the Flood Dragon Palace? Suppressing his curiosity, he refrained from asking questions. Moments later, heavy footsteps echoed as a tall figure entered the hall. The newcomer had a dragon's head and a human body, exuding a commanding presence. His vertical pupils gleamed with cold arrogance, as though he belonged to the noblest race in the world. Yi Yan was shocked. This figure resembled the legendary flood dragon humanoids.
Ao Haikao greets His Majesty the Demon Emperor.
The tall flood dragon humanoid said calmly, placing one hand on his chest in a gesture of respect. Unlike the other demons outside, he did not display fanatical reverence toward the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor, unfazed by his tone and demeanor, casually asked,
How much did you bring this time? Fresh flood dragon blood, 30,000 caddies.
Not bad, it seems you fully refined that drop of essence blood, the Demon Emperor said with a faint smile, looking at Yi Yan with approval. Yi Yan nodded respectfully. His cultivation had now soared to the peak of the nascent soul stage. Even without using spiritual energy, the sheer strength of his blood energy alone was enough to overwhelm an entry-level nascent soul cultivator. Humans primarily cultivate spiritual energy, while we demons cultivate blood energy, the Demon Emperor said. For centuries, there have been attempts to cultivate both spiritual energy and blood energy simultaneously, but I am the first demon in history to master both. Perhaps you will become the first human to do the same. The demon emperor smiled. Yi Yan was overwhelmed with excitement and bowed even more reverently. "Thank you for your praise, your majesty." He now understood why the demon emperor was so powerful, able to crush human cultivators of the same rank with ease. At that moment, a dragonblood guard entered, kneeling on one knee, about to report. However, upon seeing Yi Yan present, he hesitated. The demon emperor chuckled. "Yi Yan is now my prince, there is no need to avoid him." The dragonblood guard relaxed and reported, "Your Majesty, the items from the Eastern Sea have arrived." The demon emperor nodded, "Let them in." Yi Yan was slightly startled. The Eastern Sea. Had the 10,000 demon nations' influence already extended to the Eastern Sea? Wasn't that the territory of the Flood Dragon Palace? Suppressing his curiosity, he refrained from asking questions. Moments later, heavy footsteps echoed as a tall figure entered the hall. The newcomer had a dragon's head and a human body, exuding a commanding presence. His vertical pupils gleamed with cold arrogance, as though he belonged to the noblest race in the world. Yi Yan was shocked. This figure resembled the legendary flood dragon humanoids. "Ao Haikao greets His Majesty the Demon Emperor," the tall flood dragon humanoid said calmly, placing one hand on his chest in a gesture of respect. Unlike the other demons outside, he did not display fanatical reverence toward the demon emperor. The demon emperor, unfazed by his tone and demeanor, casually asked, "How much did you bring this time?" Fresh flood dragon blood, 30,000 caddies. Aged flood dragon blood, 100,000 caddies. Coral gold, 1,000 caddies. Ao Haikao handed over 3 storage rings. A nearby dragonblood guard quickly took them and presented them to the demon emperor. The demon emperor didn't bother inspecting the contents and simply waved his hand.
"Convey my regards to the Flood Dragon Emperor." "Yes."
Ao Haikao placed a hand on his chest again and left under the escort of a wolf demon general. After a brief silence, the demon emperor spoke calmly.
"Yi Yan, if you have questions, ask freely."
Yi Yan shook his head.
"There's no need."
"Not bad, it seems you've fully refined that drop of essence blood," the demon emperor said with a faint smile, looking at Yi Yan with approval. Yi Yan nodded respectfully. His cultivation had now soared to the peak of the nascent soul stage. Even without using spiritual energy, the sheer strength of his blood energy alone was enough to overwhelm an entry-level nascent soul cultivator. Humans primarily cultivate spiritual energy, while we demons cultivate blood energy, the demon emperor said. For centuries, there have been attempts to cultivate both spiritual energy and blood energy simultaneously, but I am the first demon in history to master both. Perhaps you will become the first human to do the same." The demon emperor smiled. Yi Yan was overwhelmed with excitement and bowed even more reverently. "Thank you for your praise, your majesty." He now understood why the demon emperor was so powerful, able to crush human cultivators of the same rank with ease. At that moment, a dragonblood guard entered, kneeling on one knee, about to report. However, upon seeing Yi Yan present, he hesitated. The demon emperor chuckled, "Yi Yan is now my prince, there is no need to avoid him." The dragonblood guard relaxed and reported, "Your Majesty, the items from the Eastern Sea have arrived." The demon emperor nodded, "Let them in." Yi Yan was slightly startled. The Eastern Sea. Had the 10,000 demon nations' influence already extended to the Eastern Sea? Wasn't that the territory of the Flood Dragon Palace? Suppressing his curiosity, he refrained from asking questions. Moments later, heavy footsteps echoed as a tall figure entered the hall. The newcomer had a dragon's head and a human body, exuding a commanding presence. His vertical pupils gleamed with cold arrogance, as though he belonged to the noblest race in the world. Yi Yan was shocked. This figure resembled the legendary flood dragon humanoids. "Ao Haikao greets His Majesty the Demon Emperor," the tall flood dragon humanoid said calmly, placing one hand on his chest in a gesture of respect. Unlike the other demons outside, he did not display fanatical reverence toward the demon emperor. The demon emperor, unfazed by his tone and demeanor, casually asked, "How much did you bring this time?" Fresh flood dragon blood, 30,000 caddies. Aged flood dragon blood, 100,000 caddies. Coral gold, 1,000 caddies. Ao Haikao handed over 3 storage rings. A nearby dragon blood guard quickly took them and presented them to the demon emperor. The demon emperor didn't bother inspecting the contents and simply waved his hand. Convey my regards to the flood dragon emperor. Yes, Ao Haikao placed a hand on his chest again and left under the escort of a wolf demon general. After a brief silence, the demon emperor spoke calmly. Yi Yan, if you have questions, ask freely. Yi Yan shook his head. There's no need. I now understand how the 10,000 demon nation has grown so powerful in just 500 years.
It turns out that even the Flood Dragon Palace, which has always maintained neutrality between humans and demons, has leaned toward the 10,000 demon nation.
The demon emperor smiled faintly.
Not entirely.
Not bad, it seems you fully refined that drop of essence blood, the demon emperor said with a faint smile, looking at Yi Yan with approval. Yi Yan nodded respectfully. His cultivation had now soared to the peak of the nascent soul stage. Even without using spiritual energy, the sheer strength of his blood energy alone was enough to overwhelm an entry-level nascent soul cultivator. Humans primarily cultivate spiritual energy, while we demons cultivate blood energy, the demon emperor said. For centuries, there have been attempts to cultivate both spiritual energy and blood energy simultaneously, but I am the first demon in history to master both. Perhaps you will become the first human to do the same. The demon emperor smiled. Yi Yan was overwhelmed with excitement and bowed even more reverently. Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty. He now understood why the demon emperor was so powerful, able to crush human cultivators of the same rank with ease. At that moment, a dragonblood guard entered, kneeling on one knee, about to report. However, upon seeing Yi Yan present, he hesitated. The demon emperor chuckled. Yi Yan is now my prince, there is no need to avoid him. The dragonblood guard relaxed and reported, Your Majesty, the items from the Eastern Sea have arrived. The demon emperor nodded, let them in. Yi Yan was slightly startled. The Eastern Sea. Had the 10,000 demon nations' influence already extended to the Eastern Sea? Wasn't that the territory of the Flood Dragon Palace? Suppressing his curiosity, he refrained from asking questions. Moments later, heavy footsteps echoed as a tall figure entered the hall. The newcomer had a dragon's head and a human body, exuding a commanding presence. His vertical pupils gleamed with cold arrogance, as though he belonged to the noblest race in the world. Yi Yan was shocked. This figure resembled the legendary flood dragon humanoids. Ao Haikao greets His Majesty the Demon Emperor, the tall flood dragon humanoid said calmly, placing one hand on his chest in a gesture of respect. Unlike the other demons outside, he did not display fanatical reverence toward the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor, unfazed by his tone and demeanor, casually asked, How much did you bring this time? Fresh flood dragon blood, 30,000 caddies. Aged flood dragon blood, 100,000 caddies. Coral gold, 1,000 caddies. Ao Haikao handed over 3 storage rings. A nearby dragonblood guard quickly took them and presented them to the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor didn't bother inspecting the contents and simply waved his hand. Convey my regards to the Flood Dragon Emperor. Yes, Ao Haikao placed a hand on his chest again and left under the escort of a wolf demon general. After a brief silence, the Demon Emperor spoke calmly. Yi Yan, if you have questions, ask freely. Yi Yan shook his head. There's no need. I now understand how the 10,000 demon nation has grown so powerful in just 500 years. It turns out that even the Flood Dragon Palace, which has always maintained neutrality between humans and demons, has leaned toward the 10,000 demon nation. The Demon Emperor smiled faintly, not entirely. But it's only a matter of time.
Once I've gathered enough strength and conquered Yuju with a thunderous strike, the dissenting voices within the Flood Dragon Palace will gradually fade.
Yi Yan's expression became even more respectful. On land, the north was occupied by the human kingdom of Jing, while the south was the domain of the demon clan's 10,000 demon nation, with frequent conflicts between the two. However, the seas on all sides were ruled by aquatic demons. As the royal family among aquatic demons, the Flood Dragon clan held the highest status. The Flood Dragon Palace, the capital of the Flood Dragon clan, was located in the Eastern Sea. Both humans and demons treated the Flood Dragon Palace with great respect. The palace had always upheld its neutrality, refusing to involve itself in conflicts between the two sides. To think that even the Flood Dragon Palace, which had always maintained neutrality, is now secretly getting involved. Yi Yan felt fortunate he had made the right choice. The 10,000 demon nation would inevitably swallow Jing nation, and the demon emperor would surely reign supreme. By then, even the Flood Dragon Palace would likely bow beneath the demon emperor. At that moment, the Dragonblood guard from earlier hurried in and reported.
Your Majesty, news from the frontlines Shi Meng and Shi Qiang, subordinates of the Ninth Prince, recently disobeyed orders and attacked White Crane Prefecture and Jian Prefecture in Yuzhou, killing countless enemies and capturing many. The Ninth Prince himself led his forces days ago to launch an assault on Qingxuan Prefecture in Yuzhou.
After this news spread, even the previously inactive Crown Prince and Fourth Prince have begun to show signs of mobilization. The demon emperor remained silent. Yi Yan raised an eyebrow. It seemed the princes were eager to gain merit. From beneath the demon emperor's heavy armor came an icy voice.
That Ninth Prince dared to disobey my orders and personally attack Yuzhou.
Not bad, it seems you fully refined that drop of essence blood, the demon emperor said with a faint smile, looking at Yi Yan with approval. Yi Yan nodded respectfully. His cultivation had now soared to the peak of the nascent soul stage. Even without using spiritual energy, the sheer strength of his blood energy alone was enough to overwhelm an entry-level nascent soul cultivator. Humans primarily cultivate spiritual energy, while we demons cultivate blood energy, the demon emperor said. For centuries, there have been attempts to cultivate both spiritual energy and blood energy simultaneously, but I am the first demon in history to master both. Perhaps you will become the first human to do the same. The demon emperor smiled. Yi Yan was overwhelmed with excitement and bowed even more reverently. Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty. He now understood why the demon emperor was so powerful, able to crush human cultivators of the same rank with ease. At that moment, a Dragonblood guard entered, kneeling on one knee, about to report. However, upon seeing Yi Yan present, he hesitated. The demon emperor chuckled. Yi Yan is now my prince, there is no need to avoid him. The Dragonblood guard relaxed and reported, Your Majesty, the items from the Eastern Sea have arrived. The demon emperor nodded, let them in. Yi Yan was slightly startled. The Eastern Sea. Had the 10,000 demon nations' influence already extended to the Eastern Sea? Wasn't that the territory of the Flood Dragon Palace? Suppressing his curiosity, he refrained from asking questions. Moments later, heavy footsteps echoed as a tall figure entered the hall. The newcomer had a dragon's head and a human body, exuding a commanding presence. His vertical pupils gleamed with cold arrogance, as though he belonged to the noblest race in the world. Yi Yan was shocked. This figure resembled the legendary flood dragon humanoids. Ao Haikao greets His Majesty the Demon Emperor, the tall flood dragon humanoid said calmly, placing one hand on his chest in a gesture of respect. Unlike the other demons outside, he did not display fanatical reverence toward the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor, unfazed by his tone and demeanor, casually asked, How much did you bring this time? Fresh flood dragon blood, 30,000 caddies. Aged flood dragon blood, 100,000 caddies. Coral gold, 1,000 caddies. Ao Haikao handed over 3 storage rings. A nearby dragonblood guard quickly took them and presented them to the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor didn't bother inspecting the contents and simply waved his hand. Convey my regards to the Flood Dragon Emperor. Yes, Ao Haikao placed a hand on his chest again and left under the escort of a wolf demon general. After a brief silence, the Demon Emperor spoke calmly, Yi Yan, if you have questions, ask freely. Yi Yan shook his head, there's no need. I now understand how the 10,000 demon nation has grown so powerful in just 500 years. It turns out that even the Flood Dragon Palace, which has always maintained neutrality between humans and demons, has leaned toward the 10,000 demon nation. The demon emperor smiled faintly, not entirely. But it's only a matter of time. Once I've gathered enough strength and conquered Yuju with a thunderous strike, the dissenting voices within the Flood Dragon Palace will gradually fade. Yi Yan's expression became even more respectful. On land, the north was occupied by the human kingdom of Jing, while the south was the domain of the demon clan's 10,000 demon nation, with frequent conflicts between the two. However, the seas on all sides were ruled by aquatic demons. As the royal family among aquatic demons, the Flood Dragon clan held the highest status. The Flood Dragon Palace, the capital of the Flood Dragon clan, was located in the Eastern Sea. Both humans and demons treated the Flood Dragon Palace with great respect. The palace had always upheld its neutrality, refusing to involve itself in conflicts between the two sides. To think that even the Flood Dragon Palace, which had always maintained neutrality, is now secretly getting involved. Yi Yan felt fortunate he had made the right choice. The 10,000 demon nation would inevitably swallow Jing nation, and the demon emperor would surely reign supreme. By then, even the Flood Dragon Palace would likely bow beneath the demon emperor. At that moment, the Dragonblood guard from earlier hurried in and reported, "Your Majesty, news from the frontlines Shi Meng and Shi Qiang, subordinates of the Ninth Prince, recently disobeyed orders and attacked White Crane Prefecture and Jian Prefecture in Yuzhou, killing countless enemies and capturing many. The Ninth Prince himself led his forces days ago to launch an assault on Qingxuan Prefecture in Yuzhou." After this news spread, even the previously inactive Crown Prince and Fourth Prince have begun to show signs of mobilization. The Demon Emperor remained silent. Yi Yan raised an eyebrow. It seemed the princes were eager to gain merit. From beneath the Demon Emperor's heavy armor came an icy voice. "That Ninth Prince dared to disobey my orders and personally attack Yuzhou. When he returns, he must be severely punished." The Dragonblood Guard quickly added,
Your Majesty, the Ninth Prince is young and impulsive, so his actions are understandable.
"Not bad, it seems you fully refined that drop of essence blood," the Demon Emperor said with a faint smile, looking at Yi Yan with approval. Yi Yan nodded respectfully. His cultivation had now soared to the peak of the nascent soul stage. Even without using spiritual energy, the sheer strength of his blood energy alone was enough to overwhelm an entry-level nascent soul cultivator. Humans primarily cultivate spiritual energy, while we demons cultivate blood energy, the Demon Emperor said. For centuries, there have been attempts to cultivate both spiritual energy and blood energy simultaneously, but I am the first demon in history to master both. Perhaps you will become the first human to do the same." The Demon Emperor smiled. Yi Yan was overwhelmed with excitement and bowed even more reverently. "Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty." He now understood why the Demon Emperor was so powerful, able to crush human cultivators of the same rank with ease. At that moment, a Dragonblood guard entered, kneeling on one knee, about to report. However, upon seeing Yi Yan present, he hesitated. The Demon Emperor chuckled, "Yi Yan is now my prince, there is no need to avoid him." The Dragonblood guard relaxed and reported, "Your Majesty, the items from the Eastern Sea have arrived." The Demon Emperor nodded, "Let them in." Yi Yan was slightly startled. The Eastern Sea. Had the 10,000 demon nations' influence already extended to the Eastern Sea? Wasn't that the territory of the Flood Dragon Palace? Suppressing his curiosity, he refrained from asking questions. Moments later, heavy footsteps echoed as a tall figure entered the hall. The newcomer had a dragon's head and a human body, exuding a commanding presence. His vertical pupils gleamed with cold arrogance, as though he belonged to the noblest race in the world. Yi Yan was shocked. This figure resembled the legendary flood dragon humanoids. "Ao Haikao greets His Majesty the Demon Emperor," the tall flood dragon humanoid said calmly, placing one hand on his chest in a gesture of respect. Unlike the other demons outside, he did not display fanatical reverence toward the demon emperor. The demon emperor, unfazed by his tone and demeanor, casually asked, "How much did you bring this time?" Fresh flood dragon blood, 30,000 caddies. Aged flood dragon blood, 100,000 caddies. Coral gold, 1,000 caddies. Ao Haikao handed over 3 storage rings. A nearby dragon blood guard quickly took them and presented them to the demon emperor. The demon emperor didn't bother inspecting the contents and simply waved his hand. "Convey my regards to the flood dragon emperor." Yes, Ao Haikao placed a hand on his chest again and left under the escort of a wolf demon general. After a brief silence, the demon emperor spoke calmly. "Yi Yan, if you have questions, ask freely." Yi Yan shook his head. "There's no need. I now understand how the 10,000 demon nation has grown so powerful in just 500 years. It turns out that even the Flood Dragon Palace, which has always maintained neutrality between humans and demons, has leaned toward the 10,000 demon nation." The demon emperor smiled faintly, "Not entirely. But it's only a matter of time. Once I've gathered enough strength and conquered Yuju with a thunderous strike, the dissenting voices within the Flood Dragon Palace will gradually fade." Yi Yan's expression became even more respectful. On land, the north was occupied by the human kingdom of Jing, while the south was the domain of the demon clan's 10,000 demon nation, with frequent conflicts between the two. However, the seas on all sides were ruled by aquatic demons. As the royal family among aquatic demons, the Flood Dragon clan held the highest status. The Flood Dragon Palace, the capital of the Flood Dragon clan, was located in the Eastern Sea. Both humans and demons treated the Flood Dragon Palace with great respect. The palace had always upheld its neutrality, refusing to involve itself in conflicts between the two sides. To think that even the Flood Dragon Palace, which had always maintained neutrality, is now secretly getting involved. Yi Yan felt fortunate he had made the right choice. The 10,000 demon nation would inevitably swallow Jing nation, and the demon emperor would surely reign supreme. By then, even the Flood Dragon Palace would likely bow beneath the demon emperor. At that moment, the Dragonblood guard from earlier hurried in and reported, "Your Majesty, news from the frontlines. Shi Meng and Shi Qiang, subordinates of the Ninth Prince, recently disobeyed orders and attacked White Crane Prefecture and Jian Prefecture in Yuzhou, killing countless enemies and capturing many. The Ninth Prince himself led his forces days ago to launch an assault on Qingxuan Prefecture in Yuzhou." After this news spread, even the previously inactive Crown Prince and Fourth Prince have begun to show signs of mobilization. The Demon Emperor remained silent. Yi Yan raised an eyebrow. It seemed the princes were eager to gain merit. From beneath the Demon Emperor's heavy armor came an icy voice. "That Ninth Prince dared to disobey my orders and personally attack Yuzhou. When he returns, he must be severely punished." The Dragonblood guard quickly added, "Your Majesty, the Ninth Prince is young and impulsive, so his actions are understandable. Moreover, his subordinates, Shi Meng and Shi Qiang, have repeatedly achieved victory, killing countless enemies. This shows that Yuzhou's 3 sects and 1 king are nothing but paper tigers."
According to my knowledge, the Ninth Prince targeted Qingxuan Prefecture and the Qingxuan Sect to use them as bait to lure out Shen Mo, the young sect master of the Jade Cauldron Sect. If this succeeds, we will capture Shen Mo, that so-called genius, alive.
The Demon Emperor frowned. Hearing this, he recalled Shen Mo. Indeed, Shen Mo was from the Qingxuan Sect in Qingxuan Prefecture. Moreover, Shen Mo was known to be a man of loyalty and righteousness. If the Qingxuan Sect faced a life-and-death crisis, Shen Mo would undoubtedly rush to its aid. This would make it easy for him to fall into the Ninth Prince's trap.
Shen Mo is a peerless talent with extraordinary potential and a remarkable will. The Ninth Prince cannot capture him so easily.
The Demon Emperor said coldly.
However, since he's already gone, it's too late for me to call him back. Take a team to Yuzhou immediately. Regardless of whether the Ninth Prince captures Shen Mo or achieves any great victory, bring him back to me. I will ensure he is properly disciplined.
The Demon Emperor's 81 Dragonblood guards, each equivalent to a nascent soul-level cultivator, were far more powerful than their human counterparts, having undergone flood dragon blood refinement. Any one of them could lead a team, march into Yuzhou, and retrieve the Ninth Prince and his forces. The Dragonblood guard bowed and departed.
Yes, your majesty.
The Demon Emperor sighed.
The Ninth Prince's rash actions may backfire, forcing the 3 sects and 1 king to unite further.
Yi Yan respectfully said,
Your Majesty, I've met Shen Mo before. He is indeed a peerless genius, capable of dominating an entire generation. If he is allowed to advance smoothly into the divine transformation stage, he will become a great threat to the 10,000 demon nation. If the Ninth Prince can capture him alive, it would be a great success, eliminating a major threat in advance. Moreover, with the Ninth Prince's strength bolstered by your Majesty's bloodline and his strategic ambush, capturing Shen Mo should be an easy task.
Chapter 296. I'll wait for you to be bound and kneeling before me. Chapter 296. I'll wait for you to be bound and kneeling before me. At this moment, immense joy surged within Yi Yan's heart. He had to take several deep breaths to calm himself. He had already grasped the capabilities of the 3 most outstanding princes under the Demon Emperor's command. Especially the Ninth Prince, whose talent was in no way inferior to Shen Mo's. Blessed with unparalleled fortune and brimming with potential, his strength undoubtedly surpassed Shen Mo's. Now, the Ninth Prince had brought along several demon kings, dozens of demon commanders, and tens of thousands of demon soldiers, lying in ambush. The outcome was obvious. Shen Mo would undoubtedly end up captured alive. The mere thought of Shen Mo becoming a prisoner at his mercy, with his fate hanging by a thread depending on Yi Yan's whims, made Yi Yan's blood surge with excitement.
What use is great talent? Choosing the wrong side was your first mistake. Your second mistake was being overly sentimental. Qingxuan Sect was merely a stepping stone for you to enter the Jade Cauldron Sect, yet you insist on risking yourself to rescue them. How foolish.
Yi Yan almost wanted to laugh aloud.
I'm waiting for you to be bound hand and foot, kneeling before me.
Jade Cauldron Sect Elders Pavilion. Originally presided over by the second elder, Yang Ke, the pavilion had undergone a shift after news of Yi Yan's betrayal reached the sect. Stricken with shame, Yang Ke's health rapidly deteriorated, leading him to resign and voluntarily retreat to the cliff of reflection for introspection. The position now fell to the third elder. At the moment, he was buried in a mountain of official documents. Since Wuzhu's fall and the demon kingdom's advance to the borders, administrative work had increased several times over, with reports pouring in from all over regarding demon attacks on towns and industries. In a nearby room, 7 or 8 disciples were tirelessly recording and summarizing the transmission jade messages arriving from across the region. Suddenly, a young disciple hurried in, reporting urgently.
Qingxuan Sect of Xuanzhong Prefecture is requesting aid. They are under heavy attack by numerous lion demons, including 2 lion demon kings. They are relying on their sect protection formation to hold out but urgently need reinforcements.
The third elder lifted his gaze from the mountain of documents, raising an eyebrow.
Qingxuan Sect, if I recall correctly, that's the sect our young sect master came from. Exactly. The sect master had already assigned Elder Ouyang Wei to oversee their defenses, but it seems the situation has escalated beyond control.
The disciple replied. The third elder frowned.
Even so, our manpower is stretched thin. Many elders are already deployed to White Crane Prefecture and Giant Prefecture.
The remaining elders are either in seclusion or engaged in crucial tasks such as alchemy and artifact forging.
Right, third elder, the young sect master left for Qingxuan Sect a few days ago. By now, he should have already arrived. With the young sect master and Elder Ouyang Wei there, along with the sect's protective formation, they should be able to handle the attacking lion demons, given there are only 2 demon kings.
The third elder nodded slightly.
Even so, we cannot rule out the possibility of demon reinforcements. What about He Tianchu? His injuries should have mostly healed by now. Have him lead a team of core formation stage stewards to Qingxuan Sect for support. The young sect master's safety is paramount. Nothing must happen to him.
The young disciple nodded.
Understood. I'll notify Hall Master He immediately.
Northern Wuzhou, a ruined city. A massive eagle demon soared overhead, its sharp eyes scanning for signs of life. Seeing nothing but desolation and silence below, it relaxed and flew off to scout another area. However, within the seemingly deserted ruins, an underground chamber concealed over 100 cultivators. Their robes bore the insignia of the Qingxuan Sect. Although cultivators from the three sects and one king entered Wuzhou together, they did not act as a unified force, instead operating as four separate groups. Even so, they frequently assisted one another and shared information. At the center of the underground chamber stood a large table. On the table were detailed maps of Wuzhou and Yuzhou, marked with the locations of demon strongholds and their troop deployments. The Qingxuan Sect cultivators surrounded the table, strategizing their next move. They discussed the most efficient ways to capture a stronghold, loot its resources, and retreat swiftly into the safety of the mountains and valleys. These were all factors they needed to consider. After all, Wuzhou had almost entirely fallen into the hands of the demon race. Once surrounded by demons, there would be no escape, only death awaited them. A rugged-looking man with a bold voice spoke up.
I say we strike at the Ninth Prince's stronghold. Our scouts have already investigated. That Ninth Prince is overly ambitious and reckless, easy to lure out. Taking down a Ninth Prince would surely cause the Demon Emperor considerable grief.
The surrounding cultivators nodded in agreement.
That's right, old Lu's sharp as always.
Lu Dongshuan chuckled with satisfaction. At that moment, a small figure rushed into the room and leapt onto a chair, standing boldly on it. No one among the cultivators said a word, and some even showed respect in their gazes. Since leaving the Qingxuan Sect and coming to Wuzhou to battle the demon race, they had almost completely severed ties with the sect. In this environment, the traditional hierarchy of elders held no meaning. Here, strength alone determined status. This petite girl, despite her small stature, was recognized as the strongest below the nascent soul stage. She had saved the group from dire situations multiple times. Naturally, she earned their respect, admiration that even extended to two nascent soul cultivators. Her name was Zhao Yelu.
I scouted ahead.
Zhao Yelu said calmly.
The Ninth Prince's stronghold is empty, guarded only by the old, weak, and injured.
The cultivators froze, then erupted in excitement.
That's incredible news.
We can seize this opportunity to storm the stronghold and loot their supplies.
Zhao Yelu continued.
A few days ago, the Ninth Prince led 4 lion demon kings and over 10,000 lion demons to attack Qingxuan Prefecture. By now, they've likely captured Qingxuan Sect.
The cultivators were stunned.
What? How did we miss this? The demon race has better night vision than us. Perhaps they moved under cover of darkness. Qingxuan Prefecture must have suffered heavy losses. Damn it. Wait!
A voice suddenly chimed in. It was Lu Dongshuan.
Yes, now that you mention it, that's the young sect master's former sect. Could this be a trap set by the demons? Think about it. Recently, the Ninth Prince has been dispatching his forces to heavily attack White Crane Prefecture and Jian Prefecture, drawing much of our attention. Damn it, it's a diversion. His real target is the young sect master. He must have anticipated that the young sect master would return to Qingxuan Sect for assistance.
The Qingxuan Sect cultivators gasped in realization. They had long known that the Ninth Prince had sent his demon forces to attack White Crane Prefecture and Jian Prefecture. But they never imagined his true target was Qingxuan Sect and Shen Mo. The young sect master is a deeply loyal person. With the sect's manpower stretched so thin, he would undoubtedly return to Qingxuan Sect on his own to help.
I'm worried he's fallen into the Ninth Prince's trap.
Zhao Yelu's expression turned serious.
Little donkey, stick to the original plan. Lead the others to capture the ninth prince's stronghold and rescue the captured cultivators and mortals.
I'll head north alone.
Lu Dongxuan clenched his teeth. He, too, wanted to save Shen Mo, but after weighing the options, nodded firmly.
All right, make sure to protect the young sect master. Don't let anything happen to him.
Don't worry.
Zhao Yelu said, her expression resolute.
If things get dire, I'll use.
Chapter 297, Capture Him Alive. Chapter 297, Capture Him Alive. At the Qingxuan Sect training grounds, a massive cauldron of boiling oil was set up. Flames roared and the oil bubbled violently. Circles of lion demons gathered around, drooling at the sight. One of the lion commanders respectfully said,
Your Highness, the brothers are getting impatient from all the waiting. Shall we grab some humans to fry up?
The term humans was used with disdain by the demon race. Humans were no better than livestock. In their eyes, humans were beings to be reared, cooked, and tamed. The ninth prince nodded slightly.
Just grab a few from the body refining realm and toss them in. Body refining realm humans are weaklings and unworthy of being tamed by this prince. Great, excellent idea.
The lion demons roared with excitement, their eyes gleaming as they turned toward the bound Qingxuan Sect disciples. For the disciples, the words of the demons were like a knife twisting into their hearts, leaving them trembling with fear. Bound and helpless, they were like lambs awaiting slaughter or fish on a chopping block. At any moment, they could meet their end. And such an end would be utterly humiliating. The lion commander's gaze swept over the group, finally settling on a weeping female disciple with a tear-streaked face.
You'll do, women have tender flesh, they taste better fried.
The lion commander reached out and grabbed the disciple, preparing to toss her into the boiling oil. The girl screamed, tears and snot streaming down her face in terror. The other cultivators clenched their fists in frustration, wanting nothing more than to break free and fight the lion demons to the death. But they couldn't. Each of them was tightly bound, their movements restricted. The strongest among them, Aoyang Wei and Murong Yue, were heavily injured and guarded by two lion demon kings, making any attempt to fight back futile. There was no hope unless a miracle happened, unless reinforcements arrived. Yet even if Qingxuan Sect's cry for help had reached the Jade Cauldron Sect, reinforcements would take 10 days to arrive. Which meant tragedies like this would play out repeatedly. Hell, this was nothing short of a living hell.
Did you ask me before harming my Qingxuan disciples?
A cold voice suddenly echoed from the sky. The sound was like a resounding bell, reverberating across the battlefield and reaching everyone's ears. The lion commander, about to throw the disciple into the cauldron, froze and instinctively looked toward the sky. Not just him, the ninth prince, the lion demon kings, commanders, and even the Qingxuan Sect disciples all turned their eyes upward. When they saw the figure descending from the heavens, the Qingxuan disciples felt a lump in their throats, their eyes reddening as tears flowed uncontrollably.
It's the young sect master. No, it's the young lord. It's Shen Mo. Shen Mo is here. Thank the heavens, the young lord has come to save us.
Cries of relief and excitement broke out among the disciples. Murong Yue, gazing at the figure in azure robes, felt a sense of comfort in her heart. After years of separation, the growth of this young man far exceeded her expectations. From him, she could feel a powerful aura that made it difficult to breathe, a clear sign of the vast disparity in their strength. But after the brief moment of relief, worry clouded her eyes. No matter how strong Shen Mo had become, he couldn't possibly be a match for the ninth prince and the 4 lion demon kings. If he had come here, it would only mean throwing his life away. Yang Wei couldn't hold back his tears.
Young lord, you.
The ninth prince and the lion demons burst into laughter.
Good, excellent. Shen Mo, I thought I'd have to wait another 10 days, but you came much earlier than expected. Good, this has been worth my planning.
The ninth prince's massive lion eyes gleamed with a brutal light. Shen Mo's expression remained unchanged. But inwardly, he was carefully analyzing the opponent's life panel. Name Xian. Realm, Golden Peak Demon King. Fate attributes: Royal Lion Clan, Innate Strength, Fortunate Destiny, Demon Emperor Bloodline, Howling Moon Lion Bloodline. Destiny, 15 years from now, leads troops to battle in Longzhou of Jing Kingdom, betrayed by a demon king under the first prince, trapped by human armies, and ultimately dies a miserable death. Recent opportunity: after capturing Shen Mo alive and returning to the camp, discovers a golden devourer mouse near Feiyan Bluff in Qingxuan Prefecture. Tracks it to its lair and finds the first 3 incomplete pages of Titan's imprisoning force. Shen Mo scrutinized each of Xian's fate attributes. Royal Lion Clan, Orange attribute. The lion demons are among the most powerful demon clans, and you are blessed with an even greater advantage as a royal member. Innate Strength, Orange attribute. From the day you were born, you possessed immense strength that grows even more formidable with age. Fortunate Destiny, Purple attribute. Fortune has always favored you, and good things consistently fall into your lap. Demon Emperor Bloodline, Purple attribute. You refined a drop of the Demon Emperor's blood, significantly enhancing your bloodline's strength. Howling Moon Lion Bloodline, Orange attribute. Deep within your heart lies a trace of Howling Moon Lion blood. When the time is right, you can achieve reversion and become a true Howling Moon Lion. After reviewing Xian's fate attributes, Shen Mo nodded slightly. There were no signs of protagonist-level attributes like narrow escape, 9 lives,
Turn crisis into opportunity.
or
Survive against all odds.
this lion wasn't the demon race's protagonist. He'd be easy to kill. However, upon seeing the
Recent opportunity.
Shen Mo raised an eyebrow. Titan's imprisoning force. It rang a bell. This technique was a long-lost blood energy cultivation method of the demon race. The current demon emperor had risen from a lowly wolf demon to his powerful status today thanks to fragments of Titan's imprisoning force. Shen Mo had long known that this world had 2 distinct cultivation systems. The first was the spiritual energy system practiced by humans. The second was the blood energy system practiced by demons. Humans attempting to practice blood energy techniques faced immense difficulties. They lacked the natural blood energy of demons and couldn't endure the physical strain and torment of such methods. Similarly, demons practicing spiritual energy techniques were met with challenges. Their intelligence and comprehension were generally lower, and they struggled to sense and connect with the world's spiritual energy. There had been attempts by powerful figures from both races to merge these systems, creating a method to cultivate both spiritual and blood energy. But without exception, all had failed. Titan's imprisoning force appears unique, Shen Mo thought. It treats the body as a collection of 840 million particles, identical in number for both humans and demons. If I could obtain Titan's imprisoning force, I might be able to practice this blood energy technique too. A flicker of excitement crossed Shen Mo's mind. Becoming stronger was always the goal, and practicing Titan's imprisoning force might be worthwhile. What's more, with his myriad opportunities and his own pill-refining abilities, he had the resources to offset the physical strain of practicing this technique.
Go capture him alive.
Chapter 298. Those are 4 Silver Peak Demon Kings, the Prince's elite guards. Chapter 298. Those are 4 Silver Peak Demon Kings, the Prince's elite guards. Demons rarely used weapons. Their steel-hard bodies were their best tools for combat. Moreover, weapons forged from ordinary materials often didn't suit their needs, while rare minerals were extremely scarce. As a result, most demons chose to condense blood energy into weapons to fight their enemies. At this moment, the 4 demon kings unleashed their blood energy, forming massive weapons, a giant axe, spear, blade, and halberd, and launched their attack on Shen Mo. The surging blood energy swept through the skies, casting a crimson hue over everything. The disciples of the Qingxuan Sect trembled in fear, not daring to look up.
Such immense blood energy.
Murong Yue murmured. Yang Wei sighed.
Exactly. Silver Peak Demon Kings are equivalent to human nascent soul advanced cultivators. But because of their powerful physiques and extreme speed in close combat, a Silver Peak Demon King is very likely to defeat a nascent soul advanced cultivator in a one-on-one fight. However, if the numbers on both sides increase, the situation changes. As long as cultivators have sufficient time to accumulate and unleash their techniques, they can severely injure or even kill Silver Peak Demon Kings before they get close. After all, demons rarely have long-range combat techniques.
Murong Yue nodded, but continued to watch the sky with worry. She could vaguely sense that Shen Mo was strong. But how strong, she had no confidence in the answer. Could Shen Mo withstand the attacks of those 4 lion demon kings? Her heart filled with unease. She feared witnessing Shen Mo die on the battlefield. If that moment truly came, she resolved to end her own life by detonating her nascent soul on the spot. Facing the onslaught of the 4 demon kings, Shen Mo remained fearless. Not even his expression changed. As the threat closed in, 2 verdant saplings suddenly sprouted from his body. In an instant, they grew into towering trees, their branches and leaves spreading like a canopy. This was the heavenly tier upper-grade defensive technique, Evergreen Guardian Trees. The technique required no manual activation. Stored in the Danshan, it would automatically deploy to shield him from any imminent danger. Shen Mo was now just a step away from the peak of the nascent soul realm. The Evergreen Guardian Trees had grown to an immense size. Each trunk was as thick as 20 men embracing it. Their branches and leaves spread wide, covering much of the sky like titanic beings connecting heaven and earth. The 2 trees became the most massive objects in the area, visible even from 1,000 miles away. Boom, boom, boom. The attacks of the 4 lion demon kings struck the first Evergreen Guardian tree. The massive tree groaned under the weight of the assault. Within 5 breaths, it shattered, disintegrating into pure wood spiritual energy that dissipated into the heavens and earth. But the second Evergreen Guardian tree stood firm, blocking the next wave of attacks. At that moment, Shen Mo infused his spiritual energy and activated another defensive technique. The heavenly tier supreme grade defensive technique, Immovable Dragon King Cauldron. After a brief charge, a golden phantom emerged around Shen Mo, towering dozens of meters high. Vast, majestic, and imposing, it was an awe-inspiring sight.
Increase your blood energy.
The 9th prince frowned and growled in frustration.
Yes.
The 4 lion demon kings roared, their eyes bloodshot and their manes standing on end. Blood energy surged from their mouths and noses, causing their condensed weapons to swell even larger. Boom! The second Evergreen Guardian tree could no longer withstand the immense pressure and shattered instantly. The 4 lion demon kings finally broke through the tree's defenses, their attacks now crashing against the surface of the immovable Dragon King Cauldron. Clang! The sound of metal reverberated through the air. The 4 lion demon kings couldn't maintain their grip on their blood energy weapons and were sent reeling dozens of meters back. The impact of the blow left their tiger-like mouths aching, and blood trickled down from their palms. The 4 lion demon kings stared at Shen Mo with a mix of shock and disbelief. Yet there he stood, the figure in azure robes calmly upright. The golden phantom of the immovable Dragon King Cauldron surrounding him remained unshaken, still the most indestructible presence in the heavens and earth.
He stopped it.
Wei Qingtai exclaimed in awe.
Those were 4 Silver Peak Demon Kings, and the young sect master blocked them with just 2 defensive techniques.
Elder Li marveled. Mo Hanshan nodded, visibly moved.
I never thought Shen Mo, the young sect master, had grown this powerful.
Yang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief.
When I saw him last, the young sect master wasn't anywhere near this strong.
How could a few years make such an outrageous difference?
Luo Shengnan suddenly shouted.
Look, Shen Mo is preparing to attack.
Amid the massive phantom of the Dragon King Cauldron, Shen Mo had drawn a long sword of black and white hues. The weapon was surrounded by faint, shifting shadows, one black and one white barely distinguishable from the blade itself. It was his most formidable spiritual artifact, the bipolar sword. A surging wave of gray sword energy began to gather, spreading outward and turning the skies and ground into a stark monochrome. The 4 lion demon kings immediately felt a sharp pain in their bodies, though the sword energy had yet to descend. Their formidable physical forms, which had always been their pride, now sensed genuine danger.
Do not retreat, the 9th prince is watching. Lion demons never retreat, keep attacking, that move of his must take a long time to charge. Our kind doesn't even know the meaning of retreat, fight to the death. Does he really think he can kill all 4 of us alone? But technically, we don't have dictionaries.
The 4 lion demon kings growled low, their voices like distant thunder. With reckless fury, they launched a relentless assault, their blood energy weapons smashing down again and again. The sound of clashing metal reverberated endlessly. Despite their full strength, the blood energy drained from their very bones, their attacks couldn't shake the immovable Dragon King Cauldron. It stood like an unyielding mountain, only dimming slightly. Within its golden protection, Shen Mo stood unmoved, silently accumulating power. The gray sword energy swirled like a living dragon, becoming increasingly vivid. Its terrifying sharpness, capable of slicing through anything, grew more menacing with every passing breath. After dozens of breaths, the bipolar sword's energy swelled to an overwhelming magnitude.
Had enough. Now it's my turn. Bipolar sword energy, slash.
With a swift, decisive motion, Shen Mo unleashed his attack. A vast torrent of gray sword energy cascaded down like a celestial waterfall. The black and white shadows of the bipolar sword split off, releasing 2 slightly smaller streams of gray sword energy. In an instant, 3 torrents of sword energy engulfed the 4 lion demon kings. Their pupils shrank to pinpoints, and they instinctively crossed their arms to defend themselves. Exhausted from their frenzied assault, their blood energy was depleted, leaving only their bodies as shields. The gray sword energy engulfed them instantly.
Aya!
Their screams echoed briefly before being abruptly cut off. Moments later, the gray sword energy dissipated. Blood rained down from the sky, and the remains of fur, viscera, flesh, and shattered bones littered the ground. The surrounding lion demons were left in utter shock. The Qingxuan Sect disciples stared in disbelief, their eyes wide.
They!
Chapter 299. How could the demon clan have a coward like you? Chapter 299. How could the demon clan have a coward like you? Shen Mo glanced at the 9th prince and said flatly,
Come down and meet your death.
The 9th prince's fury erupted instantly, his golden mane standing on end like steel needles. He hadn't expected that despite bringing along 4 lion demon kings, he would have to step in personally. It was utterly humiliating. Suppressing his anger, the 9th prince said coldly,
Indeed, you live up to the reputation of being a peerless genius, praised even by my royal father. You do have some skill. You should feel honored that I, the prince, am lowering myself to fight you personally.
Shen Mo's expression remained indifferent.
To be personally killed by me, you should feel honored.
The 9th prince's gaze turned savage. He had always held himself in high esteem. Aside from the 1st and 4th princes, none of the other princes or demon kings even registered in his eyes. Shen Mo's words had thoroughly infuriated him. The 2 locked eyes. The next moment, the 9th prince shot forward like a golden bolt of lightning. Blood energy surged violently, condensing suddenly into 9 blood-red spears. Each spear was over 20 zhang, approximately 66 meters in length, surrounded by faint, wailing souls. The eerie cries caused a sharp pain in one's head, making it hard to focus mentally.
The soul-destroying blood spears, that's the 9th prince's signature technique. His Highness is sure to severely wound Shen Mo in one strike, and avenge the 4 lion demon kings. Your Highness, kill him now.
The gathered lion demon captains and generals roared in excitement. They hadn't expected to witness the 9th prince use this legendary move firsthand.
Weak!
Shen Mo spoke calmly as he slowly raised his hand. Boom! Red flames roared to life, instantly forming a flaming blade over 20 zhang long. As the 9 blood spears approached, Shen Mo's red flaming blade slashed downward. It was the second form of the Nine Suns Divine Phoenix technique. Boom! Blood energy and flames collided in midair, intertwining, clashing, and obliterating each other. The blood spears shattered one after another, disintegrating into blood energy that dissipated in the air. The ninth prince's pupils contracted sharply when he realized his blood spears had been destroyed so effortlessly.
Damn it!
He gritted his teeth and, without hesitation, gathered even more blood energy. Before the remaining fragments of the blood spears could fully disperse, he condensed a single, larger spear. This spear exceeded 40 zhang in length, with a girth requiring 10 men to encircle. The surface of the blood spear was intricately detailed, as if it contained countless innocent souls who had perished. Around it echoed ghastly wails, like a demonic melody piercing into the mind and threatening to tear one's spirit apart.
Such a massive and lifelike soul-destroying blood spear. It seems His Highness has mastered this technique to an extraordinary level, truly the most gifted among the royal princes. I've heard that the soul-destroying blood spear grows stronger with more kills, accumulating vengeful souls. His Highness has slain countless enemies, so this spear must be terrifyingly powerful. Look at Shen Mo, he's already standing still, clearly paralyzed by the vengeful souls. With this move, Shen Mo won't be able to block it. He's surely doomed.
The lion-demon crowd erupted in excited discussion, as if Shen Mo's death was already certain. The ninth prince let out a sinister laugh.
Do you feel it, the terror of both your body and soul being under attack?
The next moment, his expression twisted into a savage snarl.
I take back my earlier words. You killed 4 of my lion-demon kings. I will tear you to pieces.
Shen Mo's expression remained calm. In such a situation, using the Great Desolation Starfall, which required lengthy preparation, was clearly unsuitable. The best choice was still the Nine Suns Divine Phoenix technique.
I haven't mastered the third form of the Nine Suns Divine Phoenix technique for long, but it's enough to kill you.
Shen Mo suddenly unleashed his spiritual energy. The red lotus flame surged out from his shoulder blades, forming a pair of immense flaming wings. The wings spanned 20 zhang each. As they unfolded, they completely obscured the sky. Only fire wings are seen, but no sun is in sight.
My heavens!
Wei Qingtai, Mo Hanshin, and others couldn't help but discuss among themselves, their eyes filled with astonishment.
Fire feathers go!
Shen Mo raised his finger, looking at the ninth prince. Behind him, the pair of 20 zhang-long flaming wings instantly expanded. Countless fiery feathers shot toward the ninth prince like a storm. They looked like countless palm-sized firebirds darting through the sky. This was the third form of the Nine Suns Divine Phoenix technique fire feathers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Explosions echoed continuously in midair. The fire feathers moved with incredible speed. One moment they were behind Shen Mo. The next they were already in front of the ninth prince, descending in waves. The ninth prince's pupils shrank. He had already sensed the terrifying power of this move. But now there was no retreat. His only option was to face it head-on, using his soul-destroying blood spear to pierce through the fiery feathers filling the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The endless stream of fire feathers collided fiercely with the surface of the soul-destroying blood spear. The spear's forward momentum slowed immediately. The deafening explosions continued without pause. The sky seemed to be engulfed by flames. At first, the soul-destroying blood spear still advanced. But soon, its speed decreased rapidly. Finally, it was as if the spear had been frozen in midair, unable to move. The blood energy surrounding the spear dissipated rapidly. Each fire feather striking the spear drained a portion of its blood energy. As countless fire feathers descended, the spear's size shrank at an alarming rate. In just a dozen breaths, the spear had been reduced from over 40 zhang to merely 20 zhang. And it didn't stop there. The excess fire feathers rained down toward the ground, targeting the 10,000 lion demons below. Cries of agony erupted as the lion demons scattered like frightened animals. Every fire feather that landed claimed the lives of numerous lion demons. Even the lion demon captains couldn't withstand a single strike. This scene struck terror into the ninth prince's heart. This was his trump card, his most powerful technique. And yet he had still lost to Shen Mo.
My blood energy.
Sensing the meager amount of blood energy left in his body, the ninth prince gritted his teeth in frustration. Continuing the fight was no longer an option. His blood energy was insufficient to sustain further battle. There was only one path left. Escape.
Shen Mo, I'll take you down with me.
The ninth prince roared, pretending to channel his remaining blood energy for a desperate attack. Shen Mo's expression remained unchanged. He had already predicted the ninth prince's next move. Sure enough, the very next moment, the ninth prince suddenly turned and bolted at full speed. He didn't spare a single glance for the surviving lion demons on the ground.
Your Highness, ninth prince. Don't abandon us. Ninth prince, how could the demon clan produce a coward like you?
Chapter 300, This time is enough to obliterate them. Chapter 300, This time is enough to obliterate them. Shen Mo flicked his fingers lightly. Two streams of spiritual energy shot out, unbinding the ropes tied around Nangong Yun and Aoyang Wei. These ropes were crafted with special threads unique to the demon clan. When enough of them entangled a human, they could greatly suppress the spiritual energy within their body. For this reason, Nangong Yun and Aoyang Wei had been unable to break free all along.
Master Elder Aoyang, take care of those lion demons. I'm going after that coward.
Shen Mo left those words behind and increased his pace, pursuing the fleeing ninth prince.
Understood.
Nangong Yun and Aoyang Wei looked overjoyed and immediately began untying the other cultivators. Wei Xingtai, Mo Hanshan, Elder Li, and disciples like Luo Shengnan, Zhao Ting, and Zhao Ru quickly freed themselves from their restraints. Although the lion demons were individually powerful, their morale was now shattered. After being decimated by the fiery feathers, they had become a disorganized mob. Dealing with them was no longer a challenge.
The young sect master wants to kill the ninth prince, but it might not be easy. Once we finish here, we'll hurry to support him.
Aoyang Wei said gravely.
Of course, I understand.
Nangong Yun nodded repeatedly, sharing the same thought. Two figures, the ninth prince and Shen Mo, darted swiftly through the dense forest. Shen Mo's palm continuously unleashed flaming blade strikes. Each strike burned swathes of trees to ash. The ninth prince narrowly avoided the strikes multiple times. One blade even skimmed over the top of his head. Although it didn't harm him, it left him bald, his golden mane completely gone.
Damn it, his spiritual energy seems endless. He's been using martial techniques without stopping. Why doesn't he run out?
The ninth prince gritted his teeth as he looked at the figure closing in behind him. He had used the soul-destroying blood spear twice, and his blood energy was nearly depleted, leaving just enough for his escape. Yet since encountering Shen Mo, the damned human had used martial techniques at least 4 times, each one consuming a vast amount of spiritual energy. Why was this guy still brimming with energy, as if nothing had happened?
Damn it.
Is there no one coming to help me?
If this keeps up, he's going to catch me.
The ninth prince was seething. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined such a humiliating scenario. Not only had he failed to capture anyone but his 4 lion demon kings, dozens of captains, and over 10,000 soldiers had all perished. Now, even his own life was in danger. What a wretched fate. Shen Mo frowned slightly. Though the distance between him and the ninth prince was shrinking, this prolonged chase made it difficult to land a decisive blow. Just then, a surge of blood energy and eerie, ghostly chi erupted ahead. The ninth prince's face lit up with joy. Blood energy. It was reinforcements. And judging by the strength of the blood energy, it had to be the Dragonblood Guard. Shen Mo also sensed the ghostly chi and froze momentarily. That aura felt oddly familiar. Could it be?
My reinforcements are here. It's the Dragonblood Guard, sent by my royal father. Shen Mo, if you dare pursue me further, you'll die a miserable death.
The ninth prince burst into delighted laughter, even adding a note of threat to his tone. Shen Mo remained silent and sped up instead. Realizing something was amiss, The ninth prince didn't dare delay and sprinted toward the source of the battle ahead. In the clearing ahead, trees lay toppled, rocks shattered, and dirt was churned up. Two figures, one tall and one short, one clad in red and the other in black, clashed like bolts of lightning. They collided, separated, and collided again. There were no fancy techniques. Only pure, overwhelming physical power. After another fierce impact, the two separated and simultaneously looked toward the northern forest. They had sensed the approach of the ninth prince and Shen Mo.
Ghost clan member, get out of my way. Don't interfere with my mission.
The Dragonblood guard said coldly, glaring at the short figure before him. Standing opposite him was a diminutive, pitch-black figure, no more than 4 feet tall. Her skin was completely black. A pair of ghostly white pupils made her appearance even more unnerving. Atop her head was a small, sharp horn, seemingly containing all her power.
The demon emperor wiped out my entire clan, so it's only right for me to obstruct you. Not only will I obstruct you, but I'll also kill you.
Zhao Yaelu bared her sharp fangs in a menacing grin.
Dragonblood guard, save me, quickly save me.
A desperate scream echoed through the forest. The ninth prince stumbled out of the woods, disheveled and frantic. Upon seeing the Dragonblood guard, his face lit up with relief as though he'd seen his father. Tears of joy streamed down his face. The Dragonblood guard didn't hesitate for a moment. He abandoned his attack on Zhao Yaelu and rushed toward the ninth prince. The demon emperor's order was to ensure the ninth prince returned safely. And the demon emperor's command was the ultimate principle of his existence.
Senior sister, hold them for 10 breaths.
Shen Mo's voice came from above. Zhao Yaelu raised an eyebrow and muttered.
Damn brat, you knew it was me all along. I can buy you 10 breaths, but can you kill them?
Shen Mo replied resolutely.
I can.
Zhao Yaelu took several deep breaths, her small face turning serious.
All right, Dragonblood guard, huh? You think you're strong. The true power of the Ghost clan doesn't lie in physical strength, but in curses.
In the next moment, her hands moved rapidly, forming intricate seals. Black sigils materialized in an instant, shooting toward the Dragonblood guard and the ninth prince. Before the two demons could react, the sigils had already appeared on their foreheads. Zhao Yaelu clenched her fist and smashed it against her own forehead with force. Bang! She staggered backward, her head spinning, and her vision filled with stars. At the same time, the Dragonblood guard and the ninth prince clutched their heads as though struck by a massive force, flying backward. They couldn't rise for a long time. Their focus shattered, they could only watch helplessly. Shen Mo was momentarily stunned. He knew that each demon clan member, when their bloodline was fully awakened, could comprehend unique bloodline techniques hidden deep within. These techniques were akin to the nascent soul techniques cultivated by human cultivators, but varied in form and timing. Some demons comprehended them at birth. Others never did, even in death. But he hadn't expected the Ghost clan's bloodline technique to be so peculiar, hurting oneself to hurt the enemy.
This much time is enough.
Shen Mo exhaled deeply. 2 flames abruptly ignited in his palms. In his left hand, a golden solar flame burned brightly. In his right hand, the red lotus flame shimmered intensely. At this moment, Shen Mo seemed almost divine. He slammed the 2 flames together with a decisive motion. Instead of clashing, the flames fused harmoniously, forming a single golden fireball. Shen Mo pulled his hands apart forcefully. Clang! A massive flaming spear shot toward the heavens, forming in an instant. The spear exceeded 50 zhang in length, with a girth requiring 10 men to encircle. Next to the spear, Shen Mo's figure seemed insignificant. Yet this small frame wielded the power to unleash such a colossal martial technique.
Great Desolation Starfall, go!